everybody! Why is my head tilted? Oh, it's because my camera's falling. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Ah, sorry, I'm fixing. Hi everybody! Goodness, there's some people here. Why? Why would you do this? Thank you so much for the gifted! Thank you, Marco, I really appreciate it. Okay, so, let me turn on my mic, because I actually have mine a little bit closer today. Which is, yay. Okay, so let's say hi to everybody. Hello, Jack. Hello, other Jack. Two Jack. Hi, Albino. Oh, Sixakaship, thank you so much for the follow. Hi. Hi, ow. Ow. Anyways, Albino and the Morbic Show. Hi. Ow. Matt. Hi. Bilty, what's up? Business Servant, it's great to see you. And then Demo. Hi, Demo. Your menace, Popcorn. Hi. Evan's here. What the fuck, you bitch? Anyways, not Demo. Asal, hi. Okay, see, this is funny because, Asal has been here for over 2 hours. How you sis? Hi. Okay, so, we should be fine here. Evan's gotta take me to a concert. Guys, Evan's gotta take me to a concert. Oi! Higurashi time! Last time, I played this so much, and I talked so much, that my throat started bleeding. So we're not gonna do that this time. We're not gonna do that this time, okay? We're gonna be softer, we're gonna be cuter, and we're gonna work a little less hard. So let's go back into it. We're almost at the end. So our plan right now, shut the fuck up, Evan. The plan right now is we are going to finish up Higurashi Chapter 3, and then we're gonna play Science Gate. I'm very excited. We left off with Keiichi wanting to commit murder. Do you like it? Do you like it, Sheep? I love this game. I love this series. But I'm blind to it. Have a great look. Have a good look, Albino. And yeah, hello. Okay. Oop. I'm scared. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Someone tell Albino when it's science skate time. Sunday. I'm so excited. Sunday. The fireworks I heard before noon were probably to announce the opening of the festival. And the weather certainly wasn't festival weather. It was cloudy. Ow. About to commit murder. That's rough, Sheep. That's actually awful. I'm so sorry. Oh, there we go. The television forecast was calling for possible downpours starting this evening and lasting till around midnight. Oh my god! Okay, let me turn the music down a little bit. There we go. This game, this soundtrack is so good. Avatex, thank you so much for the follow. Hi! Let's go kill the uncle. Yeah. Murder. Alright. Welcome in. Okay. The festival, but as long as it wasn't raining at the moment, the festival would go on. The festival had to open, or ow, wouldn't begin. Okay. Murder. Hehe. The Furude Shrine Grounds were probably decorated beautifully for the big performance that only happened once a year. Hi, Chaotic! Many paper lanterns were hung up in all in the auspicious colors of red and white. The sound of electric motors at the stalls. The voices of kids running around. Their happy families watching them, smiling. Today was the festival of Watanagashi. Was everyone already partaking in festivities? What about Satoko? Had she forgotten her days of suffering for just a few moments, while smiling that brilliant smile she hadn't in so long? This would probably be the longest day of my life. Yeah, you're gonna go kill someone! You're committing murder! It would be a day I would remember vividly for as long as I lived. I told my parents I'd go to the festival this evening and lounged about during the early afternoon. We may have lived under the same roof, but they couldn't help being surprised by the deviation from how I usually spend my time. Glancing at my parents out of the corner of my eye, I went to the front door. I tied my shoes just a little tighter than normal. This song is so good! Oh my gosh. Oh, it's so good! Okay. I tied my shoes just a little tighter than normal, as if to express the firmness of my resolve in those knots. For as long as I live with one murder plan in a novel where 2 people die all the time. Exactly. Last time 4 people died. Damn well, get both your ears in, boy. Boy. Vision level music gotta be good for atmosphere. Yeah, but this, like, oh, it's so good. When I decided to murder Satoko's uncle, I was in such a state of excitement, I almost went crazy. And when I was planning out the act of a murder, which went directly against all the morals fostered in me thus far, I was in such a state of calm, I almost thought I had lost my emotions. And then, yesterday, when I learned Satoshi had made the exact same phone calls as me, I didn't know how to describe the muddled feelings I had then. Now, entering today, right now, I lack all the emotions I possess up until now. Also, Papa Kronk, I meant to comment on this. You binged my last stream on 2x speed. I'm so glad you did. I'm actually really happy. I was hoping that you might catch up on this. I love when people talk to me about Higurashi, so I was very excited to see that. To make a simple analogy, it was the kind of feeling you might get right after you wake up, and you're still half asleep and you don't feel anything very clearly. I had no anger towards the man for the violence he committed against Satoko. Nor did I feel sadness towards or sympathize with her. Interesting. I felt no discontent towards my friends. Okay. That was before shit got too real. This is a kind of a slow chapter, but I think it's pretty good. I think it helps a lot with like world building and character development, so I'm okay with that. Alright. I felt no discontent towards my friends, who had just waited and watched, never reaching out to her with any help, and no nervousness or fear towards the day that had finally come. Yes, right now, you could say I was in the best possible condition for carrying out a murder. When it came down to it, I'd probably need to let my violent emotions take control. But right up until that moment, I would be like an insect. I would slowly, surely, and silently move towards my one objective, and then, when I had my prey, I'd attack like a bullet. There was no emotion in that, just the creeping mindset insects possessed. That sort of sneaking feeling was just the best. I would kill Satoko's uncle like he was a worm. I had to laugh a little thinking that way. Like, thinking like an insect. Tug. I tightened the laces one more time and walked out the door. I'm so excited! Murder. There's no way this murder goes well, so I'm very excited. Yeah, I did almost dox myself, Nero. My bad. What's this man's plan for murder? Oh my god, you should have watched the last stream. He talked all about it, in depth. He trips on his shoelaces and dies. He actually falls down the forest he's trying to kill this guy in. I brought the shovel out of the front storeroom. I would need it to dig the man's grave. The shovel was a convenient one made for camping. If I twisted it like so, and split it into 3, I could easily hide it in my bag. I twisted the shovel and dismantled it. And even though I'd done it countless times before, I had trouble for some reason. Like I was suddenly clumsy now. Oh! Oh! This is, foreshadowing. This is like for pitch black. For darkness. Complete and internal darknessing. I knew why. It wasn't because I was nervous. My weak-willed self, deep within me, was hesitant. Yay, 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 Jesus! 5 shadowing, indeed is thou. This is scary. Ugh. Ugh. The last twist was conspicuously difficult, but it finally submitted before the strength of my determination. Oh god. Oh god. The area around Satoko's house was outside my circle of activity. But even just riding my bike in the middle of the day like this might seem suspicious to an observant person. I definitely want to avoid meeting and talking to someone I knew. I bet he's going to meet and talk to someone he knows. With that in mind, I chose the route to my destination carefully. I didn't mind going the long way around. With how long this day would be, I could never be too careful, after all. Still, I was fortunate enough to not run across anybody on my way to the planned site of the crime. I know, Demo. We all planned this stuff out, right? My birthday is August 14th, Jack. August 14th. Remember, because I'm going to do a subathon. I wasn't superstitious at this point, but it was a good omen. The place I would dig the hole was in this grove, a little further into the woods. I was worried I might not make it to the same place as before, since there were no signs to guide me, but I arrived there smoothly and as expected. I took another look around. Not even a hint of human presence. The air was a little bit damp, but it was comfortable in the cool shade of the trees. Thank you, guys! I took the disassembled shovel out of my bag and began to skillfully put it together. Then, I stuck the tip of the shovel into a soft-looking patch of ground and pushed on it with my foot. The shovel would split into the earth if I put some strength into that foot. The act of doing so seemed awfully like the point of no return, and it made me hesitate. I was just digging a hole with a shovel, but it made me gulp hard. Calm down, Kate, Maevara. Let's do a countdown. Get it done on the count of 3, okay? Alright. 1, 2... Guys, the dialogue ends at 2. I wonder if someone's gonna catch us. I couldn't do it on the countdown, despite it just being sticking the shovel into the ground. And I had to count down 5 or 6 times. Damn it, I'm just digging a hole. This is pathetic. As I thought that, I put strength into my heel like I was stepping on something unpleasant, and split came the sharp noise. It was only soft at the beginning. Roots and stones quickly got in the way, informing me just how hard it was to dig a hole big enough for a person. No decent person would ever come here anyway. Maybe it would be enough to cover him up with some dirt. Every time a naive thought like that crept in my mind, I bit down on it with my teeth and dug even harder. I've dug enough now. I could hide him like this. Every time I thought that, I would go down into the hole, grow disappointed at how shallow it was, and return to digging. A thin layer of sweat on my brow eventually formed into drops and fell to the ground. My back was in even worse shape. My damp shirt adhered to my skin, and it felt so disgusting. The things I couldn't stand the most were the mosquitoes. Maybe they were attracted to the scent of my sweat. Eh? You shouldn't have been, Acid. What do you mean, Acid? No way he digs the entire hole. I bet he will. I bet he will. The white and black striped mosquitoes would cling to me whenever I let my guard down. It was hot. It was disgusting. It was sticky. I was itchy. All those uncomfortable feelings surged through me in waves. Damn it all. So what? You're telling me to pack up and go home? Is that it? I hadn't yelled at anyone. It was me talking to myself. Me telling myself something. Why was I feeling this way? and digging a hole all the way out here? What benefit would digging this hole give me? What harm would there be in not digging this hole at all? Wait, in the first place, who ordered me to dig? When I thought it over, maybe ever since grade school, or even before that, my whole life had only been me doing what people had told me to do. No, don't gift, Acid. Okay, first of all, is he not gonna kill someone? Is he gonna go to Watanagashi? Did he, like, break through the curse? Did he break through? Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted, Acid. You shouldn't have done that. Gosh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. It wasn't necessary, though. It wasn't necessary, though. Oh. Well, it's all a common goal to get me closer to karaoke. I didn't mean it was somehow constrained, living a life based on the commands of others. Hi, Dirt! No problem. I hope you had so much fun. I really do. And I didn't mean I was too lazy to try and find my own road in life. Metaphorically speaking, yes, it was like a road. I've never been particularly physically fit. This is trauma. They're playing like the traumatic music and it's like, I'm weak as shit. I'm a fucking incel. I didn't hit puberty very early, goddamn. And if all my classmates and I got in the line, I'd usually be on the shorter end. My scores in jump rope competitions and marathons were the very pictures of average because you're a pro tag. You're a white bread pro. Actually, Keiichi does have a personality. He has a personality. He's not white bread. I like Keiichi. And it wasn't like the captains of the dodgeball teams would have a passionate rock, paper, scissors contest to see which would get me. During those kindergarten and grade school years, it felt like someone was only worth how fast they grew and how fit they were. Looking back now, it was really uncomfortable for me. The thing that turned it all around was just a few words from my mother. Keiichi, would you like to go to cram school? You'll get a better grasp of what you're learning in school and it'll be more fun. That's not true. That is not true. The very first test I took at cram school was kind of like a game. It was a lot of fun. Literally, Merkel, this followed me to high school, bro. I didn't end up getting my PE credit and I managed to graduate, but like, I had dread, so much dread over that. Getting that credit. It wasn't like tests with the same exact problems dozens of times in a row. Every question had a picture to it, almost like one of those puzzle books that came with manga magazine. If my studies at school had been like this, it would have been way more fun. Yeah, I understand what he means though, I guess. Several days later, I went to the cram school again, with my mother and the enrollment paperwork. Mom and the person at cram school had a really long, heated discussion, so I accidentally dozed off and missed most of what they said, but I clearly remember one point. Mom had made a loud groan, surprised at something. By 61, do you mean his average score was 61 points? No, not at all, Miss Maebara. Ow! 5 hit acid! Mwah!
Oh my shed.
Oh my shed! The mean deviation of our cram schools all across the country is 61. He's showing rare numbers, even if this was just a simplified intelligence examination. First, I'd like to say that Keiichi Maebara-kun is very bright. Keiichi? But he doesn't have very good grades at school. He has average marks on his report card. B's, C's, D's. D's are not average. That's not average. Is there some kind of mistake? We gave the equivalent test as well, and we learned something very interesting as a result. Maebara-kun is extremely weak when faced with questions that don't have any meaning. He just has no interest in simple, dull questions that don't have to do with his everyday life. So even if he doesn't know what 2 plus 3 is, if you told him he had 2 apples, then got 3 more, he would answer that sort of question? That's right. For example, instead of telling him to draw a flattened, foldable cube What if we asked him what a die would look like when cut open? If we did that, he can answer beautifully. Then the people from the cram school, I showed her a page from one of the exams I took. It was a paper with questions about construction. Construction questions were unusual, so they were cool, weren't they? In this question, it asked to draw an unfolded regular icosahedron, a shape with 20 faces. When we rephrased it and asked him how he would cut out a piece of cardboard to create a 20-sided die, Keiichi-kun drew the answer as though it were easy. This is not something an average child could do. Keiichi, have you ever made a die with 20 sides from a magazine extra or anything? Dice only went from 1 to 6. I never even considered before this test that there were dice with more than 6 sides. You're weak. You're weak, Keiichi. You call yourself a loser. So it was fun to imagine what kind of shape a die that went up to 20 would have. I know. Gosh, Marco, he's such a loser. But he's a bad loser. He's a loser. If I had a die like that, I could win at dice games against anyone. That's not true. So I immediately wanted to make it. Well, fish. Bro can be smarter when it comes to drawing a die, but acts like a moron other times. I know he's fucking... This guy. Finally, I entered cram school. There were only 4 students in the class they put me in, which was called Select. It was the highest class, and some of my classmates were in lower classes. And when I remembered how much better they had done with things like dodgeball and the 50-meter sprint, I felt happiness well up within me for the first time. Don't tell them about the D100. Ugh, mans would shit his pants. Even if I wasn't as good at them physically, I triumphed over them in other ways. It was fun at first. The more I did, the more I was praised. My teachers at school suddenly started pampering me, and it felt good. My parents were satisfied too, and I enjoyed seeing them satisfied. The more I listened to my parents' commands, the more fun things got. I see what he means. That did happen, didn't it? I grinned dryly in self-deprecation because, well, my studious lifestyle didn't end up lasting very long. It was only at the beginning that I enjoyed learning more and more. I gradually got along less with my friends. My classes were behind what I was learning at cram school, and I eventually stopped respecting the teachers, given that they could put me to sleep with their lectures. No, exactly, Merkel. He's having an existential moment where he might not commit murder. And well, I was a disagreeable sort who bragged a lot about how much I knew. And the ways of the world wouldn't let me remain in a state of ecstasy forever. I would do as I was told. Ow! What the fuck? It was like lightning speed. Button mash. Bullet hell. Then I go in above and beyond their expectations, and they praise me. I was happy for that, and the cycle repeated itself like wheels on a bike. Yeah, so true, Demo. Fuck this guy. No, I love Keiichi. I thought moving forward like that was how life worked. Like a bicycle. When I moved to Hinamizawa, I realized just how inadequate it was. Some things happened, and we started saying how moving and getting a change in atmosphere would be nice. Like what? What things? And then my father, he had a place that he liked, that he'd gone to a few times to draw the nature meaning dead bodies. He started saying that he wanted to bring his atelier there. With me and blank amazement, ow! They decided to move to Hinamizawa. And after that, I met them, didn't I? Your friends? The first day after transferring her, I went to the classroom with the teacher. Praise kink? Oh, me too. Me too, though. Can't blame him. Keiichi kitty? Oh my gosh. I thought it would seem pitiful for her to bring me in there, so I placed my hand on the door before she could, slammed it open, and set foot into the room. Clatter. The thrilling, powerful way I opened the door was nothing other than my determination to try doing over my life again. And then, within seconds, that determination took a hard counter to the face. A blackboard eraser fell on me. Plus, there was a huge rock inside. It was a supremely painful trap someone had set up. Oh, come on. Satoko was already beating me right from the first day I transferred? I'm not sure. That frightened me. I was bewildered. The class is surprised too. Okay, everyone in chat, place your bets. Do you think he's gonna go through with the murder or decide he doesn't have to murder? What do you think? Because I'm on the fence right now. I can't really tell. But place your bets in before. I wasn't just surprised that the students in the class were all different grades and were different genders. It would be funny. It was because the room felt different from all the schools I knew. And as I spent more time with them, my surprise continued to grow. He doesn't feel enough hatred. He definitely does feel enough hatred. I'll tell you that. Murder for sure. Everyone thinks he's gonna murder except for Demo. I kind of think he might. I hope he doesn't. Because Keiichi's a good kid. He's a good boy. Yeah. I think you're right, Margot. This fresh sense of surprise had never left my life, even to this day. It's been a month. Every day was a fresh new surprise. I've never had a single boring day since coming here. The days were lively, spent with the other club members. We played Old Maid with cards with scratches on the back to cheat. That was in chapter 1. I don't know. I mean, volume 1. You can't even spell Sasuke. Stupid. Stupid. We let all our passions go wild during our games. We went all out as regular participants at tournaments at the toy store in town, and many, many more things. That's from volume 2. Yeah, exactly. I know, right, Marco? Recently, during those times, there was a bento competition. It was then. That's when I saw an unexpected side to Satoko. Okay, beginning of volume 3. Thinking back on it, I only ate dinner with her 2 nights. It was such a sweet, gentle time spent. And... Shut up, Daniel. It warmed my heart, remembering it even now. I realized that Satoko was pretending to be stubborn and firm, and how brave she was. Part of her heart always waiting for her Nini to come home. Yeah, I think so, Nero. Satoko may have been nagging and overly critical, but she knew how to take care of someone. But though it might have seemed like she was taking the lead, it was actually her way of depending upon another person. Even if Satoshi and Satoko's lives as siblings were confined by their uncle and his wife, they were still warm, sunny days. When did those sunny days all go wrong? What mistake was made? Lamenting tragedies of the past would do me no good, and I told myself that so many times, but I did it anyway. Keiichi, isn't that why you chose your own path? To take back that life? Nobody ordered you to do this. You decided to do it on your own. You don't desire anyone's praise for this. You've thought it all through yourself. You'll carve it out yourself. And you'll do it now. This wasn't a path I could see very far down. Not like the road parents or society could offer. It was a narrow path, dark and utterly distressing. One for which the next step would always be shrouded in darkness. But that disheartening path will keep on going forever. It was an unlimited path, and there was nowhere I couldn't travel. The kind of path only available to those able to imagine where they wanted to go. Don't be ashamed at breaking from the brightly lit paved road. God, I cannot read. I couldn't read last time, in their goodness. In fact, feel proud that you found your very own path to walk. And I hadn't discarded the paved road either. Once I achieved my goal, I would go back to that bright road, and then I'd spend those average sunny days at my leisure. Okay, so this is his way of justifying murder, and it's like oddly childish. I mean, not oddly, but like kind of sadly childish. And also, another thing about this is like, there's no way he gets to go back to living his life as is. I fucking know it. He might just ruin Satoko's life by doing this. Oddly I don't mean oddly. I know, I didn't mean oddly. He needs to stop trying to justify it, just do it already? Yeah. Well, he is. He's going through with it. Crush. When I next realized it, the hole had grown so deep, I couldn't believe it. Did I dig all this myself? Ow! I think digging this much is enough, right? I put my shovel into the bottom of the hole. Don't put it into the bottom! Why did you put it at the bottom of the hole, you fucking idiot? Even if it took me time to camouflage it by putting plants on top, it would all go much more easily than digging this hole had. I glanced at my watch. I don't know if that's true. He's stronger than you and bigger than you. Glanced at my watch. It was almost evening and I hadn't realized it. I may not have felt the time passing, but digging a hole this deep must have taken quite a lot of time. Do police in Japan use dogs? I do not believe so. I've never heard of that. Police in Japan are very different. I took a seat and on a slanted rock nearby and wiped the sweat from my brow. No, Keiichi's about to kill someone. Now, once it got a little darker, I go get the metal bat I hid in the schoolyard. Then, I make the call to lure him out. And then, I do it. The number of things I needed to do to reach that moment were dwindling. I felt that moment closing in on me much more keenly than I did the passage of time. I didn't have any hesitation, but I still felt that, a contradiction. At every step in this process, I had a few chances to hesitate, to turn back, to let myself lose my nerve. Having to endure those million temptations and wait for when the time is right was indescribably slow and painful torture. I thought myself acting all weak because of that, but I stopped midway through. This was okay. It was fine. I could detest the abnormal act of homicide as much as I wanted, and it didn't matter. I wasn't going to be a cutthroat killer after today. I would pass through this strange day and go back to the world I was in before. Keiichi's trying to kill the uncle. I wouldn't be able to go back to my old, if I fell to the level of psychopath who thought nothing of killing, I wouldn't be able to go back to my old life. So this is fine with me. I didn't have to feel ashamed at hesitating to kill, because I was human. It was so funny to me that I'd be the bearer of Oyashiro-sama's curse at the same time I was aware I was human. I exhaled lightly and stood. I think that you probably have Oyashiro-sama's curse in you. I concealed my presence and sharpened my senses in all directions to search for anyone around but me. Okay, let's go. One step at a time. I will walk my own path. A path no one had forced me to walk. Let's do this. Keiichi Maebara. The cicadas made an annoying fuss. Their chorus covered up the suspicious noise of me breaking twigs underfoot, and their chorus filled the path far ahead of me, letting me know that I would be alone for some time. Ah, Peppy isn't here! Peppy isn't here! And Peppy was enjoying it so much, oh my gosh. Someone get Peppy! It's okay. Literally, Papa, he's crazy! Yeah, Sadoko-sanko. The cicadas blessed the path I walked, encouraging me with every last ounce of strength they had. The sky was far above. In not even an hour, the veil of night would draw near, and the sky would be tinted with dusk. By that time, the Higurashi would let me hear their chorus in place of the cicadas. Hashtag puppy come back. And when that happened, would everything be over with? Would everything have ended? I said something along those lines as when I left Satoko's fate up to a public agency. But this time was different. I would do it. I would carry it out. I would end it. It would all be over very soon. Everything would end. Yes. When the Higurashi cried. He said it! He said the name! He said the name! I'm going to commit a war crime. Okay, guys. Well, here we go. No shot that's the end of the chapter, right? No shot, right? Okay, good. He said the thing! There was nobody at school. I couldn't hear the playful voices of children. I wouldn't commit any war crimes. Too short. Bitch! This is the first time I'd seen the school with such a lack of human presence. Still. He said when the Higurashi cried. He said the thing. Still, I quieted my breath and I love this song. I can't stop saying it. Still, I quieted my breath and looked around, not wanting to be unprepared. It had gotten darker outside, but it was almost like my eyes could see more clearly now. I made absolutely sure of my safety, then walked to the heavy construction machine I'd hidden my metal bat behind. I had a tinge of worry, a premonition, that someone had found the bat and hidden it somewhere else as a prank. If that happened, would I take that as an opportunity to desist? If it really wasn't there, then the sensation of chilled metal. It was still here when I left it. It hadn't run away. Satoshi hadn't run away. He'd waited here patiently for me. Sorry for the wait, Satoshi. It's been a long time coming. You prepared for this? Through the metallic touch, Satoshi grins at me in my mind. That's what I should be asking, you know, or what I should be asking. I did this last year already. You should be more worried about yourself. Ah, you're good, you're good. Oh no, he's gonna throw it in a bottomless swamp. Don't worry. He already thought about all of this. Honestly, he has a pretty solid plan. He, like, in depth talked about this. Right on, Satoshi. Let's show him a bad time. Satoshi's back got lighter and lighter, and fit in my hands like it was being absorbed. It didn't feel wrong to swing this. I could move it around so naturally, it was like an extension of my own right arm. Of course it felt like that. Satoshi and I were holding one bat together. Next, I would make the call to lure the man out. Ow! What the fuck? It wasn't a bad time for it. My friends were doubtlessly parading happily through the stalls. I hadn't considered where to make the call from. My house and Satoko's were pretty far apart. If I called from my house, I wouldn't make it. Couldn't I use a school phone? But as I thought, the room was locked up and I couldn't get in. Shit. I'm so naive. You should have at least figured this part out. I couldn't call him. And just for that, was today all over? I'm sorry, Satoshi. And just as I cursed my own naivety, a miracle occurred. I know, all he has to be like is like, it was a prank. Bro, it's just a prank, calm down. It's a prank. A bicycle came into the schoolyard. It was a familiar middle-aged man. Coach! Do not kill him! Coach is gonna figure it out and he's gonna be all sussy about it. Gosh, okay, alright. Okay. Epic prank gone wrong. The one from the Forest Service field office. Wait, what? Wait, hold on, what? Why? Wasn't today Sunday? Was he here to pick up something he forgot? Anyway, the forest officer went back around and felt around in his pocket, then unlocked the door and entered. The best possible coincidence, and it had to be Satoshi who saved me. The metal bat, through just my contact with it, told me that this was a chance I couldn't allow to slip by. He might die here. The sections for the forest and the school office were neatly separated. I felt the man head into the forest office storehouse, which was so far in the back students weren't allowed into it. The door didn't match its fitting so well, so it didn't close all the way, and the gap in the door opened slowly as if to lure me in. I took a deep breath and went in. I tiptoed along, silently and stealthily, and made it into the teacher's lounge. That was the only place with a phone. As I held my breath in the teacher's lounge, I heard the Forest Service officer walking back. And before he gets locked in, I don't think he will. Oh. Then the back door clattered shut and was locked. Oh my shed. Okay, well first, okay, you were right. I'm not gonna lie, you were right, Marco. But he can get out. It's locked from the inside. You can always unlock something from the outside. Okay. Alright. The school once again emptied, becoming deathly silent. I waited for a bit to make sure the silence is a real deal, then reached for the telephone on the principal desk. I fished Satoko's house phone number out of my pocket. Oh, yes. The number in my class directory for Satoko had been The one from their house just now, where she lived with her uncle. Locks are both ways, though? Yeah, but you can only lock the outside with a key. You can unlock it from the inside. Usually with, like, doors like this, at least. At least the school, or a house. I touched the dial with my fingers, and then thought for a moment about what to say exactly when he picked up. Because, like, how would you lock people out, you know? What is that? What do you mean, Kimyeon? Hi, Kimyeon! Hi! Despite how many times I'd gone over it last night, now that I have my finger on the dial like this... Oh, Tuxin, thank you so much for the follow! Hi, welcome in! It's starting to seep out of my mind like a cracked bucket leaking water. I wonder if we can hit 2.4k today. Simple would be best. More importantly, to say it straight and not sound suspicious. I counted off 3 heartbeats and spun the dial. Hi, welcome in! How are you? The call sound. Would Satoko's uncle pick up? Now of all times, the hope that he wouldn't pick up, and the feeling of doom and the knowledge that they couldn't save Satoko if he didn't, whirled around in a vortex. Hello? Was the voice... Oh, hello? Was the voice of a grumpy man, like I had just woken up. He picked up. Hello? Say your name so I know your Hojo, you asshole! It would be terrible if I got it wrong. I made up my mind. I had all the initiative on my side. Here we go. This is the Shishibone Okinomiya police station. Am I speaking to the Hojo residents? I was changing my voice, but did he really think I sounded like an adult? Would he believe that I was the police? Oh, yes. This is Hojo. We currently have your daughter, Satoko Hojo, here with us. What? Satoko? What did that brat do? He fell for it. I could tell just by how tense he was that he didn't doubt my words. Okay, good night, Jack. No problem. Have a good rest. I can explain the particulars once you've arrived here. Would you mind coming to the station right away? Right now? I already took a bath myself, so I don't really want to go out like this, though. What? You don't want to come because you already took a bath? Yes, right away. Right away? Jeez, man. What the heck did Satoko do? I'll explain once you're here. I'll be waiting. Thank you for your assistance. 1 second. I don't know where the police station is. Where am I going? You moron. What the hell? The Okinomiya police station? I don't know where it is either. Aren't you from around here? Why don't you know that? A greasy sweat came over my body. Eventually, just as I was about to choke, he spoke. Oh. Next to the fire station, right? That's pretty far. Thank goodness, he remembered on his own for me. I didn't care where the police station was, as long as he left his house to get there. Then we will be waiting here. Oh, wait! Who am I asking for once I get there? What's your name? On top of that, you wanted to know my name? Just leave your goddamn house already. Mayabashi. Excuse me. That was close. I almost thoughtlessly told him my real name. I managed to change the last syllable of it, but I put down the receiver like it was running away. My fingers were trembling, and I was soaked with a tepid sweat. I wasn't just nervous about the phone call. With that call, everything had been put into motions. Me too, Demo, honestly. Me and Mama have awful sense of direction. Bro's fake name is the same as his real one. I know, it's so close. Maebara versus Maebashi. Okay. It was locked before, but it was easy enough to open from the inside. But I couldn't lock it again after I left. In terms of being thorough, I wanted to lock it, but I couldn't waste time going back to the teacher's lounge and looking for the key. I needed to rush back as fast as I could and ambush him. I zoomed back to the scene on my bike. Zoom in! If Satoko's uncle got out of town before I got there, everything would be over. He'd learn there was no one at the station named Maebashi, and things would get pretty messed up. As I returned at full speed, I passed a family wearing yukatas. They must have been on their way to the festival. Many people in Hinamizawa knew my face, though. I didn't know theirs. Even just passing by them like this made me uneasy. But I didn't generally come around here, so those living in this area might not have known much about me. Oh gosh. Okay. That didn't matter right now. I needed to get back as fast as possible, to control my breathing and to ambush them. I hid my bike in the thicket and picked up Satoshi's bag, which I'd hidden left in the shade. And then I held my breath, waiting to see someone. I wondered if he still hadn't gotten here. Or maybe he went right out after the phone call and passed by here already? I feel scared too! I'm anxious! Ah! I don't want to commit murder! I don't want to! Instead of calling by an indescribable impatience. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Even if he came here already, he'd pass here on the way back, right? The end result would be the same. It wouldn't change the fact that he died. My whole thing is murder? I know, but I'm scared! He'd probably be coming on his motorcycle. How would I stop him then? I figured it'd be best not to think too hard about it. And just hit him as he passed out. Or beat him out of his seat. Hydrate? Okay. I made sure to get water this time. Yeah. The path was made of pebbles. If I hit them as hard as I could and made him lose his balance, he wouldn't be able to help falling. And then, the chorus of the Higurashi stopped. The sound of a bike approached from far away. I hate this! Is it Satoko though? What if it's secretly Satoko and he beats the shit out of her? No, that wouldn't happen. That's obviously not. Okay. I couldn't tell what sort of motorcycle it was from the sound, but I'd seen it parked before, so I know. It was getting rapidly closer. I was almost here. If he just went a little farther, he'd cross into that thicket and appear in front of me. Little kid on a motorcycle. Here's the thing, guys. This is just proof. That would be kind of base. Yeah. This is just proof that I could never commit murder, because even the prospect of murdering someone in a visual novel makes me feel sick. I'm so anxious. I hate this. I'd take a moment to make sure it was him. Then when I had, I put my plan into action. I'm scared. The motorcycle appeared. A few easily identifiable characteristics told me it was Satoko's uncle's bike, without a doubt. Was it really him? Was it really Satoko's uncle? I wasn't making a mistake, was I? I know, I agree, Papa, but I just hate murder. It's scary and bad. I looked at its characteristics again. Its color, shape, most of all, the man's clothes and face. Those last feelings of hesitation, I did away with them. Satoko, now your Nini will end it, okay? Closer. The bike came closer. Let's go. Satoshi. Yeah. Whoosh. I jumped out of the thicket. I used my shoulder to basically tackle the uncle on the bike with all my might. He gave a dumb shout as his bike completely lost balance. Finally, it fell, the bike scattering clouds of sand, and after spinning, it stopped. Her uncle, tossed to the ground, didn't understand what had just happened. Shut up! Just happened, and groaned for a few moments, crouched on the ground. Oh, this is Oyashiro-sama, right? His eyes are gonna change. You don't want to look? You're not gonna see anything, Asal. There's no CGs in this. My breathing started to become ragged. No, I couldn't have this emotion. Some weird secretion crossed through my brain and nearly made me hallucinate. Her uncle was groaning. Now was his once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What was I doing? All the sounds in the world cut off. My mental chaos from a moment ago withdrew like a lie, and I could feel my temperature in my head rapidly cooling down. Oh, I'm gonna look. The tension in my muscles went away. All the strings they'd been attached to had been cut, and I let my hands dangle at my sides. This wasn't quite like exhaustion. Have you calmed down now? Keiichi Maebara? Do you need to remember again why things got to this point today? Scrape. I stepped over the pebbled path, taking one step, another step, then another towards Satoko's uncle. The more I walked, the more my breathing calmed. The more I walked, the more I felt my body cooling, calming, chilling with frost. Yes, at this moment, this guy had lost permission to live. I had just rescinded it, so he mustn't stay in this world any longer. If he lived any longer, if Satoko's misfortune continued, it would be my responsibility for having allowed him to live. Okay? Don't. Oh, okay. I mean, do it. Yes, do it. Hurry. Just go fast. I'm scared. I could feel the cooling substance going through my body, even down to my capillaries. Capillaries? I don't know this word. Bro's vengeance. Her uncle was at my feet now, still on the ground like an idiot. I smiled coldly at how ridiculous it looked. The hurt! Oh, by the way, if you guys are new to Higurashi, any lurkers or anything, or anyone just in general, this guy is an abuser. He abuses a little girl. I think it was implied he also sexually abuses her, but I can't really tell. So, we're going to kill him. That's all it took for it to hurt. Satoko's heart hurt much more, and now you're gonna feel that. And with your life, I'll make up for her pain. I erased all unnecessary information from my mind. I prioritized the murder of this man. Execute. Oh my god. Wham. Oh, this song! Yeah! Let's take a minute, guys. It's about to hit. I'm so excited, guys. It's about to hit. You're about to find out, Satoko's uncle. Ain't that right, Papa? Alright, guys. We're coming close. Or maybe we're not. I don't know. I just want to get to the chorus of the song because it's so good. Guys, I think it's coming. I think. Soon, maybe. I really want to get to the chorus. Damn it. Ah! Okay. Just real quick. Utterly calmly. I delivered the first... Oh, I need to go the biggest aisle, but yeah, not yet. Utterly calmly. I delivered my first strike to the back of his head. I wanted to get the most effective spot. At least during the first moment, I'd have to attack him while he was at his most defenseless. Guys, is it about to hit? Gah? It's about to hit? Murder! Wow! Nippa! Yay! Okay. Alright, we're fine now. It only happens once in the song that's so fucked up. And if he was hit in the head, he'd cover his head. If it was a defensive reaction to all humans made, it was a defensive reaction like all humans made. Like machines. For 1 hour? Are you fucking joking? I just got here. So he couldn't pick himself up off the heap he was on the ground. Like pounding a caterpillar in the dirt. I hit him over and over. If he covered his head, I'd hit him on the side. If he covered his body, I'd go for his head. If he rolled over, I'd strike his feet, his knees, his elbows. I didn't care where anymore. By just delivering one blow after another, I induced pain on him. I retained my overwhelming advantage, but I hadn't done nearly enough to deliver a fatal wound. Die now! Her uncle skillfully pulled himself up off the ground and started to run like a fleeing rabbit. It wasn't a judgment he made after seeing my face and deciding whether to fight me. Right now, he was fleeing by instinct, just trying to escape from the threat that had presented itself. A counterattack from the more physically capable uncle was what I was most concerned about. He may have run, But it wasn't all that unlucky. And all the odds were in my favor. Her uncle didn't run away towards people, but off the path and into the woods. How pleasant that he would run into a direction where nobody else was. He was fleeing into strange geography, like a rat that instinctively runs into tight spots over and over. Yes, he was no longer human. He was a rat. The blood vessels in my legs expanded, and my total oxygen supply increased. I lowered myself to gain the most explosive velocity I could. Without breathing, I became a wind-like shadow and dashed. Naruto! I crossed thickets, crushed dead tree branches underfoot, and dove through the woods like a bullet. He ran so cowardly, arms flailing as he went, flailing, After catching up to him, I didn't need so much as the blink of an eye to strike him again. My senses, mind, and body were all sharpened to purely kill this man. This was the first time I felt like this. Well, this is the first experience I've ever had killing someone. It felt natural continuing to do this for the first time, and that meant I had this much talent for killing. Or perhaps the act of killing was so simple that anyone could do it. Take the legs, I think that's what he's about to do. I didn't struggle or grow tired at all chasing the clumsily fleeing uncle. No matter how much he ran, it was like trying to get away from his own shadow. He couldn't get away from me. I could easily aim at his back, his shoulder, and his head, even from this unnatural stance. Demo is a murderer. Everyone call the police. Each time I struck him, he wailed in pain and begged pitifully for forgiveness, but didn't disturb my mind. I was neither excited nor plagued by hesitation like before. I felt sharp. I felt like a carnivore. Of course, so did the uncle, who was trying to run away because he didn't want to die. He didn't want to be eaten, like a herbivore running away with all its might, trying to get away. Despite all the attacks, despite all the hits, he kept on fleeing without even staggering. And despite the bad footing in the forest, he impressively never tripped over anything. But there was no need to admire the fact. It was simply proof that he was no more than an animal. If he was chased, he would run. If he was going to be killed, he'd run. He bared his fangs at the weak, but couldn't oppose the strong whatsoever. He was lowly, vulgar, a diminutive animal. Such a puny little creature had harmed Satoko. Scar after scar to her body and mind. Deep wounds that might not ever go away as long as she lived. I say eat too. We have a lot in common, this guy. Too bad I'm about to blow his brains out. My cold and calm emotions suddenly turned into bestial ones. My personality changed into something specialized for murder, purely to devour the diminutive animal before me. Just like that! You're getting it! The uncle gave a puny little shriek, covered his head, and ran. I'm impressed by how much he can run. Well, I mean, clearly, I can hurt someone pretty bad without remorse, so like, come on. We're pretty much the same. I'm just better. Fine, run as much as you like. I will be your death. I will choose the moment at my leisure. Your legs will hurt. Your lungs will feel about to burst. Your head will hurt from lack of oxygen. If you feel the pain has become worse than death, then by all means, stop any time. Without turning back, suffocating on his terror on the approaching death, he just ran shamefully onward. He ran, but was chased. Vibrate. With the metal bell. Sweat and drool flying everywhere, blood clinging to him. Oh, menace, I just like murder. From his mouth came the irregular sounds of coarse, irregular breathing and high-pitched screaming that verged crying and pleas for forgiveness to someone, I don't know who. Each and every second was a second of atonement that I granted him. Now run. Then fall and moan and die. Where did you even crawl out of anyway? You were never here before. If you were never here, you never should have showed up. If you never showed up, our lives would still be fun and enjoyable. We would have gone to today's festival, waited for each other, and gone to the shrine laughing. We would have been playing amongst the stalls right now. We'd be browsing the strange food stalls you only saw at festivals, trying to get prizes from the goldfish scooping, ring throwing, or target practice. Now that is true. That is actually true. If he hadn't showed up, that is what would have happened. Because he did, there was an anomaly. And there's this idea of like, what is it that he said? He said, you were never here before, and if you were never here, you should have never showed up. That's kind of what the other people were saying about outsiders when they killed them before. So I wonder if he is really like becoming Oyashiro-sama. How do you call someone who likes murder? Fun! Meal would surely make it into a competition, and as a club, we'd have a grand old time. Yep, that happened in Chapter 1. And everyone would have been cheering for Rika-chan's dedication dance. And everyone would say how fun it was. And it would give us energy for days to come. Fun, enjoyable, and funny. Warm time spent with friends. Are you saying I'm fun? Yeah, damn, it was so fun. Also, the police are on their way. Photographer hasn't died yet though, so that's good. Yeah, he's so hot. He's hot. Okay. And that would have happened, but it didn't, and now it was all smashed to pieces. There was no doubt that would be what the world was like if you never showed up. You were the obstacle, the mistake, the hearsay in the world. But I would correct the mistake right now. It's heresy, not hearsay. I'm sorry, wrong word. Wrong word, heresy. I would erase you and make it so this last week never happened. Tonight was the Watanagashi festival, the holy night, where taking just one life was permitted in the name of Oyashiro-sama's curse. It looked like the Higurashi stopped crying at some point. When the Higurashi cried, everything would end. And the Higurashi silenced. Lowly one, the hour of atonement is at an end. The Higurashi has stopped their crying. Thus, it is the end. The end. The end. End. You don't have to run away anymore. Die with those dirty brains of yours smashed everywhere. Gah! Lightning and thunder struck like an explosion. It was so loud, it shook the ground and I smelled gunpowder. The response I got this time was clearly different than the one before. The metal bat crunched into the crown of his head. It was like the top of his head had caved in. The bat felt like it was biting him. Objection! Hearsay! Shut up. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. That's really funny though. Moshi? Please desu ka? He has become strong and proud. I'm a bit disappointed in him, but he did ultimately, I feel like, the right thing. It had been the final killing attack that visited him. When I didn't overlook the opening, he left as his knees gave out under him. I remained alert for a few moments. Then thud. Thud. I planted both knees in the ground, and then fell forwards, burying my head in the ground. I've been holding back my ragged breathing, but it all came out of me like a dam bursting. Almost like the dam that they were trying to build. My head was dizzy and light, and unable to maintain my balance, I leaned against a nearby tree. The uncle didn't try to guard his head any longer. After a disgusting sort of spasm, he stopped moving. Did I get him? Did I get him for sure? I fought back my exhausted urge to fall over where I stood, and drew towards him carefully, but still at the ready. It was possible he was faking it and trying to wait it out. Should I check for a pulse? I realized right away, though, how unnecessary that would be. If I thought he might be faking it, then I would just have to keep pummeling him until I was satisfied. I fought back my ragged breathing again, and then I swung my bat far above and brought it down. Clunk. His body leapt like a bow, but he didn't try and cover his head. Then once again, I aimed for his head and swung. His reaction was the same this time. After spending a few moments making his head mochi, the heads gradually started to feel different. And it started to spray a filthy, dark red liquid everywhere. Ah, murder! That was enough. It was definite now. I had absolutely killed him. There was no sense of accomplishment, nor one of regret. I didn't feel anger towards Satoko's uncle, nor pity towards Satoko herself. Instead, right now, I was feeling like my heart had been stolen by the downpour. It had begun to rain at some point, and how comfortable it felt. The rainwater drenched my body and dripped down to the ground. Damn, well, the way this kid is like 14, the excitement within me faded as the rain washed away the grime. In exchange, my shoes were so wet that they made splashing sounds. And despite abusing Sato's bat like that, it wasn't bent very much. There were a few dents in it, probably from hitting the man, but nothing that would make it seem different from before. Instead, it had been stained with black, with red, with mud, and blood. But that itself would be evidence. The one piece of evidence needed to prove that my delusions hadn't been just daydreams, and that I'd ended Satoko's uncle for all eternity. Alright, Keiichi, calm your mind. The time for passion is over. Now is the time to be cold as ice. I needed to bury the body. But where was I? I'd simply followed the man as far as he ran into the darkness. I couldn't take a guess at how far I'd run. It was already pitch black around us, and the only light I had to go on was very faint lights in the road a little farther down. It was so dark out. I hadn't noticed the darkness till just now. My vision was so good, I could see the man's ugly hairline. I could have counted the pores in his head. It was only now that I realized how much crazy strength I had mustered at that moment. I went over to the street light. I looked up and down the road, desperately trying to figure out where I was. Oh no. This is the one road connecting Hinamizawa to the town. We were unbelievably far away from Satoko's house. Had the two of us really run so far a distance? He's gonna get caught! He's gonna get caught! Oh god. Oh god. You should have just let Oyashiro's curse strike. My surprise was was accompanied by knowledge of the miraculous fact that despite running so far and making so much noise, we hadn't come across anybody at all. There was a long way between here and the ambush location where I dug the hole. There was no way I could carry the body that far. Wait, aside from that, the bike the man took here was still lying in the middle of the path. That would be an issue. The police could tell whose motorcycle it was by looking at the license plate, and they wouldn't just leave it at that. Thankfully, the corpse was in the dark forest. In terms of urgency, dealing with the bike would come first, and I wanted to get the shovel back from where I left it next to the hole. I shouldn't drag the body there. I would have to deal with it right here. Fortunately, the ground was like mud from the downpour, and was slightly more sludgy here than where it was before. I might be able to dig a grave quickly here. Of course, the bicycle was still where I left it too. It still wasn't over. Homicide had only been half my goal. He is the curse? Oh, that's a good point. He might be. Maybe. That's interesting. Dawson! Hi! Murder! We told you the murder! Well, I think someone still is cursed. Because Nana is very insistent that it is Oyashiro-sama's curse. There was a time when Rena killed us. And Rena, in the second volume, was very against murder. So that's like, sus. And also, she said she was cursed and has a police record. And she said this occurred when she was in middle school, and she beat the fuck out of some kids. And she got sent away. That's what happened with Rena. So I don't know. I think the curse kill will still happen though. I do think that. The other half would be just as important as the first. I would completely hide the body, not allowing a beginning to happen. I would erase the man like he never existed, and regain the peaceful times we had before. I'd bend my head backwards, and calm my mind down even further. The big water droplets struck my brow mercilessly. They were actually quite comfortable. And for a while, I let my desire have its way. After confirming it was sharp again, I started running through the rain. I know that Mion in the last time said that Satoko was cursed. In volume 2, she said Satoko was cursed. So I bet she is. The motorcycle was in the grass at the roadside. Considering how it looked pelted with the rain and covered in mud, it actually seemed like it had been lying there for a very long time. The plan was to drop the motorcycle into the swamp. The swamp is a bit of a walk from here. I lifted the bike up. I didn't think it'd be so heavy. I was a little surprised, but once I had it upright, it was fairly easy to roll it along. Still, pushing this thing all the way to the swamp was really not something I wanted to do. I could no longer ignore my exhaustion, and it warned me numerous times of how far away the swamp was. This motorcycle, I wonder if I could ride it well enough. No way! Don't do this! You can't! I promise you can't. You're weak and dumb. Weak and stupid. Once I got it going, it would be basically the same as a bicycle. Wouldn't it get me to the swamp quickly? A plan suggested by my exhaustion. The anxiety getting on a motorcycle for the first time withdrew. Crashes and dies, literally. But we still have 2 more chapters after this one. I mean, like 2 more. We still have 3:11 and 3:12. I turn the key, and then you just kick the pedal, right? Yeah. It's on. And then I grip the handlebars, first the right, then the left. Maybe I twisted them too much. The bike lurked and did a wheelie like an angry horse. I lost it for a second, but it was just a problem of how much torque to apply. Let's try that again. It's a horror story. Alright, go get food. It's good to see you again, Josie, by the way. Keiichi so far only dies at the end, but we'll see. This time, slowly, gently. That time it went well. It was strange to be on a 2-wheeled vehicle that would go even if I didn't pedal. Very odd, but I got used to it quickly. Oh, another thing to look out for is a syringe. If they talk about a syringe, if they're like, oh, we found a syringe, that's crazy. Look out for that. I'll hydrate. Yeah. In the first volume, Mion wanted to inject him with syringe, Mion and Rena, but she didn't get to. Ah, Delta! Thank you so much for the follow! Welcome in, welcome. And it got stolen at the end. He taped it to the back of his clock and like had a note, and people found the note, but the syringe was gone. It got stolen. No, because listen. It appeared in volume 2 at the end as well. Because they were like, oh, when Rika died, she died in that volume. She had a syringe on her. Do you know if she was like on... My eye's going crazy, hold on. Okay, she was like, do you know if she like had diabetes or something and took insulin? And he was like, no, she didn't. And he was like, huh, that's interesting, because Mion's family, listen, wait. Mion's family runs a pharmaceutical company and manufactures drugs like that, apparently. So, it might have something to do with EDA, but I'm not sure. I'm just trying to give y'all all the information. So if there's a syringe in chapter 3, then that's another thing. Alright. Mion told me you could get a scooter license within a day, and she was clearly right. This is actually pretty easy. I needed to throw the metal bat into the swamp too, but I didn't know how I'd pack the bat into the motorcycle. Without much of a choice, I stuffed it into the back of a shirt, feeling like a ninja carrying a katana. If I put the tip down the seat of my pants and hunched over, it wouldn't fall out. I got back on the bike, and this time got going without any difficulty. I carefully pressed the button labeled white, and a rather strong light came on, illuminating the way forward. I probably really shouldn't have turned it on, but I didn't have any way of seeing at this point, and I had zero confidence that I could ride through the darkness. Well, he's gonna have to walk all the way back there. As the rain came down on me, I maintained a precarious balance and inched my way towards the swamp. Along the way, I ran across a few people who seemed to be returning from the festival, but none of them had any interest in me. They were all soaked through with rain and hurrying their ways home, or had their umbrellas low and heads down. Yesterday, I might have been wary of even those passerbys, but right now, it didn't seem to be much cause for concern. In fact, it'd probably be even less suspicious to be riding out in the open like this instead of sneaking around. More and more though, I started to think of that idea as naive and brought on by my exhaustion. I climbed a steep hill. On a bike, the hill would have put me out of breath, but I just had to accelerate a little bit to climb the entire thing. Motorcycles sure are convenient. For a moment, its lights illuminated a sign before I passed by it. Onigahuchi Swamp. Good children do not play around here. Still, it wasn't like the way that the swamp was cordoned off or by a metal fence or anything. This is sus. Parents and teachers would get mad at you if they knew you were playing around in the swamp, but some of the bad kids in my class apparently snuck out here to see some giant crayfish in the place. They talked about it before. About how they got to the candy shop to buy some pickled squid, just to tie it to a fishing line and throw it, and all of the crayfish would come running. Once I got up to the bank, there was a tiny ritual shrine and traditional ropes on one of the trees. And as it swallowed the downpour whole, the blackened swamp had waited for me. If I slammed on the accelerator from the cliff cliff-like slope I was on now, the thing would fly straight into the middle of the swamp. I had to be careful not to fall in with it. If I drowned and disappeared, man, what stupid ghost story would that be? On the night of Watanagashi, Satoko's corpse was found in a thicket by the road leading to town, and Keiichi Mayabara went missing. People will whisper that I've been demoned away. Yeah, I think you will be demoned away. The 5th year's curse would be a half-baked one. I got off the bike and twisted the accelerator as hard as I could. I think that is what's going to happen considering there's all these comparisons to Satoshi, and that's what happened to Satoshi. I let go just when it seemed like it would drag me forward. The bike shot off the cliff, and it was swallowed down into the swamp, leaving a far fainter splash than I imagined. Its surface was being pummeled by the downpour, and the muddy, filthy water was flowing into it. I couldn't even make out the motorbike I'd just thrown in there. It's pretty heavy after all. It'd be quickly engulfed by the soft mud at the bottom of the swamp, and would just be pulled deeper and deeper until it reached hell itself. I felt no reluctance whatever throwing in the man's motorbike down to the land of the demons, but I did have a tinge of regret when I did it with Satoshi's bat. The muddy water washed out the gore sticking to it, and it sunk easily. I had sort of shared today's events with Satoshi, so I wanted to give it a quiet place to say. That's how I felt. I started to feel more like returning to the locker than before, so I could continue to keep watch over Satoko. Satoshi, I probably, misunderstood you. Satoshi listened quietly without nodding. I'm absolutely convinced now. You were the one who beat your aunt to death last year and saved Satoko. I always scorned you and called you a coward who ran away, but I was wrong. To the rest of the world, some deviant who was behind that incident, but I know. That was something you did for her. And then, you disappeared. You finally got back that peace and lost it within days. So I swear to you that I will live life to the fullest from now on. Live it enough for both of us. I will live on as though this week, this day, never happened. But I will never forget the short time we shared together for as long as I live. You will not live for that much longer. I didn't know what expressions Satoshi made as he listened, but as someone who had protected the same girl, I felt that he smiled and gave me his blessing. And then, my hand moved on its own accord. The bat I hesitated to throw away left my hands and flew through the air. It traveled this parabolic path, spinning all the while, and the swamp absorbed it without a spine. A parabola! Nice! There weren't even any ripples. Remember the last time he swore he'd act like nothing ever happened? Yeah. And now someone's dead. There weren't even ripples when it hit the surface. That surface was tempestuous because of the downpour, and the bat was long gone. For a moment, I regretted having thrown it, but I realized it might have been what Satoshi would have wanted. Give me 2 seconds. This text is taking so long to type. Okay, sorry. I made a selfish request to someone. I don't know what they'll say. You're right. I still can't let myself give into emotion just yet. I'm going to live for both of us. Totally not what almost every horror anime character says before something happens. Oh, he's dead. I would return for my shovel, get on my bike, dig a hole to hide the body, and bury it. It seemed like a simple sequence of events, but I felt extremely exhausted, and I had to do it all tonight. Satoshi left me with only the advice I needed to finish this upon soon. Then fell silent for eternity, and disappeared at the bottom of the demon's abyss. I returned to the path I'd ambushed her uncle on. My bike was hidden, sleeping in the brush. I stood it back up. My whole body felt heavy, but I needed to finish by the end of the day, even if I had to whip myself to do it. I forgot something. I didn't just come here for my bike. My shovel was here too. Not good, I was zoning out. Every once in a while, if I let my guard down, my vision would almost go black. Pull yourself together, Kate Maibara. I bet his corpse isn't gonna be there. It's still not over. I bet his corpse will not be there. I went to the grove of trees and looked for the hole in which I'd hidden the shovel. Unfortunately, I'd hidden it deep in the forest, not wanting to be seen. Thank you so much for the follow. Hi. Hello. How are you, love? And now everything was black in the night, and I couldn't see anything anymore. This song is scary. This is a scary song. Oh god. I reawakened my fading consciousness and realized just how big this annoyance really was. Wait, you can't be serious. The sweat the rain washed away before came back up to my skin. Deep in the forest, where the streetlights could never reach, the fact that it would be so pitch black had been completely uncalculated. With this darkness, even if I had been able to kill him right away like I'd planned, I didn't know if I still could have buried him without a problem. What should I do? I simply couldn't find the shovel tonight. If I forced myself to go deep in the forest, I'd lose even my sense of direction and might actually get lost in there. That might have been an exaggeration, but it was fully possible I'd trip over a tree root and sprain a muscle. Oh, right. My house storage room. There's another shovel in there. The same fold-up kind. Couldn't I go back to the house, get the shovel, and give up on finding the shovel tonight? It's not as though the name...
Oh, my shed.
Oh, my shed! gonna get dead. It rhymes. It's noticed that the name Maibara is written on the shovel, but seemed like an unusual item from an import variety store made in another country, so I didn't want to leave that shovel here. But in this darkness, I couldn't do anything. I should give up and go back to the storage room. Suspicious hole with the shovel inside. And there was an electric lantern in there. If I used that for light, I could look for it. But it was so extremely dark. Could I light the way with just the lantern? On top of that, it has rain in it, which means that it was dug probably during the night or before it poured down rain. So they could pretty much easily figure out, oh, this happened on Watanagashi. I think it'd be obvious. The light of a lantern in this dark night. I couldn't discard the possibility of it drawing eyes, and I doubted if I could find the shovel with the lantern's feeble light. Besides, I'd left the body here for a pretty long time already. My sense of fear, doped through excessive exhaustion, finally reared its ugly head. Anyway, for now, the most important thing was to hide the body. The shovel being found wouldn't be a big deal, but a corpse? If they found that, I'd share the same fate as Satoshi. First, I go back to the storage room at home. Then I get the lantern, and now that it's gotten dark, I might still need light to dig a hole for the body too. And I get the other shovel, and then I deal with the body first thing. Once that was done, I come back here, find the shovel, bring it back. I had to do at least that much, but I was so tired. But complaining was getting me nowhere. But complaining was gonna, okay, I said that. Well, if I started getting complacent now, everything will have been for naught. At some point, I had sat down. I gritted my teeth and endured, lifting my heavy hips. The night was young. Of all nights I'd experienced, none had ever been this long. When would it all end? The night was young. All right. I think this is the end of the chapter. No? Wow. It's a long one. Understandable because we committed murder. The lights at home were dazzlingly bright. Suddenly, they reminded me of how hungry I was. I checked the clock and saw that it was almost 7. I thought for sure it was 2 or 3 in the morning already. I was surprised at how messed up my biological clock had gotten after just one night. There was a warm light coming in through the curtains of the living room window. The worlds between here and what was beyond those curtains were so different. Is it my fault? Is it my fault it's lagging? I don't know how to make it not lag. Hannah! Hannah! Oh gosh. If only that man hadn't shown up, I would have been in that light. I'd still be excited from the festival, and I'd be talking to my parents about how much fun I had with all my friends. No, you'd be terrified probably. And then, even though they made a hot meal for me, I would have eaten way too much at the stalls, barely eaten any of it, and gone back to my room. No doubt I'd crawl into my futon and easily let myself fall asleep. But right now, I was completely different. There wasn't a single ember of warmth from those weak streetlights. Right now, I was unconnected to any time spent with my family, and there was neither warm food nor the time to allow myself to sleep. My body exposed to the cold rain, I knew that I simply had to spur myself on to accomplish what I must. Nope. He doesn't feel regret. I realized how timid, how cowardly I was becoming. For what reason? Did I need to kill— never mind. He is. Did I need to feel this terrible? Oh, it goes back to normal, so I guess it's not my stream. Or my fault. Even if it felt this terrible, I lost out on my purpose. I selected the fastest, most fundamental way of saving Satoko, and executed it without hesitation. That man was dead. He was gone. He would never ever hurt Satoko again. We all thought frantically about, for days, about, blah blah blah, for blah 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 blah. He has not hid the body. He lost the shovel. We all thought frantically for days on end about Satoko's problem. And finally, with no options, we gave up, and I had solved it in one night, by myself, without anyone's help. Ba 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 ba! Right about now, Satoko would be making dinner for her uncle, despite not knowing when he'd return. And she might be spending the night trembling in fear of whether he'd yell at her for how it tasted. But her uncle wouldn't come home. She wouldn't have to fear his wrath, nor let him make her feel sad. I see. I did it. I successfully saved Satoko. All I've been thinking about for a long time was killing that man. And I'd forgotten the feeling that it was actually all to save her. Your sub is not gone. What the fuck? It keeps making you resub and I don't know why. Thank you. Thank you, Merkel. I appreciate it, but weird. I did. I did something good. That's right. I did something good, didn't I? I felt hot tears coming from my eyes. And that's when I first realized the exhaustion I'd been feeling was actually guilt. The blade of guilt, for a while now, had been scraping away with its tip, hurting my heart. It hurt so bad, I couldn't stand it. It was throbbing painfully. It hurt so much, it was so painful that I cried. I cried tears of joy at saving Satoko. I didn't know why really anymore. I just cried. My tears fell and fell. I stood there for a while, coming to terms with those warm tears. My heart was comforted a little. Alright, Kate Maibara. That's enough. There's nothing to regret or feel ashamed about. But my body and my mind were both thoroughly exhausted, and that was a fact. It was only natural I couldn't feel anything. And tomorrow, and the day after that, I might not be able to feel anything for a while. But there was one thing that was true. There was the undisputable fact that I had just saved Satoko. One day, we would surely be rewarded. One day, I would be proud of how distressing an enterprise I had undertaken to get Satoko's smile back. And so that I could wait for that day, I had to put the finishing touches on this night. Everything I would accomplish today would be for naught. I cannot fucking speak! Ah! Anyways, I looked back up at the sky, which didn't look like it would stop raining anytime soon. Then, I rubbed my eyes and summoned forth energy from my core again. How long did I plan on spacing out? This isn't the time for daydreaming. Someone could find that corpse this very moment. The pessimistic thought was proof the very natural emotion of fear had returned to me. As I allowed the fear to spur me onwards, I went to look for the other shovel and the lantern inside the storage room. Hama, has Takaya please learn how to read? I'm so bad at it. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Alfredo. Have a good day at work. It's gonna keep raining. Yeah, that is true. But not with fingerprints. It's not gonna get rid of fingerprints. It was fortunate. I remembered what it looked like around the streetlight if the body was near. How dark it was. And how it was quite possible I wouldn't have been able to look either. I didn't realize that when I left the place. So my idea of memorizing the spot hadn't even crossed my mind. And that's why I had to call it fortunate that I managed to get back to the body like this. Oh, it's still there? The corpse is now located in a big muddy puddle. Half the thing was already sunk into the swamp-like pool of water. I only realized this afterward, but there was an unused irrigation channel, clogged with fallen leaves and dirt, and there was rainfall flowing from there. Ow! My shoes have been awash in the water for a long time now, so without any hesitation, I stepped into the puddle. The whole muddy stream started flowing back quickly. I couldn't leave any traces, like bloodstains. The rain was a blessing from the heaven. I checked around me, paying very close attention, then turned off the lantern. It became pitch black. But my eyes got used to the darkness in a few moments. And once I managed to reach the street line on the other side, I was able to make out even faint lights. Stuck the shovel into a puddle right next to the corpse. The ground was even looser here than I thought. The shovel's tip easily slid in. I had to hurry and dig. If I took much time, I might lose my energy and strength again. digging a hole in the sand at the beach. I wonder if Sentoku gets accused for this. I wonder. It was easy to dig, but no matter what, the muddy water kept flowing in, covering the hole. The digging wasn't going as well as I hoped. I dug, and the water would go in, so I couldn't get a sense of how deep it was. The only way for me to measure it was to bury my own foot in the mud. I'm digging just fine. It's alright. Don't be disheartened. Dig! 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 I know, it's so descriptive. Occasionally, a car would come by in the road, and I'd hurry to hide myself in the trees. Santoku was, but they don't entirely know when he died, right? Isakile! Welcome up for the first time! Hi! Hi! Everyone was only passing through. They wouldn't have their eyes peeled in this kind of darkness. I understood it logically, but I couldn't help but hide. What I was really scared of wasn't quite that one of those cars would coincidentally happen to witness me here. It was the distance I could spot cars from was gradually getting shorter. At first, I noticed the splashing from far away as the cars drove through them. I started noticing them less and less. The car that just passed by, I didn't notice until its headlights were upon me. I felt my senses growing duller by the moment. If someone were to take a peek in secret as I was burying this body at the worst possible time, maybe I wouldn't even notice. They have to find the body first too. Brain is slow? That's okay. That's okay. I'm gonna be really tiny brain and be theorizing this whole time. So we can be tiny brain together. I roused from all my half-asleep senses and searched for signs of presence nearby. What if I found that someone was spying on me from the trees? I bet someone is. Wouldn't that be funny if, like, Rena was there? A carnivorous feeling snarled at me, glaring at me. If there was, then I would dig another hole. Oh my god! Ah! I'd come this far already. In order to achieve perfection, I didn't care how much more I had to pay. I didn't know what kind of face I was making at the time, but it was definitely a fervently glaring one. My 5 senses reached the conclusion that nobody was present. I didn't breathe a sigh of relief. How long had I been digging this mud out of here? It was deep enough to go for my knees. Turn to Shia LaBeouf. Shovel's deep as a weapon. Shovel's a good weapon, I feel like. Could hit someone really hard in the back of the head, I think. Maybe I'd throw in the corpse as a test. I swallow, getting my breath under control. Also, in volume 2, I should tell you, 2 people died and 2 people disappeared. So I wonder if 2 people died and 2 people disappeared this time again. Despite how much I'd beaten him, I was afraid of touching the corpse. So instead, I dragged it by the feet to the hole. It took more than just a waggle and tug to do it. But of course, it did. Considering this man's weight was easily 80 kilograms. I rallied my strength and dragged him. At this point, my groundless fears that he might suddenly start moving again had vanished long ago. His body fit perfectly into the muddy hole. It was more than deep enough. Alright, bury him. Quickly, quickly. If I did a perfect job of burying it here, everything would be over. I would hide it in the hole, and none of this would ever happen. When I realized I only had a little farther to go, to finish everything, I was racked with pointless anxiety, like I was in a race against time. It was like I was absorbed in a delusion, that if I didn't bury the body quickly, it might come back to life. So in 3, no way 3 people die and disappear. No way. No way. In any case, in such a great rest, I poured mud and dirt into the hole. If it didn't work efficiently, someone might find me here. Until now, I forget if someone saw, I just killed them, but not anymore. I was arrested with such absolute fear that if someone saw me, it would all be over. As I finished the work off, it was a total mess. Splish, splash, squish, squash. I drew the surface of the shovel across the ground, trying to make it flat. I was so completely covered in mud at that point. The rain washed the mud off my body, but not off my now blackened clothing. My body and mind were caked with panic, with fear, with rain, and sweat, and mud. There's so much lore, and I don't understand any of it. My shoulders heaving, I drew down the shovel and set them in the mud. I was so exhausted that I wanted to lie down right here and sleep. It was over. Alright, bye-bye, Demo! Bye-bye! Mwah. So in 8, the fucking whole town dies. And murder stories of any kind, there's always someone who sees what you've done. That's true. I know. Okay, and also, in this town, there's this, like, they tend to be like, oh, we know what you did. Everyone here knows. The word got around. So I think everyone will know. This time, for real, it was over. This song is so haunting. I love it. The man was now in the bottom of the wet dirt. Right now, this moment, there were traces that this place had been dug up. The rain and flowing muddy water would completely cover it all in moments. Yes, it was over. I did it. I did it. I did it. You motherfucker! And then I fell over backwards, face up in the mud. Raindrops pelted my face without mercy, but I didn't care. After staying there for a while, resting my mind, I got up again. Someone could still see you with a muddy-ass shovel. You should leave. And you're covered in mud. It was over. So let's go home. You already buried the whole thing. So now it's like it never happened. It never happened, so there's no reason for me to stay out here and get rained on. You're so fucked. He's fucked, bro. He's fucked. He's fucked. I wobbled to my feet. I wouldn't use the shovel anymore. I considered disassembling it, but I didn't have the strength in my absolute exhaustion. I didn't really need to take it apart anyway. Dragging the shovel behind me, I headed to the light. I stood up to my bike. It had been laying in the grass for the road. I didn't know how I was going to get the still assembled shovel in the front basket. Put the shovel down in the back of my shirt like I did with the baseball bat. Unlike the bag, the corner of it was on my back, making it very painful. Plus, if I relaxed my posture even a little, it would follow behind me. Yeah, that does happen pretty often, and I think that is likely, but I honestly think... Benji! Benji, thank you so much for the raid! I'm so glad! Hey, Benji! Benji! Really quickly, I want to say, just before I forget, I think what's gonna happen... Hi! I hope you had an amazing stream, thank you so much! But my prediction is, because it rained today, and he was like, yeah, there's so much water in this hole. When the water goes away, I feel like there'll be an obvious, like, dent, like when the moisture's gone, and the dirt will sink a little bit there. That's what I think, but I'm not sure. I don't really know how this works. But yeah, welcome in! Oh, I'm so glad! Hades is so cool. I'm awful at games like that, though. My stream is going good, thank you! I ended up having to carry the shovel in my left hand and ride my bike using only my right hand. Not only was I in a state of total exhaustion, this was a downpour. One hand on the handlebars, I was swaying to and fro like a drunk, but I didn't care. Even swaying like this, I got a little closer to home every time I pedaled. I saw two lights swaying slowly in front of me. A car was approaching. Oh no, I need to get out of the way. From far away in the shadows of the darkness, a car appeared. How much you want to bet it's Coach? It's Coach. I bet you it's fucking Coach. I'm so sure it's Coach. It's Coach. He's gonna see me with the shovel and he's gonna be like, you did the right thing. Its dazzling lights washed over me. The driver made a short honk to inform I was in the middle of the road. I have to get out of the way. I kept telling myself that, but not only was I riding one-handed, I was exhausted and couldn't do anything. Wobble, wobble, wobble. I meandered about, not going to the right or the left. The driver decided to swerve out of the right in front of me, and without lowering its speed much, it steadily came towards me. The outline grew larger in my vision, and telling myself that I really needed to get out of the way, I jerked the handlebars in one direction, then lost my balance and fell over, bike and all. My whole body splayed out, and one foot caught in the bike. This was seriously bad. My drowsiness quickly vanished, just as a cold sweat broke out on my skin. Oh god. Oh god. Alright, have a good luck, Benji! Coast's gonna get sturdy on the grave. Guys, I'm scared! So in Volume 1, if you remember, someone tried to hit us. Are we gonna get hit? The driver recklessly spun the wheel to the left and made a counterclockwise U-turn and came right up to me and stopped. It's Coach! It's Coach! The driver's seat door opened, and the driver came out. You idiot! What are you doing here? It's pretty sure someone would yell at me like that. Oh my, look who it is. It was a woman's voice and what I knew. Oh, Takano-san! I lifted my face off the ground and looked at her. Takano-san! 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 Hi, Shell! she reports me for murder, though. She's probably gonna die. Probably gonna get demoned away like she does all the time. But are we gonna be the one doing it? Ah! I dropped something. Oh no. Okay. Okay. Spartan, hi! No problem at all. Have a great lurk. Thank you and welcome in for the first time. Takano-san. Good evening. The moon here is very pretty tonight. It's raining far too hard to see the moon. Takano-san unfolded the umbrella and smiled when she spoke. That smile was, for some reason, uncanny, like she'd seen right through me. Out of all the people I could have met tonight, I got this sudden feeling that this is the one I wanted to see the least. What are you doing out so late? And also, in Volume 2, she died before Watanagashi, but also she was like walking around on Watanagashi. I wonder if this is the same thing, where like she's dead, she's alive, but she's dead. Alive, but she's dead. And you're soaked and covered in mud. No umbrella either. What is that? A shovel? Is there a lore reason why she keeps coming back in every game? So basically, every chapter is like Groundhog Day. Keiichi dies every single time. That's a good joke, Nexel, I'm not gonna lie. That's a good joke. Hello, welcome in for the first time. It's good to see you. Hi. But yeah, so basically, he repeats the same, like, couple weeks over and over again, and every single time he dies. But you're supposed to learn more about the story, and I don't really know what's going on, but we'll figure it out. This is Volume 3, and there's 8 volumes, so she had come here via car. She wouldn't have known what I was just doing, and yet she smiled as though she knew everything. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. She always makes that mysterious-looking smile, remember? Don't let her on to anything, lest you dig your own grave. The rumors... I bet he did. I bet he gets put in the grave that he made and left open. The rumors say that you were playing baseball with the golf club. Is that what the shovel's for, too? You're using it as an umbrella? I should tell a good lie here. If I could just do that, things would work out. When I went with Rena to go digging for treasure at the dam, we forgot this there. And you went to get it in this downpour? When I left my house, I didn't think it would rain, so... Oh, it's been raining for a while, though. Been out for quite some time, haven't you? Well, yeah, I was kind of wandering around. Even so, you came from that direction, didn't you? The dam is in the opposite direction, you know. Takano-san was clearly aware that something exceedingly abnormal is happening with me. This song is so good! Y'all hear this? Ain't no way! Ain't no way! Also, she like kind of U-turned and tried to hit me. A good lie. It could have been good. It could have been good. It could have been, but it didn't end up being effective. And as she played her little word games, she was enjoying driving me into a corner. Maybe she had a vague guess just in the situation of what I've been doing. My timing really sucked to run into her of all people, of all the times. And at the very end, I can only be frustrated at my terrible luck. I'd done so much, and the end was literally right around the corner. So why at the very end did I run into her of all people? What do you do, Keiichi Maebara? You're still holding something that could be a dangerous weapon. Will you silence Takano-san? Even if it would be simple to kill Takano-san, dealing with the car she'd come in afterward would be an issue. I couldn't drive a car. It was completely different from a motorbike. But even if the car was here, as long as there was no proof I killed her, yes, in tonight's downpour without any prior planning, all by coincidence, a hit and run. As long as I didn't drop any handkerchiefs with my initials on me, they'd never know I killed her. A black flame quietly smoldered in rage in the core of my body. That's a scary look. Did I tease you too much? Takano-san started to laugh by herself and thankfully stopped talking about it. But the dark clouds in my mind didn't go away. Ryan, welcome in for the first time! Hi! Hi! Do you guys think that we're gonna kill her? I don't know if we will. I kinda don't think we will. Leaving that aside, how long are you planning on crawling on the ground with your bike like that? Would you mind moving out of the way? If I moved, she would leave. So I tried to get the bicycle out of the way, but then I twisted my ankle and it fell over. Shit! Ugh! There was a sharp pain in the ankle I twisted. This is nonsense. A sprained ankle. Now? Oh my, are you alright? Did you twist your ankle? Takano-san squats down and takes a good look at the ankle it's rubbing. She compares it to my facial expression, apparently trying to gauge how bad the wound was. Right, she's a nurse. Can you stand? Ugh. I didn't expect to, but I couldn't even stand up. It was all I could do to shamelessly wriggle on the ground like a caterpillar. Takano-san looked at her watch, then at her car, and after thinking for a moment, opened the passenger seat door, and then gave me her shoulder to stand up with. I'll take you home. I do feel bad since it's almost like I hit you. I'm sorry. I wouldn't just leave you there. It's a good thing I'm a nice person. Nobody good has ever called themselves a nice person, but that would be a terrible thing to say to someone holding me up like this. I don't think she's gonna kill us yet. I took Takano's hands and set them in the passenger seat. Actually, we might not have time for Steins Gate today. And I'm very sorry, Asao. I'm so deeply sorry if that is the case. But I did say that I was going to finish this today. So, I'm sorry. I know! Asao, this fucking kid. He's kind of the worst this time around. I'm sorry, Asao. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be playing Steins Gate for sure on Wednesday, but it depends on if I have time. I don't want to stream for too long tonight. Takano-san went around the back and looked at my bike on the ground. I don't suppose we could take this bicycle home tomorrow? I'd clearly tell her face that she thought it would be a pain since it'd be heavy and it would get her car dirty, but my bike has the name Maebara written on it. I couldn't leave it out here like this. Well, can you somehow put it in the car? I sort of need it. The trunk is already full. If I put it in the back seat, it'll get the seats dirty with mud. Well, given how you're already in here, it's already dirty, I suppose. My feel off, looky, I promise. Oh, I'll be good. Thankfully, you have this week off. Oh, I'm so glad. Can't even murder right? I know! Guy sucks. I turn back to the back seat and see someone's folding bicycle there already. Oh, Tomitake's? I bet it's Tomitake. It still looked big enough to fit my bike in there as well. My expression reflected my thoughts, and the exact thoughts seemed to get through to her. Alright. I'll put it in here for you. I'll be really nice, but just for tonight, okay? Takano-san continued with her mean jokes, but... What? What do you want, Mama? What the fuck do you want, bitch? What? Nothing happened! But she hoisted my bike and loaded it into the backseat for me. The mean jokes were one thing, but couldn't she do something about the, that eerie smile? Ow! Yoribito-san! Yoribito! Okayori! Aya-chan no kawaii Yoribito-san! Ureshii. Cali heat happened. Yeah, I'm sorry, honey. I'm very sorry. That's what I did, Shell. I rested my voice and drank tea with honey. And even more importantly than the bike, I didn't want to leave the shovel here. Ow, shovel here. The shovel could be directly connected to the buried body between. Sorry to ask another favor, but could you get my shovel too? Takano-san gave me a clearly dubious expression. Your shovel? It's fine with me. Is it important? The more I talk, the worse it gets for me. That's how I felt, so I didn't force myself to answer him. Just rest, Mama. Rest. Eventually, alarmed by my silence, Takano-san gave a short shrug and sighed. Alright, I understand. You need your shovel, right? You don't need to make such a mean face. Takano-san brought over the shovel that was lying in the middle of the road. I clutched it like I'd never let go of it again. Takano-san watched me with a puzzled look. Yeah, we just buried a body, Mama. Okay, let's be off. Maebara-kun, you live at the Maebara Mansion, don't you? Why does everyone call my house the Maebara Mansion? because it's actually a mansion. Must be nice to be rich. As she spoke, Takano-san pulled the handbrake and stepped on the gas. After making a skillful U-turn, using the shoulder of the road, she steadily increased the speed. From the rearview mirror, that accursed place seemed to melt into the darkness. This is sus! Right? Huh? I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you. What was that? Takano-san suddenly tried to say something, but thoughtlessly I didn't catch it. Looking ahead, Takano-san said the same thing one more time. Guys, this is scary. Guys, this is about to be sus. Guys, this is about to be sus. Prepare. Okay. The body. How well was it buried? I felt my heart might beat out of my chest, but I didn't let it show. Told you guys! But my lungs were squeezed tight, and I couldn't breathe. What are you talking about? When burying bodies in mountains like these, you have to bury it fairly deep, because wild dogs will often smell the corpse and dig it out. Some human bone a wild dog brings back in its mouth leads to an incident being uncovered. The police head out to search the stretch of the mountains. It actually happens pretty often, you know? Tong tong, clang clang. Huge rusted bells started ringing in my head. Had I buried it so deep that I could say it absolutely wouldn't be found? The answer was no. I was in such a rush to bury him and get it over with that I couldn't deny having possibly buried it too close to the surface. She is a murder enthusiast! She is a murder enthusiast! I Ben knew about this, but also, like, it's her research, to, look at Watanagashi traditions and murder and stuff, but no, wait. That's not, wait. Anyway, this woman, how does she know? She had just passed by here in her car by coincidence. We ran into each other by coincidence. If she'd been watching the entire thing from the trees, and once I'd left, she came back in her car? It didn't make logical sense. To me, this is what I consider to be the theme of Higurashi. Is this the theme? Yeah, but she's casually helping a murderer. Yeah, but she could be a murderer herself. So then, why? That's it. You need to kill her. My entire body reawakened, and I could feel my pupils dilate. I couldn't possibly beat her to death with a shovel in such a small car. Then I used my hands to strangle her, but she was driving right now. If I strangled her, we might get into an accident. Then suddenly, Takano-san turned and looked at me. What? Nobody retort? For a moment, I was surprised. What was she talking about? It would seem we're not a very good match. Takano-san said disappointed, returning her gaze ahead. I repeated the words she said a few times in my head, and finally realized she meant it as an off-color joke. I didn't know whether it was really a joke, but I wouldn't be able to fool her no matter how many lies I told. Mama! Don't murder! We have to meet each other at AX! Right now, with her driving the car like this, I couldn't kill her. I have an even harder time doing it when I got back to my house. That moment we met, that had been my best chance. And to have missed it so easily, it hurt. After that, Takano-san didn't say a single word. The car was completely buried in almost suffocating silence. What kind of woman had I run into? With everything that happened today, it's black and white now! Why? This is sussy! I'm going to AX! Yes, going to AX. If no one finds the body, it's fine? Yeah. AX is Anime Expo. It's the biggest con in the United States. I just had to go home and go back to sleep. What bad luck. Yeah, I'm gonna work with Hinamama, but also Evan might take me to a concert, so, As my sleepiness gradually overtook me, the anxiety I felt steadily started to matter less and less. Yay, Osao! Come to Mama's booth. Is this alright? Keiichi Maebara? You probably should not leave this woman alive. Right now, I'm tired. She stepped on the brakes, and I jerked against the seatbelt. That woke me up. I thought I must have fallen asleep by accident. Oh, there's our house. I looked out the window, and there's a big building with faint lights on. It's really dark out, but I knew immediately it was my house. I'll go get your folks for you. Would you mind Would you mind the place for a few minutes while I'm gone? Don't make fun of me, please. Besides, look, I'm fine now. I can walk by myself. Oh my! You were in such pain before. You had to get me to carry you. Did you just want a pretty lady to be nice to you? As Takano-san spoke, she left the car and opened up her umbrella. The sound of falling raindrop was fierce, as always. Mama, are they gonna have my real life name on the artist badge? Cause that would suck. That would suck so bad. The sound of falling raindrops was fierce as always. I carefully reached down and rubbed the ankle I twisted. There was still some pain and a little weirdness, but they weren't that bad anymore. No? Okay. Cool. Cool. I first regretted this whole thing. If I hadn't twisted my ankle, I could have still taken the option of killing Takano-san right then and there. Oh, really? Wait, your artist name? Oh god, my bad. Your artist name will be on my badge. It's kind of cool. I get to cosplay as Mama. Guys, I get to cosplay as Mama! There probably wasn't too much doubt that Takano-san was convinced I was involved in some sort of crime. If she knew about everything happening with Sakako, then she might have guessed that I killed someone. I hope so, Yorobito. Tabun! Kowai! Demo, tabun! I hope. I'm scared. I might not die, but still. Oh, cool, Mama. Click, click. Takano-san opened the passenger side door for me. You're sure you don't need my shoulders? I wouldn't mind doing it for you again. I ignored her answer by getting into the car by myself. The rain was still pretty intense. I had cosplay as a MILF? Are you calling Hina a MILF? I got my bicycle out of the back seat. I was a bit curious what the other bike belonged to, but that didn't matter right now. It's definitely Tomitake's. I left Takano-san hold the umbrella over me, and pushed my bicycle up to the front door. Thank you very much. I'll be fine now. My ankle hurt so much earlier, and it still did, but it aggravated me that it hadn't even been that bad. It was really, seriously, terrible luck. Daijoubu. 心配しないで。心配しない. But it aggravated me that it hadn't even been that bad. Really, it was seriously terrible. Yes, okay. Alright. I'll be leaving then. Keep it as a secret that we had a nice evening drive together by ourselves, okay? Especially from Jiro-san. Jiro-san? Oh, she meant Tomitake-san. Suppose she calls him by his first name. His full name must be Jiro Tomitake then. And then, the other bike, the folding one in the back seat, that I didn't care about at first, suddenly came to mind. Hey, excuse me, you're from Hinamizawa, right? On the day before yesterday, as I walked near the dam half asleep, Tomitake-san had talked to me. And the bicycle he had been riding, it was... That bicycle in the back belongs to Tomitake-san, doesn't it? Takano-san's eyes, I think they sharpened for a moment. And why do you think that? Esme! Esme! Hi! Hi, Jay. Oh, hi, Jay. Sip. Yeah. Okay. I saw it when I met him before. The frame stood out to me. But wouldn't that be odd? Oh god. Guys, she killed him. Oh, he is in the trunk for sure. Do you think it's possible for this to be Jiro-san's bike? Huh? Takano-san, her hair elegantly fluttering, peers in my eyes. Well, there are no bed and breakfasts in Hinamizawa, are there? Jiro-san will need to be staying in town. Is that so? Well, I guess that's right, huh? I know, he needs to leave! Can't really walk away from town to Hinamizawa, can you? Well, and there are no buses either. You at least need a bicycle. She didn't need to tell me that. That's why Jiro-san was riding a bike. For Jiro-san's bicycle to be stowed in my car. and him to not be there. That would be strange, wouldn't it? It would mean Jiro-san was in Hinamizawa without a bike. I'd have to left Jiro-san somewhere and put his bike in the car, wouldn't I? It wouldn't make sense. As she spoke, Takano-san made eyes like a hawk. I didn't really understand what was so odd. I didn't... Oh, okay, I read that right. I thought I read that wrong. What about that is odd? Aren't you and Tomitake-san friends? I don't really think it'd be strange for there to be some reason that you had his bicycle in your car. But it would be. What I mean is that Jiro-san and his bicycle being in different places in Hinamizawa wouldn't make sense. And for those reasons, it means this bicycle can't be his. Do you understand now? He stole the bike? Takano-san's roundabout way of talking was hard to comprehend, but that eeriness I could feel, that vague dreadfulness, I didn't like it at all. Okay, so he either stole the bike or she killed him, or both. But then, the most wild instinctive part of me warned me not to cry. That's my bicycle. Jiro-san picked it out for me though, so I can't deny that it looks alike. Oh, okay. Kill. Murder. I see now. But it looks similar. You and I never saw each other tonight. And now she was talking about something completely different. What are you talking about? You and I never saw each other tonight. I stayed there, not knowing what to say, and Takano-san repeated her eerie, succinct phrase to me again. You and I never met this night. You and I never saw each other tonight. Something cold and unpleasant crawled on my spine. I knew because I killed a person with my own hands before. Before I came to the conclusion that I only had one chance to beat this woman to death and keep her quiet, and I couldn't hesitate. So I could tell that she'd arrived at the very same conclusion. My instincts warned me again. I wish I'd never met this woman. The faint sense, like a rotten smell, drifting from this woman, was no doubt the exact same sense I was giving off right now. The very peculiar aspiration, the lack of uncertainty at taking human's life for a purpose. One that only those who have risen above everything have. Do something! Hi, hi, hi! Welcome back. I'm glad you came back. We actually killed someone already, so you missed that. But it's fine. Nothing much happened. Actually, maybe I should have called it nausea. It meant, and I didn't know how to explain it well, but Takano-san was the same as me. In other words, someone who shouldn't have been here. Someone I couldn't let anyone know was here. Someone who nobody wanted to see. And now that we had, we could calmly pretend as though we never met each other. Yes, which meant that just like I wanted to have nothing else to do with her, she didn't want anything to do with me either. And she too wanted to make it so that we never met. Both of us wished for the same thing. Our desires were the same, which meant that Takano-san's suggestion was extremely practical, and that I couldn't outright refuse. If that's fine with you, then sure, whatever. You and I didn't meet this night. You're right. That would be best for you too, wouldn't it? Why do you think that? Are you seriously asking me that? You can't figure that out on your own, boy? You should cut me off with the condescending word boy. Right in front of my house, in a place most unsuited to killing. And yet there was a frozen thirst for blood coming from both of us. I would be killed right here, right now. Yeah. Then I should have definitely beaten her as we passed each other. A damp, greasy sweat broke out over my body. It's fine. If you want me, then you can come at me any time. When I made up my mind, she shook her hair elegantly and turned her heel. Good. I am a kind person after all. What was good? How? Because she was a kind person? Was that it? I didn't get it. Takano-san got into her car. We didn't exchange any words of parting. I performed a massive feat, the killing of Satoko's uncle, and yet I didn't feel any accomplishment. I realized something, I think. I just realized something. The person who kills someone gets demoned away to cover the tracks. Does that make sense? Satoshi killed his aunt, and he got demoned away. Tomitake died. And Takano got demoned away. And this time, we killed, the uncle, and we're probably going to get demoned away too. I'm not really sure, but that's my theory at the moment. I know that doesn't entirely make sense because, like, Mion said that, like, she kind of did some fucky killy stuff, but I'm not really sure. On the terribly rainy night when the demons wandered, as agents of Oyashiro-sama's will, the demons were never supposed to meet, but suddenly they did. The demons parted ways triumphantly. There was no reason for them to fight. Both their objectives had already been accomplished. Okay, so... I know, right? Right? This isn't even like a super, like, not interesting chapter, but more like eventful chapter. So, like, I'm glad that y'all are booked. With the rain hitting me like a waterfall, my eyes met with Takano-san's the car window. The female demon, her mouth twisted in distorted, fearless smile. It was too late to kill her, far too late. That first moment, the very first moment we saw her, had been my best chance. And now that we had parted like this, I was acutely aware of it. I should not have let her live. Well, you did. Also, I think that this proves that the demons have possessed, Keiichi's body. And I think that because of that, he will die, and they will take over his body. Right? No. I mean, like, it took a long time for something to happen. And also, we were the one murdering them, so it was less scary. And more, like, kind of... Interesting is a better word than scary. I think it's not as scary, but more, you know? Or, like, less dark. The last chapters were a lot darker. Okay. She beeped her horn quite quickly. Then her car drove away into the what? The what? Hold on a minute. Fucking, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Give me a second. Hey Google, how do you, hold on.
Deluge. Deluge.
What?
Deluge.
Deluge? 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 Okay. This one woman who knew what really happened tonight disappeared into the dark. As long as she was alive, this night would never really end. How to hide a buddy. Just get into an accident, I thought to myself. In this downpour, slip on some mud or something, and fly face first into a tree and die. God damn. That wasn't a delusion, a wild flight of fantasy. It was an earnest wish. Yes, it was a command. Die. Die! And keep your mouth shut for eternity, because I have no doubt you're wishing for me to die all the same. My curse upon her faded emptily as Takano-san's taillights disappeared into utter darkness. Her car's lights were completely out of sight now. I don't even know what deluge means. I'm sorry, I'm stuck on this. Even the sound of the engine faded into the sound of heavy rain and was inaudible now. I, too, turned on my heel to draw the curtains on this same night, to open my front door and end it all. I began walking towards the front door. I was covered in mud, and it made a squishing sound with every step I took. Squish, squish. Don't worry, Kate, Maevara. Squish, squish. She'll die. Squish, squish. Her end will be as miserable as she is. I'll throw her into some flames alive and let her dance until she's burned to a crisp. Okay, that's how she died, though. She got burned alive. She got burned alive. That's how she died. Weird chimp. Weird chimp. Weird chimp. I'll burn her to ashes in the fires of hell itself until she's roasted as much as she deserves. I wish. Yeah, she died like a witch. The luge is a flood. Okay, thank you. I wish. I really do. Squish. Huh? Just now. I hadn't taken a step, and yet... A footstep! Guys? Guys? We're not alone in here! Place your bets! I think it could be Rena. I'm gonna go with Rena. Without emotion, I turned around. If there was a footprint that wasn't my own, it was obvious that someone else was behind me. Was somebody else there? I was sick of this. Oh God. Oh God. It's like last stream, the view of the house, the footsteps, yeah. Oh god. Whoever it was, I was sick of everything tonight. This time, I would kill them. I would kill them without a second thought. I wouldn't hesitate to turn around and dig another hole. But, fortunately, there was nobody there. No, someone's there! Someone is there! Someone is there! I promise! I promise someone's there! I wasn't going to have to kill any more people tonight. This night, I couldn't handle any more of it. Even if I heard an extra footstep each time I stopped, I put it down to me just being tired. Okay, so this is the end of the chapter, but no, there was someone there. Someone was totally fucking there. Mama, get out. You can't. Do not haunt Casey. Do not haunt Casey. Okay, I have to pee real quick, okay? Fire from Hell and Victim of the Fifth Year. Okay, this is going to be interesting, because that's going to be the uncle. Or it could be... Can we talk? Okay, hold on. I'm going to go pee real quick, and then we're going to read the tips, okay? Okay. Hi, everybody. All right. Okay. Okay. Feel new tips. Fire from Hell. Hell is my mouse still shown on the screen? I can't even see my mouse. How can you see my... I can't see my mouse on my other monitor. How can you... Okay, whatever. Hello? Do you need the hospital or the fire department? The fire department. Is there a fire or some other accident? Yes. Please speak slowly and calmly. It's Takano, isn't it? I bet it's Takano. Goodness. Okay. Gotta use some apple juice? I love apple juice. Okay, sorry. My camera keeps shifting for some reason. I don't know why. So it's not tracking me very well. Okay. I think it's a fire. This is the rest area on the highway. I can see a ton of fire and smoke coming up from the mountains behind us. Nobody goes back there, so I don't know why anything got lit on fire. Oh, I wish I had apple juice. Apple juice. Sorry, I died a little. I'm dying a lot, actually. Anyway, I figured I should let you know. It could turn into a forest fire. I understand. I need to know exactly where you are, so please tell me your name, your phone number, a phone number you can use to get in touch with you, and the exact location of the fire. Notice from the fire department headquarters. We have a report of a suspicious fire on the slopes of mountain. Given its distance from the road, it could be a couple's bonfire, or someone unlawfully burning trash. The location is deep in the woods. No homes in the area, but the fire could spread. Immediately go to the site to verify. Is this the fire station? This is District Fire Department branch. We arrived moments ago at the reported area. Guys, I have a theory, guys. I'm sorry, Jack. Yes, this is Takano! This is Takano dying! Fire confirmed to be a burning oil drum left in the mountains. The fire is calming and there's no chance it'll be spread. And, well, in the oil drum, I think it might be a person. Like a person burned with kerosene or something. Well, I think maybe we should get the police over here. There's no mistaking it. This is a person. Okay, guys, let me tell you my theory, okay? That's Takano for sure. That's how she died last time. But I bet the victim in the 5th year is going to be Tomitake. Okay? Yes, it is! It is! Okay, guys, I have a theory. I believe that Tomitake and Takano are always going to be the victim of the curse somehow. But I think, Takano's body just happened to get found. I have a feeling that the body was found, but it's the body that Takano's, like, I don't know. It's the corpse that Takano's demon self possessed or something? I don't know. A demon possessed it. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. But I think that they are destined to die every single time on Wataragashi. That's what I think, okay? And last time, Mion killed Katie and, what's his fuck? And Shion. But I think Mion did that just because she's Mion. And Oyashiro-sama's curse is something entirely different than, like, just murder with demons. Oh my gosh. I feel like that's right. But I don't know yet. Okay. That's what it looks like. He kills them differently every year, but this is particularly conspicuous, isn't it? This is just because she's Mion. Yeah. Okay, here's what I think. So they're about to find Tomitake with his throat scratched out, yeah? Clawing out your own throat! Yes! Sorry, I'm a genius. That isn't normal. G in girl boss stands for genius. I'm a girl boss. Let's leave the rest to the old man in forensics. I'm sure I'll find some suspicious drugs. Thank you for your hard work. Oh, Oi-san, Komiyama-san, and the others have arrived. Oi-san, much appreciated. Well, it would seem like we have a pretty crazy one this year. Yes. Been outsmarted. I was absolutely under the impression Teppei Hojo would get killed tonight. So who's the deceased? Jiro Tomitake. A photographer with a hobby for coming to Hinamizawa a few times a year. We didn't even have him marked. I wonder what happened. They realized we were watching the Hojo residents the whole time and decided to switch their target? I like it. Maybe. We should flub this one. And there's no problems with Teppei Hojo. Correct. His daughter left for the festival in the evening, and a little while later, he left on his motorbike. His daughter came back first. Wait, has he not come back yet? Is he still out drinking somewhere? Oi-san, are you there? Call from Chief Takasugi. He's online with car 1. Oh god. Wow. Guys. Jeez, okay. Chapter 11. Chapter 11! Okay, next day. Time to meet and greet. We got school. At first, I thought it was a dream. I was staring at this strange sheet, not really understanding what it was. That was all. I didn't go after it, nor did I ridicule it. How many more chapters? One more after this one. There's 12. But this one is 11. The fact that the boring view was the ceiling of my own room, I didn't realize that for a fairly long time. Every volume has 12 chapters. Yes, I thought I'd been dreaming, but I'd actually been staring at the ceiling this whole time. Dude's fucked up. Yeah, it's horrifying, Sushikola. This is what the source material is. I haven't finished it, so no spoilers, but I like this so much. It's fucking scary. Not this particular chapter or volume or whatever, but generally, it's scary. Lethargy induced by the voices of the cicadas. Even after I realized I was awake, I couldn't draw forth the energy to sit up. Yeah, it's so good. Everything I could see, everything I could hear, everything was like a television broadcast that had already ended. It was hot. So hot I could choke on the heat. My back was moist with night sweats, and it felt gross. Unable to endure it any longer. That was such a long chapter. It was 2.5 hours long. That's insane. I tossed in my futon, and finally blood started coursing through my brain. I lazily recalled the long day I had yesterday. The reality, as I lay here listening to the voices of the cicadas, and yesterday, so different from it. In order to kill Satoko's uncle, I had rehearsed, formulated a plan, and dug a hole. It was very hot, and I was tired, wasn't I? And when evening came, I went to school and called him out on the phone. I panicked for a moment when he asked where the police station was, but it worked out. And then I waited and swooped down. I couldn't remember anymore what sort of emotions I'd let control my body. In any case, it didn't go smoothly, but I did it. It was very hard to dig a hole for the body. That feel of the rain pelting down on me, I don't think I'll ever forget it. I wonder how Satoko's gonna react to this. We have school, right? 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 Thank you so much for the follow, Sushikola. I appreciate it, Sushi. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Acid, welcome back. Thank you for the subby. I appreciate it. That feel of the rain pelting down on me, I don't think I'll ever forget it. The rain, the mud, and the sprays of blood. Hi. The sensation of floundering in a swamp. When I met Takano-san on the way home, that wasn't good, no matter how I interpreted it. It was the most misfortunate and uncalculated thing that happened that night. Asa coming back as a Chad. Always a Chad. Everything would have been perfect if only I hadn't encountered her. Hydrate will do. Hi, lettuce. Yeah. I was just riding my bike with my shovel in one hand, through the downpour, utterly soaked. There was no way someone could surmise a murderer bearing a body just from that information. Yes, I think I would actually assume that. That's really suspicious. Especially on a night where a murder occurs. I think I would assume that. Now that I was thinking calmly, nothing under the morning sun, that's what I thought. Still, the more I think about Takano-san's eyes, it seemed like she understood. Takano-san, she knew that I killed someone, buried them, and that I'd been on my way home, exhausted. Takano-san wouldn't gain anything from selling me out to the police, but that didn't mean I could feel at ease. I know, right, Michael? I should have killed her. I crossed such a bridge to get my tranquil life back. Well, fucking congratulations, she's dead. I finally achieved it as a result. But now, for the rest of my life, for all the tranquil days starting today, I'd have to live in fear of when they could suddenly end. I may have twisted my ankle, dulled from total exhaustion. I wonder if the person who gets demoned away... I know I already said the person who gets demon away kills the person, but I wonder if that person is possessed by a demon, outright possessed by a demon, and that's why they're technically demoned away, and then they disappear. I think that's why they call it being demoned away. That's what I guess. Okay. They were like, you won't even be able to make conjecture because it's so difficult. Bitch, I got it. I feel like I got it solved here. I regretted it more and more as time went on. Although I don't fully understand why Rena died or Rena got possessed the first. I don't know. We'll see. You didn't have a choice, Kate. You didn't have any choice at the time. You were tired. You were a mess. Even if you made the decision, you might not have even been able to kill her. She might have just beaten you instead. In that sense, parting ways uneventfully could have been the safer option. Logically, I know that, but that doesn't mean I have nothing to worry about, does it? Just worry about it when it comes. And now isn't the time to be worrying. It's the time to be smiling, right? You accomplished so much just to gain a new life starting today, didn't you? Then you should be happy at this new morning. If remembering the past is too hard for you, then just consider everything up to yesterday as having never happened. Well, first of all, we don't know what happened at the festival. Something weird could have happened there with the girls. Satoko completely broke down the last time we saw her, so that might have something to do with this. Or, like, that might play a part into this. You don't know how she's gonna react when her, like, last living family member is pronounced dead. I'm very curious. Very curious. You said so yourself. You bury it all like it never happened. Well, your wish came true. Everything before yesterday never happened. That's not true. So be happy, Kate, Maevara. Yay. I stuck up my hands lazily. Felt a little silly for me to be the one doing it. I heaved a sigh from deep in my belly. That sigh got my lungs moving. It felt like I hadn't been breathing until just now. It wasn't enough to admonish myself over. All the dice could be thrown. Already had been. And the numbers that turned up weren't bad at all. If I lost at those numbers, then I just have to give up, I guess. I grabbed the chest of my pajamas and flapped it back and forth. Cool air flowed over my sweating body. Okay. Nothing before yesterday happened. Yeah, he always said third person, Oh no, he's not talking in third person. He talks to himself sometimes. So he says Katie Maemara to refer to himself, but he does it all the time. Nothing. Nothing at all. I forget it all. Yesterday was all a dream. What time is it? About midday? Getting myself up and going to school this late seemed kind of absurd, but I needed to go. I felt like going to school would be the first step into my peaceful new life. I didn't care about how late it was. I would go. It's not going to be peaceful, and I think it'll be satisfying. Yeah, I think with the demon, he's not technically dead. His corpse isn't technically there yet. But it will be, and the demon will take over. So that's what I think. I feel good about my theory, but I can't feel too good about my theory because there are like 8 chapters, 8 volumes, and it still doesn't explain why we keep reliving the same day either. Like that's a completely different can of worms. Alright. My lazy body immediately became lighter at the thought. I rolled up out of the pillow, bounced on my knees, and then leapt upright. Nice. Stuck the landing. Stuck up my chest with pride at my gymnast-like pose, and then took a deep breath of fresh air. The brisk morning air had been gone for a while, replaced by the crisp air of summer. Downstairs, I got a stern talking to my mother. Where were you last night? When did you get back? You need to tell me you won't be home for dinner. Things like that. But considering the importance of what I accomplished yesterday, a little scolding was no problem. In fact, it even felt like the sort of thing would have happened in such a peaceful life. I listened with an irresponsible smile and stepped into the sun high overhead. It was around the time lunch break would be ending. Everyone would probably be worrying about me. Also, no, Fate hasn't explained like anything else, so it could just be what they wanted to do. I don't think so. I've been told everything gets explained. And about this, another thing that I think is a major oversight is the fact that when people are gonna ask him like what his alibi was for being or what his alibi is at the time of the death of Tepe, right? But then what's he gonna say? Or the alibi for anyone. Oh, don't talk about Endless 8. Don't talk about endless A. Endless A. God. What am I saying? What are we talking about? No. Alibi! Alibi, thank you, Papa. People are gonna ask about his alibi for any of these deaths. Not even just like the fucking, the Tepe one. Anybody else, any of these 3 deaths, they could ask about any of them, right? And he's gonna have to be like, I was at Watanagashi, which is a lie, but also, everybody who was there can vouch that he wasn't there, because everyone knows everyone. Oh, this idiot. Hi! Hi! Welcome up for the first time. How are you? Everyone would probably be worrying about me. I don't think anyone's worried about you. I have a feeling. I didn't go to the festival until I wasn't in school. Well, maybe they weren't too worried about it. I have a feeling they won't be, since they would have gotten a small piece of news, but a happy one from Satoko today. I don't think she's gonna be happy. Were all the characters in the previous chapters in this one so far? Yes and no. Shion kind of didn't appear a lot, but Shion was like the main focus of the last one. Hi! And then, Coach is new and he's in this one. So yeah. But pretty much other than that, yeah. I think a small piece of news that her uncle hadn't come home last night. I think she's gonna be worried sick and super upset. I think everyone's gonna be worried and Keiichi's gonna have a horrible time. And maybe that's just a sadist in me, but I hope he's miserable. I hope he's so upset. Sadoko would probably live her days in nervous tension for a while, thinking he might still come home. But eventually, those days would end. And finally, Sadoko too would realize her uncle was never coming back. And then, Rika-san would quietly invite her. She would say, "You can live with me again." And everything would be back to normal. Our lives would go back to how they were before that man appeared. Ah! Posamine! Thank you so much! Thank you so much for the follow! Hi! Hi! Sadoko would start wearing that extraordinary smile, complete with those protruding canines, and fool everyone with those traps she was so proud of. I think she's already broken. I have my favorite S. Hush! I'd probably be her first target out of everyone, but I wouldn't be mad. In fact, I might actually shed tears of joy at the return of something so normal. Satoko, she gradually grow back into that meddlesome personality of hers. I can feel that she won't, and I'm getting excited. Man, I mean, my lack of useful skills is already completely exposed. I wonder if I would be a match for Satoko. But that would be such a pleasant thing to see. I'm so excited right now. It was such a warm, fuzzy predictions. I didn't feel bad for going to school so late. I'm so excited. In fact, I wanted to run there now and get there as soon as I could. Me too. Instead, I decided to savor the damn peacefulness of just going to school like normal without running. The world I'd obtained for myself that gave me the joy just by walking like this. Yes, the world beginning on this day was something I had won. Without that momentous feat yesterday, I would have never been able to come to school so cheerful today. Okay. I'm so excited. Oh, I'm so excited. The school gate came into sight. Just then, I heard the principal ringing the bell to mark the end of lunch break. It was a clear, refreshing sound. I stopped myself and let myself take it in. Tap. I'd stopped suddenly. So there was an extra footstep. Someone's following you! He's being followed! With a noise, the blessedness I was feeling throughout my whole body withdrew into any pore it could find. I think it's Rena. And as if to replace it, I felt like hundreds of hairy caterpillars were climbing up my feet. I turned back, but of course nobody was there. A single footstep could have easily been my imagination, but the footstep felt so ominous. The extra footstep I heard after seeing Takano-san off last night. With everything that happened on that insane night, I didn't mind something like that happening once. It had been a hell of a night after all. In fact, I think just one hallucination was pretty fortunate. I don't think it's a demon. I think it's just straight up Rena. I mean, Rena might be a demon, but I do think it is Rena. Well, there was really only one thing it could have meant. Last night still wasn't over. It was still going. Still. That insane night forever. The step I heard, it would have started, it would have started the night of Watanagashi no matter what. This is actually, in my opinion, entirely unrelated. He killed someone for no reason. The step I heard, just that one extra footstep, was quietly ridiculing the nonsensical notion. It's only getting closer each day, I agree. The world starting today was completely different from the one that ended yesterday. My classmates playing in the schoolyard all vanished inside like the tide going out. When I approached the school, it felt like that warm, fuzzy scene had ended, and it didn't feel good. At the entrance, I took a quick look at everyone's shoeboxes. Satoko Hojo, she was here. Mion was here too, and Rena, of course, and Nika-chan was here. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun were here. In fact, I didn't see any missing classmates. If their shoes were missing, they would have to be my own. I took my shoes off and stuck them in, then took out some slippers. There wasn't a single pair left in the shoebox anymore. With that, they returned to their rightful state. But as I stepped up on the wooden floor, I noticed there was just one pair of wooden slippers left. Hold on. There wasn't a single pair left. I noticed there was a pair left. Weirdo. Huh. Whose? Satoshi? Satoshi Hojo. Satoshi, who had never been to school since disappearing last year. Until now, we had committed the exact same act of violence, but I guess in the very end, it went differently. Couldn't make it to school, but here I am. I didn't repeat the same mistake you made. I wasn't about to let myself feel superior about that. In fact, I felt an odd sense of familiarity with him. A misfortunate bond with someone I'd never met due to following the same fate. I headed down the hallway toward the classroom. It felt like it had been a whole year since coming here. Hey, did you forget Keiichi Maebara? Satoshi Hojo didn't really disappear on the night of Watanagashi, did he? Satoshi Hojo disappeared a few days later. Exactly. On Satoko's birthday, if I was right. Oh, so we're gonna disappear then too. I didn't know what day it was, but I couldn't say for sure I'd avoided Satoshi's failure unless I remained here past that day. I was still living in that night of insanity. Teacher still hadn't come to the classroom. The other door clattered open, the one the teacher wouldn't use, so everyone turned to see who had arrived. Everyone looked pretty vacant. Suppose I'll greet them. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I do thank you for coming all the way out here today. Silence. When I started to think I'd fallen flat, someone finally started laughing for me. Good morning, kid-chan! Pretty energetic today, huh? Yeah, energetic! Maybe you haven't gotten out of the festive mood yet, huh? Hearing Mion and Rena's cheerful voices made me realize how dumb those dark feelings I'd been having at the entrance really were. Hey now, festive mood? I wasn't at the festival at all, remember? Before I could say that, Nika-chan smiled at me. Keiichi, did you make sure to watch my dance? Yep, he saw it just fine. Didn't you see how big an applause he gave you? Oh! Ah! This is a separate Keiichi! This is a separate Keiichi! Oh my god! Okay, so there are two of us! Omni-high! But there are two of us! And this is a demon. This Keiichi is a demon. Right? Right? Oh! Oh my god, I feel like I'm being smart here. And he ignored it when that blockhead shield came up and made a pass at him. Take that, shield. Wow, that felt good. Neil starts laughing at the memory as she slaps me a few times in the back. Wait a minute. Huh. Made a pass? He ignored it when she made a pass. But last time, he didn't ignore it. In Volume 2, he went with her. And that's when they went to the shed! They saw Tomitake and Takano. Is he encountering different versions of himself? I wonder, okay. So, how did that target practice contest turn out in the end? Tomitake was facing me and talking. There was nobody behind me. That meant he was talking to me. Tomitake-kun turned up dead last. Everyone had a good time with his punishment game, and that was in Volume 1. That was in Volume 1! That was in Volume 1! What? Huh? That was in Volume 1. So, that Keiichi isn't a demon, but this one is? Is this the only demon? I'm so confused. Were you supposed to be the one in last place, Nikata? It was such a turnaround when you pulled off getting that chewing gum. I should have expected that from a member of my club. It was fantastic. It looks like all realities are overlapping. I agree. No, Volume 2 people didn't remember Volume 1. This is just weird. It's just really weird. It's like all the realities are overlapping. Exactly. Crying at a time like this is a feat only Hurune would be able to do, said Okamura-kun, breathing heavily from his nose in my direction. Everyone laughed. If anyone but Rika-chan had done it, it would have been against the rules. Rika-chan gave one of her Nita smiles as she listened to it. In my direction. Nena, too, turned to me, no, towards me, and then with a somewhat embarrassed smile, she whispered so only I could hear. But really, thanks, Keiichi-kun. For what? That giant stuffed animal. I was really happy. Okay, that was also in Volume 2. Or Volume 1? Volume 1. Volume 2? Volume 1? Volume 1. It was in Volume 1. Nice and safe right at my bedside. And I made sure to give it a good night kiss before bed, too. The class laughed at that, cheering and jeering. This whole time, the conversation had been a little bit off. I wasn't quite getting it. What's this? About a stuffed animal? What's this? Come on, we all worked really hard at the festival yesterday to get it down, remember? The gigantic stuffed animal. Demons! Demons! He's a demon! Him and that Takano were a demon, which means the Takano who opened the shed was also a demon. Shed Takano is a demon. But this is the only route where Keiichi's been a demon, or had a demon. Reina seemed taken aback, but when she answered, she did it with a smile. Oh my shed. Oh my shed! We were having a hard time knocking it over, so we tried aiming at the forehead and rapid fire shooting at stuff. And then, Keiichi-kun, you got a whole bunch of guns ready beforehand and shot them all. It was so cool. Wait, who was this? All the people in the neighborhood association, including the chairman, were praising you so much at the party afterwards. One of them said he fell in love with your way of words. Tokuzo Kibiyoshi, the chairman of the children's committee, I think. He said he wanted to entrust you with a few of the stalls next festival. Tokuzo is the festival executive committee. Maebara-san is great at making things sound good, isn't he? Yep, whenever he talks about something, it seems a lot better than it actually is. You can't say that! Keiichi-kun, you'd be a great salesman. If you did a bargain sale on bananas or something, I bet it'd go great. What have you been talking about? I mean, I didn't go to the festival in the first place. I swallowed those words. I didn't know exactly why, but in Hinamizawa, this is what had happened. Yesterday during the Wataragashi festival, Keiichi Maebara had appeared, and he romped around with the usual members of his club. He made a big scene at a few of the stalls, snatched a few sticks of takoyaki and okonomiyatake? Is that what he's trying to say? Because that's not a phonetic thing that you could say. Hey demon, it's me, you! Exactly, Michael. In his glee, rating each of them as delicious or terrible to get everyone excited. That happened, yes. And they'd seen a gigantic stuffed animal at the target practice game and everyone after it. That happened, yes. And then I got a whole bunch of cork guns, firing them in rapid succession, throwing each one away after using it. And admirably, I shot down the biggest stuffed animal there. And then I gave the stuffed animal, the proof of my victory, to Rena as a gift. Then our fun came to a close as we had to go see Nika-chan's offertory dance. There was a ton of people squeezed in there, and we all got separated, but we each managed to get in a good position to cheer Nika-chan on from. Then, in the middle, when Shion came up and asked me to go hang out with her instead of watching the dedication dance, I refused and stayed put, watching the dance till the very end. That did not happen in Volume 2. Okonomiyaki. Okonomiyaki. Okay. I see. Okay, so are we? That's weird. That's different from Volume 2, because he did go, and that's where he saw the shed. Every single time, are we just adding new lore? Like, new things that happen to the timeline? Are we just adding things and taking pieces from it? I can't tell. I don't know what's happening. But who? Who was that? Well, everyone's been saying it, haven't they? Keiichi Maebara. I had an urge to yell in anger at my classmates for having so much fun talking about the festival yesterday with Keiichi Maebara. What the hell are you guys even talking about? Far stronger than that feeling, though, was the sheer uncanny nature of this reality I couldn't understand. A Keiichi Maebara who wasn't me was in Hinamizawa yesterday, as I threw away my humanity, turned into a demon, and was busy beating Sadako's uncle to death. Thank you, fans! Thank you so much! Thank you so much for the follow! Welcome in! I was having a great time at the festival last night. What? The hell? I had to suffer through so much, desperately holding back tears, getting so worn out in that downpour, digging holes, chasing, beating, killing, dragging, and burying. Who was this Keiichi Maebara who had ignored me so and spent so much fun? It's been such a carefree, fun time at the festival, damn it. Yeah, we haven't seen Satoko yet. You're right, Merkel. You're completely right. I didn't even think about that. Who the hell stood in for me as I put my life on the line, working so hard to achieve this treasure like everyday life? Maybe in this timeline, since we went ahead and did that, we were able to go do the thing with Shion later. Because we weren't worried about Satoko and Rika. I think these are overlapping. These incidents carry over to each other. And because it hadn't yet happened, we didn't do that. If there was another Keiichi Maebara besides me, then what was I? On the night of Watanagashi, where one died and one disappeared in accordance with Oyashiro-sama's curse, there was only a demon who had killed someone. Dumbfounded as I succumbed to a horrifying possibility, I looked around at my classmates to make sure there was nobody extra I didn't recognize among them. To make sure I wasn't among them. Among us! It was a horrifying thought that the real Keiichi Maebara hadn't overslept and had come to school on time. That did happen! He did come to school on time. And that I, who was no longer Keiichi Maebara, had just waltzed in here. But no matter how much I checked, the only people here were the ones I knew. The man I met every time I looked in the bathroom mirror was not here. Yes, the K-Army. Oh my god, the Karmy! The K-Army we were talking about! Okay, everyone, time to start afternoon classes. Please take your seats. President, please lead the class. The teacher entered, and everyone hurried back to their seats. Upon finding me, who was stupidly late, she gave me a stern talking to, but I wasn't listening to it. Wasn't our old life supposed to start today? No! Something wasn't right. It was just strange. Where's Satoko? Did Satoko take Keiichi's place? I don't know. I was supposed to go back to my old fun life after yesterday. I'd set foot in an incomparably mysterious world that was completely different from both my old life and my recent one. Yes. Hi, Jane? Oh, okay, I'll do it.
Hydrate Elsa-chan.
Thank you. Thank you for the bits. God. Thank Think of what it is! This is without a doubt a different world than the one I'd been living in until now. There's no way such an absurd thing could be possible. But unless it's true, I couldn't explain anything that just happened. In this classroom, I was surrounded by so many faces I knew, and yet I felt so isolated. The cicadas sounded no different than they had before now, but they seemed somehow false. The air was parched and dry too, making me think, was the air in Hinamizawa always this uncomfortable? What about Satoko? Where's Satoko? Ow! Hey, Rena.
What is it?
We're in class. About the festival yesterday. About when would you say I got there? Huh? To be honest, I was pretty excited afterwards. I gobbled down some cans of beer. Oh, is this Rena? Okay, I guess this is Rena talking, but I don't know, that's weird. For random babbling, it wasn't a bad excuse. Oh, okay, that's what he's doing. Kate-kun, you said you couldn't come up first, didn't you? You called Mie-chan's house about it, right? That matched. I called Mion and told her to take Satoko at my place since I wouldn't be able to meet up with them due to things I had to do. We all decided while we were setting up for the festival that we'd invite Satoko-chan. We wanted to bring her out someplace where she couldn't see her uncle for a little while. That was the same too. Mion said that when I called her. That everyone had already decided to invite her. And that we all went. Me, Mie-chan, Rika-chan, to Satoko-chan's house and brought her out. Satoko-chan's uncle seems like a really mean person. That part didn't matter. What I was trying to ask was, when did I meet up with you? How could you forget that? Kate-kun, I think you shouldn't be drinking until you're an adult. Whatever. When did I meet up with you? Huh? At my sudden, threatening demand, Rena was at a loss for words. Oops, I shouldn't have rushed that. I told her I was sorry. It was at the shrine grounds. It was unexpected. You were talking to Rika-chan, weren't you? Yep. You were having a fun talk with Rika-chan in the shrine maiden outfit. And then Rena came up and said, I'm taking you home. I was talking to Rika-chan. Yeah, that's interesting, Josh. I kind of agree with you. This is so weird. They were right. I don't think I can make a stable conjecture about what's actually going on. I can figure out the demon part, but I can't figure out what's going on overall in this world. Huh. Rika sus. Rika cute. And I asked Kei-chan, did you have something to do today? Then you pouted your chest and said to yourself that letting loose at a festival is more important than some silly errand. I didn't say that. I never said anything like that. I never even went to the shrine grounds yesterday to begin with. I never had the time to stop by a place like that. I went to dig a hole as soon as I woke up. I had a pretty hard time doing it. After that, I snuck into the school and made a call. I called him out and lay in wait. And then it started raining really hard. With that kind of downpour, the festival should come to a halt. In other words, it ended then. For the time the festival started to when it ended, it would have been impossible for me to swing by the shrine grounds. I wonder if we're like in a different universe? No, not universe, but like different, like a parallel world, parallel timeline that we switch back and forth from. And so Keiichi switched into a parallel, like, world line, timeline, I don't know, whatever. While he was killing him. Steins Gate! It was the will of Steins Gate! This game is just the will of Steins Gate. And I was talking to Rika-chan. Then, where would Rika-chan say we met? Teacher went out to wash her hands, so I ran over to Rika-chan's desk and asked her directly. With you? Yeah. We were talking to each other before Mion and the others got there, right? When did we see each other? When and where? I don't know what you're trying to ask. I drank so much beer I lost some of my memory. Ow! I don't remember anything. Stop, Isao! We're talking about how this seems like Steins Gate. How we're on like a parallel world line or something. When our demon cell comes out or whatever. It looked like Rika-chan bought into my babbling.
We saw each other when the mayor and the others came out of the assembly hall. You were in front of the ritual implement storehouse.
Oh, the shed! The shed! You were in the shed. Huh? What? The ritual implement storehouse? I never heard a building called that before. Or maybe I have, but at the very least I wouldn't know where in the shrine grounds it was.
The mayor got real angry.
My shed. Oh, my shed.
The mayor got real angry at you since you shouldn't go near holy places without authority, remember?
Cute aisle voice acting? Rat aisle voice acting.
Katie, did you forget that too?
I was too scared to ask any more. The more I asked, the more it became clear without a doubt that Kate Maibara was present at the Watanagashi festival. At the Fruit Shrine Grounds during the Watanagashi festival. The clearer it became that the more doubts, no fears I had. Who on earth was I yesterday? Whoever that was, he had a good time in my place. I managed to go the entire day without letting them notice I wasn't there. Oh, right. When did that person leave everyone? That morning, my mother got mad at me for having stayed out so late last night. So that, which meant at the very least that Kate Maibara hadn't come home while my mother was still awake.
Type Unter, thank you so much for the follow! Wow! Hi!
The festival would have been closed because of the downpour. If I recall right, when I went back to the house storage room to get another shovel, I think the clock said 7. It was pitch black. How was it 7 o'clock? It's summer. It's 9 p.m. and it's still light outside. What do you mean?
Hiya, Pepper!
Oh, thank you for the resale! Thank you! Thank you!
Hi, how are you?
Since it was already raining so hard by then, the festival would have had to close down before 7. If I returned that early, I would have definitely run into my parents. Or at the very least, they wouldn't have asked me when I got home, when I got back last night. So the Kei Maibara from yesterday, that meant he never went home. That meant the downpour happened, the festival was broken up, everyone left. He was demoned away! But he didn't go back to the house. That means when I arrived at the natural conclusion, a wicked chill suddenly froze my spine and climbed in my brain. That meant Kei Maibara was the same as Satoshi. One day, he never went home. On the night of Watanagashi, he never went home. The downpour interrupted the festival, and on the way home, he suddenly disappeared. And I, who was dealing with the corpse, went home without a problem. I was so tired, I wasn't even hungry, so I went up to my room without a sound and crawled into my futon. Who was I? That much was obvious. Kei Maibara. Kei Maibara was me. There may have been another one, but that doesn't negate the fact that I was Kei Maibara. Then that other Kei Maibara was what? Really you. That was really you. The voices of the cicadas steadily filling the classroom were beginning to bother me. Suddenly, I laid eyes on Satoko. Guys! If we were a demon, when was the transition? Do you remember when, like, they were like, oh, your eyes are all fucky? Maybe he went home, and then from there was a switch. But here's what I'm scared about right now. Satoko. Are you guys ready for the Satoko reveal? Are you ready for the Satoko reveal? I'm scared! I'm so scared. Oh god. Okay. Give me 2 seconds. Wait, this is a cliffhanger. I'm sorry. Give me 2 seconds. Give me just a sec. Okay. Oh god. Satoko's expression was dark as always. She seems completely exhausted. At a life of agony she couldn't even imagine an ending to. Oh my god. Okay. Sorry for that pause. What had last night been like for Satoko? Did she have fun with everyone and feel a little happier, if even for a moment? And when she went home, the end of her dream, she'd probably gone to sleep, afraid of when her uncle would return. And then, this morning, her uncle hadn't come home. And then she went to school. Right now, she must have still been trapped by the rotten idea from which she couldn't be saved, that her uncle would need her when she got back. But you can rest easy, Satoko. Your uncle won't ever be coming back. I couldn't tell her it was because I killed him. When Satoko realized on her own that her uncle would never return, then that would truly be the end of the long, insane night. That's right. I didn't do anything wrong. I did the best possible thing I could have as Satoko's Nini. Not an atom in my body regretted it. And look, calm down and think, Kate Maibara. From a certain point of view, isn't it convenient that there was another Kate Maibara? I buried the corpse perfectly. A beginning wouldn't happen, but if worse came to worse and it got out, and the investigation got to me, I now had a strong alibi, able to profess the fact that I had been at the Higurashi Festival. But accepting something so creepy and using it as an alibi... Still, if I proved I hadn't gone to the festival yesterday, it would do no good and a whole lot of harm. That was what left the really, actually bad aftertaste. You'll forget about it, Kate Maibara. Everything that happened before today. So just forget about the Kate Maibara who was there yesterday, too. Instead, let's watch gently over Satoko for the day her smile returns, and the day that would mark the end of that insane, all too long night. That's all for today, class. Please go straight back to your homes, everyone. President, if you would. Everybody stand up. At attention. Bow. Goodbye. I thought about many things, and saw my thoughts dispersed by many other things. Yeah. I think wait, do I? I don't know. I don't know if I understand anything. Cheerfully, our classmates got their things and ran for the hallway. Mio, Nena, and Nika-chan were packing up as well. What about Satoko? This whole day, she seemed deflated. Well, her uncle may not have returned last night, but she wouldn't have known he'd never return. How much I wanted to express that fact to her. Satoko packed up her pencil box and math workbook messily, and after a dark glance at the clock, heaved a sigh, then went to leave the classroom. Then suddenly, somebody placed a hand on her shoulder and stopped her. Guys, I'm scared! The music cut out! Guys, the music cut out! I'm scared! There's a beautiful help! Thank you so much for follow. Hi! Hi, hi! Hello! Okay, I'm scared. Oh, I'm so scared. What is it? I watered the plants like I was supposed to and got all the printouts done. Her words, possessed by a persecution complex, hurt. I spoke loudly so everyone could hear it. Hey everyone! Why don't we have club today? It's been a while. Satoko always had to tend to her uncle, so club had been on hiatus. In our minds, our club was proof as a calm, peaceful time. By enjoying being together, I wanted to make Satoko realize her days of darkness were over. I'm okay. Oh, Rena's saying no? Are you serious? What? What? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, should I drop my phone? I'll do it. Oh, wait. I thought she was saying she didn't want it. Okay, never mind. Meep. Well, I mean, I don't mind. If it's okay with Satoko. Under a condition. That was important. With everything up to her, Satoko gave a worried look. Come on, Satoko. It's been a long time. Let's go crazy. Well, I'm happy you feel that way, but my uncle might already be home. Thus spoke her darkened eyes, her mouth unmoving. That might not be the case, though. You've been choking on life every day for a while. You must be about to suffocate. It's not good for your mind or body. Once in a while, you gotta have some fun. Please, leave it alone. It's not like I don't want to do club again. With one word, but, she looked down. Satoko, you know as well as anyone, it's more fun being with everyone, right? She told you to leave it alone. Hi, Neo! We're friends. Means we can spend time with each other. I mean, you had a great time at the festival yesterday with everyone, didn't you? Rena nearly said something, but she was too late. Kate-san, what are you saying? My arm on her shoulder seemed to weigh her down, and she threw it off. When exactly was I playing and having fun at the festival? The only one having fun was you, Kate-san. Huh? I looked over to Milan for help, but now everyone was looking down. My instincts told me that Satoko hadn't gone to the festival, but Rena said it herself, that she went with Milan to Satoko's house to invite her. Satoko-chan left on the way there. She didn't go to the shrine. Why? I realized the absurdity of what I just said with Satoko in front of me. She said her uncle was waiting at home, and she couldn't have fun by herself when we were in front of the shrine. We tried to stop her, too. We told her uncle said it was okay, and that he wouldn't get mad if she had a good time. At some point, tears had begun welling up in Satoko's eyes. Satoko was so afraid of her uncle that she wouldn't even allow herself to have time with her friends and went home. I don't know if that's the case. No, she was even afraid of letting herself have a good time with her friends. Kate-san, you must have it nice. Having a blast at the festival all night? You told me you went all out, didn't you? I'm very envious. Smiling to herself, her tears began to fall. I must provide for my uncle. It's completely different from you. Without your parents let you do everything. Satoko. I'm so glad you enjoyed yourself at the festival. I'm so glad you had enough fun for me too. I mean, I want to participate in clubs too. Making such a racket with everyone is so much fun. But right now, I can't. I can't. Unable to withstand such a violent emotion, a few teardrops slid down her cheek. But even though she was having such a terrible time, not once did she ever say that it was hard for her. It was a sad, obstinate bravery, but the days when Satoko had to feel like that were over. Satoko didn't need to endure it, to bear it anymore. She could forget all about it now, and smile. I was so frustrated not being able to tell her that directly. Instead, I said something that I'm not sure I should have said before I thought twice about it. He didn't come home, did he? The words were deeply meaningful to me, but I don't know if Satoko understood them. Didn't come home? Who? He didn't come home last night, did he? Your uncle? What are you talking about, Kate-san? Satoko shouted with all her might. When has he not been there? When? Calm down. I mean, he didn't come home yesterday, did he? I don't understand what you're trying to say, Kate-san! Satoko, what are you talking about? I mean, that man, I killed him. Killed him yesterday. Killed him for sure. And I buried him. Buried him whole. He could never have returned to his house. Yabbit! Even yesterday, he was torturing me so much. He yelled at me. He shouted at me. He found fault with everything I did. He threw the dinner I made for him on the floor. He dumped his bowl of measles on me too. It was hot. It was messy. And I cleaned all of it up. I cleaned all of it. What? Our stories weren't matching up. Night? And this morning, when he woke me up to make breakfast, he got so mad at me. He would have gotten mad at me whether I got it up or not. Satoko. Nika-chan went over to Satoko and said a few words of consolation, but Satoko angrily refused those words and thrust Nika-chan away. Nini, come back, come back. Crying, Satoko slowly walked out into the hallway. After a moment, Nika-san went with her. I couldn't stop thinking about the words Satoko had spoken while crying. I think we killed someone, but I don't think it transferred to this timeline. I don't understand either. They were right. I can't make conjecture. I don't know what's going on anymore. The world life won't allow it. I don't know what's going on anymore. I buried her uncle last night, but she said this morning that it was impossible. I buried him last night, so she couldn't have seen her uncle this morning. What was Satoko? At that point, I heard Mion's cold voice. Hey, Kei-chan, what did you mean about Satoko's uncle? I said too much. I let my emotions get the better of me.
Rena heard it too.
You said Satoko's uncle didn't come home. Why? Why didn't he come home? That's strange. Satoko-chan's uncle was right there this morning, wasn't he? So why would you say he didn't come back? Come back. Keitan, you've been saying weird things for a while. Suddenly, Mion and Rena started to speak in strange and creepy voices. Oh god, it's getting serious. Oh god. These are not my friends. These are not Mion and Rena, my friends. These people want to kill me. I'm gonna tell you right now to prepare because their faces are going to get scary. I just know it. I just know it. I don't think he got caught. I think he's going to die now. Just be ready for it, okay? Just be ready, okay? This is scary. What were they doing? What were they saying? K-Town, is it somehow inconvenient for you for Satoko's uncle to be around? No, what are you talking about? Of course it'd be better if Satoko's uncle wasn't here. Yep, that's true, of course. If only we weren't here, right? Something wasn't right. The next thing I knew, Mion and Rena were smiling thinly, and their eyes were so dark and muddy in a way that I'd never seen before. And as our eyes met, the mud seemed to fill the air. Satoko's uncle is an awful person, no doubt. I think we'd all be better off with him gone just as much as you do. But he's here. There's nothing we can do, right? Nothing we can do. Something's wrong. Something's clearly wrong here. What the hell was happening? After a moment, a chilly liquid-like feeling, as though my blood had been mixed up with sherbet, crawled my spine. No choice. I mean, of course there isn't, but then Satoko will never... If there's no choice, what would you do? Rena was trying to prompt me to say more. There really was no choice, so I killed him. I killed him to protect Satoko. That's... Leave him alone. I think things will resolve themselves soon enough. Satoko-chan said her uncle was here, so he's here. He was here yesterday and he's here today. She said so. So it's fine. Oh, she said so it's fine, right? Neon and Rena were speaking unbelievably dismissively. How could they be talking like that? Neon and Rena, they were my friends, and were seriously worried about Satoko's abuse, weren't they? And this is the part where they start acting totally different, like they don't care about their friends. I don't understand anymore. Now I'm back to being confused. They would never blurt out something like this. And I definitely killed Satoko's uncle. No matter what Satoko or anyone else says, I wouldn't acknowledge it because him being alive was impossible. There's no way he was alive. It was impossible. And yet, since Satoko herself said he was here, then he was alive. I didn't know how or why, but suddenly Mion and Rena were at my side, standing there silently. Let's go home, Kei-san. I know, it's too small brain for me to understand. Absolutely, absolutely. You can't understand stupid. Can't win against stupid. Absolutely, absolutely, totally that's what the case is. After we leave, Rena-chan wants to go treasure hunting for the first time in a while. Mi-chan's coming too. No. Kei-chan, you should also come along. Oh god, they're gonna take me to the fucking damn site. The first person to die here was dismembered and cut and hacked apart with axes and pickaxes at the damn site. Of course, you're not allowed to refuse. If words could freeze blood, then there was no doubt that they would have frozen me solid. They could hear it. I could hear it. A layer of thin ice. The sound of all my muscles tensing. And with them closely at my sides, we left the school as if police officers were taking me away. They talked about silly things the entire way home, like they always did, but they stood at my sides as if to prevent me from escaping. This was strange. Everything about this day was strange. Actually, it had been strange ever since the previous night. Yeah, thinking back, it'd be strange ever since killing Satoko's uncle. That creepy meeting with Takano-san was only the beginning. that insane night was still continuing. Yes. Still hadn't ended. What? What's wrong, Kei-chan? Why'd you suddenly stop? Sorry, it's nothing. When I stopped, it was distant, but I definitely heard them. An extra set of footsteps. That was proof. Proof that insane night hadn't ended. Mion left where she usually did, and we finally came to my house.
Okay, Kate-kun, wait here for me. Rena will come to pick you up soon.
What was it? She was inviting me along on her one of her oversized garbage treasure hunts at the dam site, right? But why now? Mion coming along was strange too. Mion may have accepted Rena's little hobby, but she hated fishing through garbage, so she'd never come with her before. Oh god. Oh god. And the location specifically being the dam site was a little creepy. The dam construction site was completely outside the flow of everyday life. It was so remote that no one ever went there unless they thought so in particular. I was so fucking confident too, you guys. I was like, oh no, I get it. I can make all these conjectures. I know what's going on. I have all these theories and guesses, and I'm pretty confident I understand. Now what the fuck is this? Chat, what the fuck is this? Nobody lived there, and there were no lights, so at night it got dark very quickly. I was being forcibly invited there. There was no reason I had to fear Rena and Mion. Besides, wouldn't the trouble I'd make by refusing them be a pain to deal with? And that way, it didn't seem like going treasure hunting with them was a bad idea. But that insane night was continuing. Haven't the sirens of instinct been wailing in my mind for a while now, warning me that Rena and Mion were strange and that I needed to be cautious? The warning sirens were so freaking loud it felt like my head would split in two. Rena. I actually have something to do.
Something to do? Like what?
Like what? I have something to do, okay?
If you had something to do, why didn't you say while Town was here? I already told her to meet us at the dam site before we split up.
Rena was smiling, but it made her discomfort clear. Sorry, I kind of missed the opportunity to say so.
Really?
You're lying, aren't you? You just made that up right now, you liar. That's what Rena's eyes said to me. I'm scared. My head hurts. I might have a cold, so I wanted to get it checked out and get some medicine.
Really?
That wasn't really a lie. Okay, so he said the same thing, in Volume 1, I think? And Mion and Rena were super sussy about it. My head did hurt a little bit, so I wasn't lying. He didn't go to school because of it, though. Rena, she couldn't figure out if my head hurt or not just by looking at it. Then, I guess that's that. After staring at me in the eyes for a few moments, she fired a sharp needle-like stare at me. The tension in my body loosened, and I felt like my knees might buckle.
If you're going to the clinic, then you should go soon. Sometimes they close early.
Thanks. I'll do that.
Make sure you go, okay?
To the hospital. I will.
Go. For real.
I will. It seemed like Rena had realized that I was going to refuse her invitation for a while now. With how serious she looks, she might actually call the clinic later to make sure I went. I couldn't say anything careless. I mean, sure, but... Okay, here's the thing. The uncle deserved to die, but with Keiichi, he threatened to kill Takano. He started getting, like, really snappy with Satoko and Mion at the beginning when he was thinking about killing them. It's very clear that he's, like, mentally very far gone and not above killing other people. So, in my opinion, he kind of does deserve that a little bit. I'm pro Keiichi dying here, but I don't think he was wrong to kill her uncle. I think he just really lost himself. And by lost himself, I mean he's a demon. It didn't matter whether I actually went. Yeah, I'll go. If you want, I can bring you the bill tomorrow.
Oh, that'd be good. Be sure to bring it, okay? Rena will look at it then.
Another tingle started crawling up my back. There was no ignoring it. Rena and Mion must have been monitoring my movements. That wasn't normal. Far from it. All of it was insane. I did what I did because I wanted my peaceful life back, but what on earth was all this? It was far from peaceful. Something had gone mad, leaving the world out of order. It is indeed out of order, I agree. No, I hope there's syringes, but we haven't seen syringes before. With the other Keiichi Maebara, with those creepy footsteps I've been hearing, with Rena and Mion acting so curious, and above all, with him being alive. Where was I? Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone. I knew that much. Was this really the Hinamizawa I knew? Hey, Keiichi Maebara, where is this? I asked, whipping around before the front door to face the one who has been following me awake all day. Nobody would have been there, of course. Keiichi Maebara, huh? That's what I just called him. Called the one who's been trailing behind me this whole time. That shadowy presence always clinging to me, like it was constantly watching for the opportunity to change places. Footsteps always following me was another impossibility. Couldn't have been a ghost, that was just impossible. So the strangeness must have been my ears, my head, or Hinamizawa. Everything I could see was the exact same Hinamizawa I knew so well, and that gave me the creeps. Eventually, ow, my chest. Ouch, my chest hurts. Eventually, I decided to go to the clinic. I really didn't want to go outside, but a stronger feeling than that desire was the fear that Rena might actually be keeping an eye on me to see if I went to the hospital. But before I went to the clinic, there was something I wanted to make sure of. It was at school. The bat! The bat! Is the bat! Is the bat in there? Is the bat in there? I'm going back to the classroom to pick it up. Bloop's too big, exactly. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, I was overwhelmed by paranoia. I was just going to the classroom, but I hated it so much, having to be so careful to fake it. After carefully verifying there was no one watching, I went over to the locker. Yes, Satoshi's locker. I committed the crime with the bat I found in this locker, Satoshi's bat. And then, I'd throw the bat into the swamp, which meant the bat shouldn't have been inside, but what if the bat was still in here? It was a very dreadful, incomprehensible idea, but if it was true, it would explain a lot. If the bat was in here, yesterday's events would have been all a delusion. No, an illusion. I hadn't killed anyone, and I'd gone to the festival. I had a great time rampaging about with everyone. It would prove that Keiichi Maebara really was me. Proof that I was under some kind of strange assumption that I killed Satoko-sanko. Proof that it had all been a wild fantasy. That would explain everything. Nothing happened yesterday. I just got mad, unable to separate my shocking uncle-killing dream from reality. That would explain everything. If the bat was here, would I be able to accept that reality? If it was here, nothing will have changed. If it was here, it would just mean I'd gone crazy. Preparing myself for the worst, I opened the locker door. I was actually scared of opening it slowly, so I threw it open with a bang. And just like the first time, the choking scent of the smell of sweat, like a stale towel, came flowing out. Sorry, I misread that. There was a baseball uniform and some miscellaneous other things like notebooks. Just tell me if there's a bat in there! There was also a shoe pouch. And as for the bat, it wasn't here. In the first timeline, Keiichi took the bat, though. He took it to protect himself from Rena. Because he thought she would kill him. Huh, okay. It was how I left it when I took the bat out. There was no doubt yesterday really happened. Now that I knew I wasn't a lunatic, I felt relieved, but at the same time, if I wasn't the crazy one, then Hinamizawa was. And that was evidence of a reality I found just as difficult to accept. I hope this gets explained in future games. It will. It will. That's what these games do. I've been told this story is a masterpiece. So, what did I know about last night now? Now that I made sure this bat wasn't there, I didn't need to be here anymore. Shall I go? For real, to the hospital. It was my first time going to the hospital, but when I heard it wasn't far from school. Okay, this is the same as in Volume 1. I went past the shopping street, made a turn, and it wasn't EDA Clinic. Okay, so Coach is here. So the difference from Volume 1 to now is obviously there's others, but from like this part, is that we know EDA. Are you gonna comment on it? There was one other person, an older man, and there in an air-conditioned waiting room. I wonder if he's gonna go see Coach. I went up to the counter and told them it was my first time here. The man behind the counter glanced at the clock and said there'd be a short wait. It was almost 5. Clinic hours would be ending soon. As I sat in this unfamiliar waiting room, isolated from everyone, I let myself feel the cool air. I actually felt relieved. What should I tell the doctor when he comes? I could tell him it was cold. I had a cold, but I was the very picture of health. Actually, I wanted him to check my head. I wanted someone to confirm for me whether I was really sane or not. Kate Maibara-san, please come into the examination room. Huh? The voice from the other side of the examination curtain. I thought I heard it somewhere before. It's Coach! It's his fucking clinic, idiot. Hello. This is the first time we've seen each other here. Coach! Coach! You were a doctor? He knew that. He knew that. We knew that. We talked about... Okay. Now that you mention it, he did seem to know his way around when he was looking at my shoulder in the nurse's office. It would make sense if he actually was a doctor. Come to think about it, our teacher called him Irie-sensei, didn't she? Yeah, I agree, Justice. Well, yes, I'm more or less a doctor here. Doctors have it really good, you know? Get to see and touch all the... Oh, stop with that. Stop with that. It's fine. Stop talking about inject... Okay. Thank you very much. Just seeing that made my cold go away. I'll be leaving now. Polite bow. Whoa, wait. Maibara-san. A joke. It was a joke. Come. Sit down and let me take a look at you. I'll need to use my stethoscope. Show me your silky smooth chest, Maibara-san. And for some reason, I felt really relieved. After that insane night, as much as I thought everything had gone crazy, Coach was here doing the same thing he always did, and I was very happy for that. You don't seem to have a cold. Actually, those scrapes and cuts all over you seem to be a painful thing. Don't tell me you were playing in the bushes with short sleeves and shorts. I mean, I can't say for sure whether you haven't been infected with tetanus. As I was chasing the man last night, I kept being scraped by bits of trees. I didn't realize I had so many cuts. You went a little too crazy at the festival yesterday. Enjoy that while you're young. And once again, I apparently went to the festival. Coach, did you go too? To the festival? Yes, of course I did. I may be a doctor, but I'm also on the Watanagashi Executive Committee. Did you see me there? This coach is the same coach that I always know, and I felt like I could trust him more than my weird friends, so I asked. Facts! Well, actually, I was drinking in the main tent with the chairman and the others the whole time. I didn't go out to see the festival at all. I don't think I saw you. Oh, that was a strange question. Did you have too much to drink and forget about what happened last night? And underage, too, you bad child. Coach let her laugh. He didn't laugh in an unnatural way like Mion and Rena did. Coach was okay. He was the coach from the world I knew. He wasn't someone from out of this abnormal world, Well, this all might seem a little weird to you, but I want you to hear me out without laughing. Yes, go ahead. I greatly welcome any shy, bashful worries you might have as you come into your secondary sex characteristics. Could it be possible that I have an identical twin? Coach hadn't expected that question at all and couldn't say anything for a moment. But then, he smiled calmly and quietly answered. This is just superstition, but I've heard before that everyone has 2 people in the world who look just like them. If there was, I'd certainly like to meet him, though. Also, there's plenty of fairy tales of persons double appears. The German ones about doppelgangers are probably the most famous. Doppelgangers? Yes. They look exactly like another person. Clones? Mama, what are you doing here? Apparently, they herald misfortune, and if you meet one, you're sure to die soon. I think that's how it went. Welcome up for the first time. Hi. Hey, hi. Oh, there we go. You look. I see. I thought you left. If you meet one, you're sure to die soon. I think that's how it went. When you meet them, you're sure to die soon. The story ended directly in death, plain and simple, and it made my spine tingle. Coach wasn't saying it to scare me, though. He was just offering a casual anecdote, but it made it feel all the more real. Have you ever heard of one of those things showing up in Hinamizawa? What? Well, I can't say that I have. Coach must have thought he was being teased, so he laughed in an exaggerated way. But when I didn't smile along with him, his laughter steadily grew fainter. I'm sorry, well, I was sort of being serious. No, I apologize for laughing. Was there something you were worried about? I wondered if I should tell him. Then, after resolving myself one final time, I slowly spoke. Doppelgangers are known for that. We're gonna die. Does everyone have clones? Is this like Us? And there's like slowly being replaced, like the movie Us? Huh. Huh. I didn't go to the festival yesterday. Is that right? Well, there will be one next year. And then you can... That's not what I meant. I didn't go to the festival, but according to everyone else, I was there. Could that even be possible? After blinking his eyes in amazement, Coach thought seriously about what I was trying to say, and he answered, choosing his words carefully. What is this song? Not this again! Not this again! Let me make sure I have this straight. Maebara-kun, you went to the Watanagashi festival, but don't remember it. Am I right? I was trying to say something completely different, but I suppose any sane person would come to the conclusion. That night, Keiichi Maebara was actually at the festival, but I was saying I didn't go. That obviously meant my memories of going there hadn't failed me. But that was absolutely impossible. The vivid act I had committed during the downpour couldn't have possibly been an illusion. Well, these scrapes on my body prove it, as does the fact that the bat wasn't in the locker. No, that's not it, Coach. No, you're not getting an Aya clone. Okay. I really didn't go to the festival. Please don't take offense, Maebara-san. Have you ever had an experience where you were suddenly somewhere unfamiliar and you couldn't remember why? No, I didn't lose my memories or anything. Because while the festival was going on, I was definitely doing something else. It wasn't like I was asleep and unconscious or anything. You're certain you were doing something else? I know I'm being awfully rude, but are you sure you're not mistaken? I know I'm not. My memories are clear as day and I know they were real. During the festival, you weren't at the shrine and you were doing something somewhere else. Can you definitely prove that? That's right. Thinking it through brought me to this. There was only one way to prove that I wasn't at the festival yesterday, and that was to show that there was no doubt I had killed her uncle. Coach saw me struggle to answer, and his eyes looked a little cold. I guess they would. After all, from Coach's perspective, I was just some weirdo sputtering nonsense. Would you like to lay down? Maybe you should relax and take it easy for a bit. Sorry, I didn't really come here to lay down. You seem to be a little bit worked up. Why don't I give you a sedative? Syringe? That way. I'm not being strange. Coach seemed to realize he was treating me like a deviant, so he raised his voice. I apologize if I've offended you, so please calm down. I definitely didn't go to the festival. That's the truth. I understand. I understand, so please calm down. Take a deep breath. No, you don't understand at all. Coach was stunned, even stared in stupefaction. I do understand, Maebara-san. You didn't go to the festival yesterday. Is that right? I believe you. I believe you. Coach jotted down brief notes in his record. He was writing it in German? Marco, what the fuck? Marco, what the fuck is this? So that his patient wouldn't know what it said. Marco! But I could make a good guess as to what he wrote. You won't believe me until I tell you everything I was doing at the time, will you? No, I believe you. Please sit down. Before I sat, I tilted my head back a little. The blood in my face all drained out, and I quieted down. This feels like going to someone, like, when you're going through a depressive episode, and they're like, have you ever thought of self-harming? And you're like, I don't know. And they're like, oh. And then you're in, like, a very scary situation where the doctor's like, I think I'm going to take you away and lock you up. This sounds like that. I've never been in a situation where that's actually happened, but I've heard about it, and I got taken for an evaluation and thought that would happen. So this sounds like that. After taking a deep breath, I made sure that I was calm though. It would have been impossible for me to be at the festival because at the time I was... Should I tell him or not? I really didn't want to go on living like this, feeling this horrible. And I said them. The final fatal words. Oh God. Are you guys ready? Because I was killing Satoko's uncle at the time. I could smell the concrete in the room. I could feel the air around us sharpen. Nobody moved. Only the sound of the clock ticking told us time hadn't stopped. With his mouth wide open, Coach even forgot to blink for a while. You killed Satoko-chan's uncle. Yeah, it's fine now, Keiichi Maebara. Don't hesitate. Admit it with all your strength. Yes, last night I did it. I killed him. I spoke clearly and fluidly. I could easily tell that Coach's mind had gone completely blank. Why would you... No! That was a foolish question. I believed it was the most direct method of saving Satoko, so I carried it out. I don't have any regrets. I see. Coach smiled thinly and nodded a bit. So I couldn't have been at the festival. I left the brightness of my house in the darkness of the outside. After that, I dug holes and made phone calls. I had my hands full. And then I attacked him, killed him, and buried him. It was pouring hard at the time. The festival started that evening, but was suspended due to the rain. There was no gaps in my memory. From late afternoon until it started to rain, there was no time for me to possibly have gone to the festival. And those wounds, are they from that? Yes. There's a road through the forest near Satoko's house. I attacked him there. He ran, but I chased him and finally killed him near the road that leads to town. Vietnam is a scaredy cat. Is that true? Killing your uncle, it wasn't some wild fantasy? I could tell the coach didn't believe me, so I spoke slowly, not letting myself grow excited. It's true. I killed him with Satoshi's bat. I threw it in the uncle's motorbike in the swamp. I dug a hole, killed him, and buried him. I did it all by myself. Satoko-chan's uncle drove past you on a motorbike, did he? Then you predicted he'd do that and just waited? I assumed he wouldn't be leaving his house that day, so I lied to him over the phone to get him out. You called him? But your house is so far away from Satoko-chan's. I wouldn't think you'd be able to make it there so soon after calling him. I used a phone closer to where I was going to attack him, the one at school. Maebara-san, it was Sunday. Wouldn't the school have been locked up? Damn, he really has all this shit figured out. It really was elaborate. A forest ranger happened to go inside for a bit. I slipped in when I had the chance. After that, Coach grilled me on a few different things regarding the incident. He made sure to question me carefully, looking for any contradictions in my account. I'll believe you. What you did yesterday doesn't seem like a dream. I explained everything, including the minor details, that only someone who had actually committed that act could explain. I could, of course. It was only yesterday. Coach realized that my story had no expedient coincidences or too conventional details that would have existed in a daydream or delusion, and finally seemed to want to believe me. So, do you still think that I went to the festival and lost my memory? Coach slowly shook his head. Ah! Ah! Coach, the only one I can trust. I feel like I'm not going to be able to trust him, though. Sorry. I just have to get something set up super quick. Okay. Coach slowly shook his head. But everyone in class, they said I was at the festival yesterday. Is that even possible? No, it's not. Your classmates probably mistook you for someone who looked very similar. Then given how group psychology works, everyone just assumed that you'd been at the festival. They couldn't have mistaken me. Me and all the rest of they were spending time with Keiichi Maebara. It was more than just having mistaken someone else for me. But saying that out loud would just confuse Coach. He spoke to me in whispered tones. Do you feel guilty at all? It didn't sound like he was criticizing me. And even if he had, I would have flatly said the same thing. I don't. I did it so that I could return to the peaceful days that he had stolen from us. So I plan to forget about having killed him and live my life as usual. Once Satoko's regular smile returns, the one before he showed up, everything will finally be over. Something is not right at all. Any chance that someone witnessed the crime? I don't think so. If someone had seen me, I would have been arrested already. I am a doctor. My job is to save lives, so I cannot make any statements to the effect of condoning the taking of another's life. So instead, I will say this. Coach slowly rose and placed a hand on my shoulder. For saving Satoko-chan, I thank you. Coach's eyes started shedding warm tears. When I looked at him, I started to feel some tears of my own. I didn't know what I was crying for. And so for a little, the two men in the room fought back their tears. But it's strange. What is? I'm sure I killed him, and yet he seems to have returned home alive. Coach's expression immediately sharpened. Depending on the situation, there are many ways that mere unconsciousness can look like real death to a layperson. Do you think it's possible he was just knocked out? I didn't check for a pulse, but I'm pretty sure I did him in. Can I ask you to reproduce the situation in which you attacked him, Maibara-san? Coach rolled up a health and fitness poster nearby and offered it to me to represent the bat. Though I may have been lost in the emotions of a beast that night. He cries? Yeah! He cries a lot! Oh, good night, loner. Ha ha ha, big stretch. I swung the bat at... I remember in detail the number of times I swung the bat, the angles I had swung from, and the force I had applied. Using Coach as a standard for the uncle, I reproduced them one by one, over and over. And when he tripped and fell, I bashed him on the top of the head like this. When I did it, it felt different than all the strikes. I thought I'd cracked his skull. Coach was calmly analyzing this information, using the places I'd struck and the situation at hand to find out what state of the uncle's body had been in. I wasn't totally sure he was dead, so I hit him a few more times after he fell. Did he react at all? At first, I sort of felt his body jolting with every hit, but eventually that stopped too, and he didn't react at all. Coach folded his arms and said a few times, and then he spoke. He's dead. There's not much doubt about it. He didn't just look like he was. I can't say very much from your story, Maibara-san, but I think it's almost certain. Besides, you buried the corpse in the mud, and that took you quite a bit of time, right? Let's say it took you 30 minutes. That would mean he was buried under muddy water for those 30 minutes. If you don't breathe for that long, your brain will die no matter what. You mean, even ignoring how hard I hit him, he would definitely have died while I was burying him? That's right. It's impossible to stay alive buried underground for 30 minutes. Impossible. You're right. But Sadoko, she says he's alive. Coach, a doctor, just gave his stamp of approval that he was dead for sure. That made it seem all the more unfair that he could just be among the living. Maibara-san, this is a really horrible idea, but is it possible that the person you killed wasn't actually her uncle? Huh? He's right. That could be why. It cleared up the inconsistency of my definitely having killed someone, but him still being alive. There's no way. I mean, we were both at Sadoko's house when she was bringing his alcohol inside, and there was a man who stuck his face out the window to look. It was him, right? That was Sadoko's uncle, right? Yes, you're not wrong. It was that man. Could she have more than one uncle or something? Not one that I've ever heard of. It's just him. Could you tell me what he looked like? Well, his height first. He was about 175 centimeters, maybe a little taller. In order to eliminate the worst possibility, I killed someone else. Coach began to thoroughly compare what the man in his mind looked like to what I told him and the person I killed looked like. But no matter how in-depth my description went, none of the characteristics differed. The uncle's traits, according to Coach, were all exactly the same as the person killed. But those traits were all extremely vague and weren't particularly distinct at a glance. Is there anything else about him that would let us identify it for sure? Now that you mention it, I've never seen it, but I believe Sadoko-chan once said a long time ago that he had a tattoo of a tiger or something on his back. A tattoo? That was really important. Not everyone had a tattoo. If I found a tiger tattoo on the back of that man's corpse, it would be proof I killed the right one. At that moment, though, there was one other thing that would verify this. To go to Satoko's house and see for myself that the uncle had returned home despite having died, but that was far more terrifying than digging up a body and looking at his back. That's not true! What if we killed the photographer? I fucking hope not. If we killed Tomitake, I'd be fucked up, dude. Oh, Tomitake is dead. No, we didn't, because Tomitake had his throat scratched out. No way. Great Master! Hi! Thank you so much for the follow. Hi! Welcome in. I cracked his head open and killed him, and yet he'd gone back home. There wasn't any misunderstanding, or even the shadow of a doubt in my mind about having killed him, and yet it was impossible for him to exist. Kind of like how Keiti Maibara had been at the festival despite it being impossible. A small commonality made me feel as if a faint but bizarre force was permeating through this insane Hinamizawa. Hydrate will do. Yeah, sure you could have got it, but I doubt it. Yeah, and he was very, Tomitake, he clawed out his throat and died that way. Ugh. Coach slotted a slow sigh, and after looking at the clock, he got up. Sorry, I was drinking. Let's go over this all a little more seriously. If you'll excuse me, I'll go put on some tea. Clinic's about to close, after all. I need to let the other employees leave. Coach stood up and went out into the hallway, leaving me alone. The clock was about to strike 6. I was at the festival, and the uncle I killed was alive. Had I really committed murder yesterday? The only whisper of the fact that proved it happened was the absence of the bat from Sakoshi's locker. In any case, I was glad that Coach had taken my nonsense. My nonsense seriously. Hama. Goodness gracious. Okay. Ion, so much yawn. I'm so sleepy. I only got like 5 hours of sleep last night. I just confessed to murder. Normally that'd frighten a person away, but Coach didn't run. He cried with me, and I was glad he did. Huh? Where's my mouth? Okay. Like so, my tension smoothly melted away, and I suddenly realized I had to urinate. Just say piss. I had to pee. Weird. Why urinate? There was one across the waiting room. Someone scary's gonna be there. As soon as I left the room, I saw Coach and 2. Why did he say urinate? That has me fucked up. I saw Coach and 2 other male doctors wearing white clothing standing near the shutters of the hallway nearby. I didn't particularly intend to eavesdrop or anything, but I was quite surprised upon noticing how uneasy they seemed. I hid behind the wall and quietly listened in. Seemed like Coach was giving directions to the 2 doctors. Oh, he's calling the police, isn't he? Black tea? I'll make some. Mixin amylorbital or Ravenol. What? Cover the taste with milk and sugar. He may grow suspicious of the sudden onset drowsiness. It's possible he may get agitated and become violent. I trusted him! We'll handle that. How many male staff are here? 1 mountain dog, including us 3. I trusted him. What was all this? I think I was already agitated despite what Coach said. Was that it? Was it just a casual conversation and it was only sounding unbelievable to me? Coach said he would bring back some black tea and left the room. And then, in the shadows, he was telling his subordinates to put some kind of sleeping powder in the tea. Plus, they were getting extra help, in case I thought the sudden sleepiness was suspicious and started getting violent. Hey, wait, Kei Maibara! Calm down. There's no way something stupid could be happening. I mean, he was genuinely listening to my story, and he even cried with me. I thought he was the one person in Hinamizawa who would understand. This was... There are signs of fabrications or falsehoods, and his memories of yesterday in particular are completely confused. He can no longer tell the truth from falsehood. It's getting quite similar to multiple personality disorder, but as for how quick the mental disorder emerged, it's just not normal. Maybe it's inborn, or perhaps there were signs before he moved here. Oh my god, this is some Chaos Child shit? I'd like to take a look at any records of him staying in a mental hospital before he moved here. In any case, I want him to take a quiet nap. The 2 doctors nodded deeply. I should probably contact Maibara-kun's parents too, though I can't think of what to tell them. Please find his home number for me. My eyes, still moist, began to shed tears once more. This was too cruel. I really thought he had actually understood and had believed what I told him. But now, from the other side of that wall, he was bluntly treating me like a crazy person. I believed you. I let down my guard because I thought you were the only ally I had left in this insane night. What was that? Was that a lie? All that, about thanking me on Sadoko's behalf. 4 hours, Pagahis. Pretending in order to keep me placated? Ugh. My tears fell to the floor in frustration. I was an idiot. I was such an idiot for believing that bastard. I heard footsteps approaching the doctors. A man in a dress shirt with no tie came running up. Dr. Ide, it's terrible. They found Takano-san. Takano-san? Wait, where? Well, apparently they discovered her burned corpse in the mountains in Gifu. She's dead? Takano-san? The men, all surprised, exchanged glances. Dead? Takano-san? Hey, wait, so then does that mean when I cursed her wishing for her death, that wish was granted? What do you mean, burned corpse? Was it an accident? According to the Gifa police statement, the possibility is extremely high that she was murdered. Yeah, he needs to go to the hole so badly. As I cried, I laughed quietly. Serves you right, serves you right. If I hadn't run into that woman, my murder would have been perfect. But she just had to come driving up to me and tried to coerce me like that. I regretted not having killed her on the spot, but now she was dead anyway. My curse, my wish for her demise, it was fulfilled. Serves you right, serves you right. Nisa-san died and Takano-san died. What on earth could be happening in Hinamizawa? Nisa? Who's Nisa? Lisa, is that a Hojo family? Don't tell me. This is all Oyashiro-sama's curse for this year? Like hell if the curse be real, Coach said. Everyone present just nodded as Coach cursed and no one in particular. Yes, maybe it was Oyashiro-sama, but this is definitely a spell. A curse! Okay, is like that laugh that I just saw my reflection and got so scared, holy shit. That's like the laugh that Mion does when it's scary. I wished for her to die, so she did. If this wasn't just a coincidence, and she died because I wished for it, then you'll die next, Coach. You betrayed me. You pretended to believe me, but deep down you thought I was a madman. You looked down at me with all the pity in your eyes. For now, get the black tea ready. I'll bring it inside. I don't think he'd let anyone besides me be alone with him. Shit. What do I do? Katie Maibara. This time I heard the voice of a nurse. Dr. Irie? Oh, there you are. You have a phone call. I'm a little busy at the moment, so please tell them I'll call back. Who is it from? Mr. Oishi from the Okinomiya Police Department. Ah, sheesh. What bad timing. Alright, I'll answer it. Coach left to go answer the phone. The other men headed towards the room with the teapot to make the black tea like Coach had ordered them to. Fortunately, Coach having to take that phone call meant there would be extra time for me to act. I had to decide what to do now. Would I let him make me drink the sedative-infused tea, or be held down and thrown into a mental hospital? Nothing would come from starting a brawl here. They had more people anyway, and they were all bigger than me. If it came to a fight, I didn't stand a chance in hell. If I couldn't win against them, there was only one thing left to do. Run. Adrenaline suddenly rushed into my brain, and my body started to move with a keen instinct, like it had on that night. My surface temperature cooled, and the transmission routes between my cells engaged. Using 360-degree visual information, I searched for an escape. So what you mean is, by turning around and looking at the room, I started to learn how to escape. Oh my god. I would open a window behind me. Outside was a parking lot. There were no cars. A little beyond, there was a bicycle I had taken to get here. I determined this is the quickest method of escape. I approached the windows swiftly, but with little sound to raise as little suspicion as I could. With the speed and silence of a shadow, like I had the night that I chased her uncle, I unlocked the window and opened it up. A cool evening breeze wafted in. I stuck my head out the window and looked over the parking lot again. Nobody in sight, no need to hesitate. I quietly crawled out and closed the window behind me. I held my breath and listened carefully. Chuni vibes, I know, right? Nobody seemed to realize I'd run. I looked around. Then I jumped from my bicycle and zoomed away. Pedals clattered under the force. Had my bike always creaked like this? Did the pedals always whine when I pushed down on them? My bike wasn't the only one crying, though. My tears fell as the wind cut through them. They rode the breeze and scattered behind me. Ugh! I hate this! I'm not the crazy one! Hinamizawa is! Gaslight! Aviora, thank you so much for the follow! Hi! Welcome in! Welcome! How dare you treat me like a madman! Die! Just fucking die already! I believed you! I got to the hospital in order to escape Rena and Mion's invitation, but the reality that was waiting for me had been too cruel. Hello! Hi, Aviora! Who was insane? Me or Hinamizawa? Probably both. Or was the answer something else? I started having trouble breathing. I didn't have any clue what was happening anymore. The loud chirps of the Higurashi were irritating me. Were even the Hinamizawa Higurashi I knew so well calling into the wind? No, that wasn't quite it. They weren't calling. They were crying. The pain wailing of those lost in some kind of rhythm in another world, no longer able to return to their own sunlight. I didn't do all that to end up in a world like that. And actually, at about this time, I might have been having fun with everyone else. Satoko would have gotten her smile back after realizing her uncle would never come home, and she might have shown it to us at our first club meeting in a while. That was the kind of world I wished for. So what was this? Why did I end up in such a strange, ghastly world? Someone else I'd killed was living like normal, and I'd enjoy myself there at the festival despite not being there. I don't want it. I don't want this strange world. When did it start to go wrong? When? When? No matter how much Oh, hi, Popstar. You scared me. Oh my god. Popstar just walked in. How much I thought about it, I never understood. I rode swiftly and returned to my home. It had begun to rain during my journey back, and just like yesterday, I was now soaked. But I didn't care about something so trivial right now. The pain I felt in my heart that Coach, the one person I trusted, was acting so cruelly. I'm sorry. That I have no allies in Hinamizawa anymore? With this naive thought, I at least wanted my parents to side with me. I stepped up to the front door. Wait, Katie, it'll be dark soon. There's something you want to check, right? Don't go check! Yes, I wanted to dig up the man's corpse and get a look at his back. If there was a tiger tattoo there, I would know beyond a doubt he was Satoko's uncle. That long night wouldn't end until I was certain. It's raining again! This is bad. And this insane world was all reparation, all a divine punishment. That I needed to make certain whether I had been successful enough to even deserve to pay that price. I went to the storage room again and got the shovel. It had been washed in the rain, but the paint was peeling, making it look unsightly. Poggers! Poggers, poggers! I never ever wanted to touch this thing again. The sensation of it in my hands was totally different from the night before. There was a ruthless coldness about it. Yeah, it would be dark soon, so I needed a lantern too. There would be a little bit of light from the street lights, but it would go extremely dark. I thought I put the lantern here, but I suddenly noticed it wasn't anywhere to be found. Then it hit me like a bolt of lightning. Of course. And that night, I hadn't brought the lantern back with me. I'd left it at the place where I buried the body. If I didn't go get it soon, it'd be very dark. And then not only would I not be able to find the spot I buried the corpse, but I wouldn't even be able to find the lantern itself. If that happened, it was all over. It's all over, period! The guy's not even dead! I need to hurry. In order to fit the shovel in the basket of the front of my bike, I needed to twist it and disassemble it. But... Oh, shovel. Did I say shovel? Okay, whatever. It looks like there was dirt in the joist, and no matter how hard I pushed, it didn't want to come apart. After a strenuous effort, I realized I couldn't get it apart, so I decided to hold it in one hand and ride with my bike in the other. That sounds like you're going to die. With the downpour soaking me through, and a shovel in one hand and riding one-handed, it was as if I returned to that night. No, returned was the wrong word. It was more like the night had never ended. The pain of the raindrops striking me were no different from them. The thing that was different was Hinamizawa, the world and nothing else. The rain clouds were already making it dark, and now was about time for the sun to set. I could tell it would only get rapidly darker. The straight road leading into town in the middle of it, that should be where I buried it. Yes, it was near that street light. On that night too, the water from the downpour was splashing down from the streetlight's overhang like a waterfall. The pouring rain was exactly the same as it had been that night, and thus it brought my memories into focus. I left my bike in the brush and stepped into the forest. The ground had already soaked with mud. Where had I buried him? Think. The darkness. I hate this song! It's so unsettling, and it only appeared in this volume. The darkness, the shadows, the water, the mud. Everything was the same. Think! And then I spotted a lantern by the moss-covered fallen tree. Hi, Demo! That's right. I left it right there. If I left the lantern here, then I would have buried him. Over here. With the sensation of standing in the sludge, my feet remembered the spot better than my eyes did. I plunged my shovel into the ground. It's hard. It wasn't here. I just dug it up, so it should have been softer. I stick my shovel down in a few slots to test what they feel like. One of them clearly felt deeper. I recalled where the lantern was, where the trees and things in relation to each other, and knew that it had been here. Under here slept that man's corpse. There would definitely be the tattoo of a tiger on his back. But if it wasn't there, then I had made a horrible mistake and killed someone completely unrelated instead. I would be more dazed at the fact that Satoko's uncle wasn't dead than I would regret having gotten someone else mixed up in that. If this insane world punished him for the sin of committing murder, was punished for the sin of committing murder, I wouldn't be able to accept that until I killed Satoko's uncle for good. And then, without any fear, I'd attack him again. And that time, I'd kill him for sure. But what if the tattoo was there? That would mean I killed Satoko's uncle. I hope there's no corpse in there. Oh my gosh, you carried? I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, Demo. Ah. Sasuga. Demo. Like my mods way. That would mean I killed Satoko's uncle. But that would be terribly strange if I killed him for sure, then who was the uncle at Satoko's house at this very moment? Impossible. I didn't even know anymore what I was using the word impossible to refer to. What if it's code secretly? I've used the word quite a few times today. If I had to make my words impossible fit one thing, what would it be? That much was obvious. It would be impossible for this crazy world to be real. I shouted, then turned behind me. There was no one there, of course. It hadn't been bothering me for a while, but those footsteps followed me this entire day. Even now, an extra set of footsteps had splashed behind me. No one was actually there. No indications of anyone even, but they were there. Who are you? You've been following me ever since I came to this world. That's right. Thinking back, first time I heard those footsteps was after Takano-san and I had parted. I think it's a demon. Those footsteps were welcome into the strange inside-out world. No one could be there. I got no response. Whoever it was just kept staring at me. It wasn't ominous. Just unpleasant. Little Demo? Why Little Demo? Weird. After staring into space a bit, I bathed in the rain. My illogical anger slipped away. My tension loosened. I just paranoidly just looked behind my back, and a tired feeling reared its head. I tasted this feeling that night too. The sudden exhaustion I felt as the tension in my brain loosened. My vision quickly narrowed, as it felt like everything around me had suddenly gotten darker. I couldn't give in to this sensation. I would light what little explosives were left in my brain and force myself to keep going. I needed to dig that man up before my stamina ran back out. I needed to see that tattoo on his back. Okay, thank you, Marco. I appreciate it. I caught my suddenly ragged breath and calmed down. Then I stuck the shovel into the soft, muddy ground again. It felt exactly the same as that night. The sense of digging a hole in the beach with water coming into every wave. What day was today? Had I gone back to the night of Watanagashi? Every strange thought that came to my mind tortured me. Given my exhaustion, I didn't think I could manage to hold on to those thoughts, or hold those thoughts back. Once the hole was deep, illumination finally faded, blanketing my vision in jet black. It was probably the moment the sun had fully set too. That night, I had feared the worst and gone without using much light. My senses were so strange that I could see without in the darkness, but now I didn't have that kind of strength left. I dreamed everything I had last night, and now the darkness would be lethal. I decided to turn on the lantern. Putting on the first setting would make it give off a faint light. Even with how little there was, it was enough, and people wouldn't be able to see it from far away in this rain. What if there's someone with me and we see someone in the lantern light? I grabbed the chilled lantern and turned the dial with a click, set it to the weakest light setting, and turned it on. An uncanny world of silhouettes appeared before me. A complex and strange, shadowy world created by the intricate entanglement of trees and branches. I had only turned on a light, and it was light. That was all it took to make the world into something else. I let out a quick, tired breath and wiped the liquid, neither rain nor sweat, from my brow. What? What was on your brow? Then raised the shovel into the air and slammed it into the mud. At that moment, the silhouettes surrounding me ominously all moved at once. Inside my head, something packed in there, something coarse, not hot or cold, was loudly rushing about. Okay, Demo. Good night. Have a good day at school. The silhouettes were all around me, looking down at me, and one of them, a silhouette bigger than the others, stepped forward. Oh! We got caught by the fucking police! Yabe! Good evening. The moon sure is beautiful tonight. The coarseness of my brain shot through my whole spine and left me at my waist. The strength in my body left me through my hips, and I crouched down with a splash under the sea of mud I dug myself. I see. Is that really how you address your elders? You'll have a rough time of it once you become an adult. No body for sure. I think so. Holy shit. It wasn't only Oishi, but 5 or 6 of them in a row. Men wearing raincoats. I had no inkling that this many people had gotten so close. It was like, once I turned on the lantern, they just appeared there, sliding out of the shadows. This series is so good. Please, don't mind us. Just think of us as trees in the forest, perhaps. Don't mind them? Yes. Pay no attention to us. Please, continue digging your hole. It's very late and raining very hard, and you're working pretty fervently. We won't get in your way. Please, dig to your heart's content. No thank you, I said. When I tried to get up and turn around, 2 men blocked that route. They stood on either side of me and lifted me with an amazing strength and threw me into the sea of mud. As I soaked in the mud bath, I dug for myself. I looked up at all the silhouettes looking down at me. Oasis squatted, picked up my shovel, and threw it at my feet from me. Bounced loudly off the mud and hit me in the face. Come, please, continue. Continue. I couldn't bear the oppressiveness of the silhouettes surrounding me, and slowly, I stuck the shovel in the mud again. I felt like I was digging my own grave. If I kept digging, I don't think it's going to. It wouldn't matter whether there was a tattoo or not. Because that man's corpse would appear eventually. It was all over, surrounded on all sides and nowhere to go. But I just couldn't figure it out, no matter how much I thought about it. Why were they here? Was it Takano-san? There's only one person who could have made the connection between me and this place. Shit. I knew it. She deserved to die. No! No! The coach could have. Coach obviously could have. He was on the phone with Oishi. Lonely boy, hi. Hi. Hurry up and dig, please. Okay. You really should consider the fact that some of us are standing out in the rain. Fuck you. If you don't like the rain, then just go home. Gah! At least she kicked some mud in my face. Work, please, instead of talking. Only people from the red light district do both at once. Isn't that right, boys? Men around him don't react, not knowing quite whether they should laugh, but when she glared at them, they started mumbling out pain chuckles. God, hydrated. Didn't it start when this guy showed up? That was when our peaceful days have been taken from us. Ever since he showed up in Hinamizawa, things have been odd. Everyone stopped smiling, and the world went crazy. The ground under my feet gradually got harder and heavier. At this point, even I started to think something was odd. I hadn't buried him this deep on that night, had I? My exhaustion peaked, and I sat down in the spot. How long do you want me to dig? Kids these days have no stamina. Hey, you! At Oishi's gesture, the men all pulled out their own sinister-looking shovels. As I watched the days, one of them grabbed my collar and dragged me out of the hole and threw me onto the ground. The rest of the men stepped into the hole and started shoveling themselves. As I stared at them dumbfounded, Oishi sauntered over and squatted down to look at me directly. Keiichi Maebara-san. It might be something like that, Joseph, but, I'm not entirely sure. I don't think they'd take that route. I don't think they'd be like, and it was all a dream. It was all in his head. I don't think it'd be like that. I don't think they'd take that route. Keiichi Maebara-san. Is this a hobby of yours? Digging holes on rainy nights? When I didn't respond, Weiss took one of the tin buckets they were using to bail up. Ah! Damn! The rain's heavy today, too. No matter how wet I get, I still don't understand the appeal. Oishi smiled to himself and scooped up another bucket of muddy water. I'll ask you again. Is digging holes on rainy nights your hobby? Who the hell would have a hobby like that? Oishi hit me with another bucket full of muddy water. Pebbles in it stung. Will there be something in that hole? I've always liked that story, you know, about the old man who could make plants bloom and the puppy digging in his yard for gold. As he spoke, he ran the bucket through the muddy water again, to splash it in my face again. What kind of treasure is buried down there, Can you at least give me a hint? If you want to know, then dig your own time. You fucking pig. I wasn't saying that out loud, but Oishi mercilessly drenched me in muddy water again anyway. Shit. If only you hadn't shown up, the world wouldn't have gotten so wrong. Ever since you showed up, things have been strange. Satoko got abused by your uncle. I ended up killing him, and the world went crazy. He was how it all began, because of this culprit. He splashed another bucket of mud in my face. My insides were seething with anger. Die! You die too! If I have some strange power to kill someone by cursing them, like with Takano-san, then you're dead. And it won't be Oyashiro-sama's curse. It'll be mine. I'll curse you and kill you. What a rebellious look you're wearing. Why don't we use that opportunity to teach you a thing or two in that regard? We really do live in peace these days. When I was about your age, corporal punishment was the norm for everything. Oishi-san. One of the digging men in raincoats wiped some sweat and called Oishi-san over. Oishi tossed the bucket away and turned with an evil grin on his face. Yes? What is it? Please look at this. Acceptance, or maybe resignation. I wanted to say them, so you blockheads finally found it. Yeah, that's right. I'm the one who killed him. But there's not going to be anything there, right? But you're the police, so it's your own job to figure out who he is, right? Come on, prove to me that he's really Satoko's uncle. What on earth? We think it's an old drain pipe. It seems to be connected to the irrigation channel over there. Let's smash the thing. It's not being used, is it? The men all exchanged glances, then hesitantly broached another topic. Oishi-san, the ground here is pretty hard. I don't think anything could be deeper than this. Did we get the location wrong? No, at first definitely felt like this place had been dug up before, but after digging so far, the ground suddenly hardened. We think we've gone down further than the hole that was originally dug. So, what does that mean? There was a hole here and someone filled it back up? Is that what you're trying to tell me? What? What were they telling him? What were they talking about? I knew it, no body. But back to that irrigation thing. This is the third time it's been mentioned, I think. There was the irrigation thing at the beginning, where there was a corpse there, and that's where the lady was found. And then I called it too! And there was irrigation mentioned when he looked at it first, and now there's a pipe down there. Oh, accident. Well, I'm at a loss. Aren't you? Mayabara-san? Oishi grabbed my collar and dragged me out of the hole they dug. The mud inside was like an ocean. I couldn't see any drain pipe down there. One of the men stirred it with a shovel, letting me hear a clear clang against something hard. There was no doubt that he buried him right there. But I hadn't buried him this deep. I didn't dig deep enough to unearth an entire drain pipe. Okay. Okay, Michael. So then, this man, his corpse, where was it? Proof that I'd been successful on that night, was gone. Gone. Then, what on earth was I actually crazy at all? Just possessed by the delusion that I killed someone? That couldn't be. I don't know what's going on. It was the unmistakable truth. I know, because we sat through like an hour and a half of you talking about it. It couldn't be a hallucination. But now, the important evidence that it had been an illusion, hadn't been an illusion, was gone. I killed him. I buried him. I had absolute unwavering confidence about that fact. Then, did I fail to kill him? After I'd left here, had he started breathing, crawled out, and gone back to Stoko's house? Was that it? I had come here to see whether he had a tattoo or not, and yet, the truth I unearthed was far more than that. Yesterday, I killed him. I buried him. There was no doubt. But for some reason he lived and crawled back out. And that was impossible too. Ugh, I'm so tired of hearing the word impossible over and over. I get it. Dead people don't like to play by the rules here in Hinamizawa. Then I'll kill you as many times as I need to. I'll keep killing you until you never show your face to Satoko again. Oh my god, Nai! Oishi and the others were muttering to each other. Eventually, the conversation ended, and Oishi came towards me. What did he want to say? What did he want to do? I don't know, Papa. I don't know what's happening. Because we have to die. Is he from there originally? No, he's not from Hinamizawa originally. Yeah, reverse Steins Gate. What happened? What happened? We killed him for sure. I know for a damn fact we killed him. So where... I just don't know where we are. Why are we like this? Where are we? Bro, where the fuck are we? What? And I returned to my quiet world of silhouettes. The only one left there was me. Only the sound of pouring rain filled up the silence. That's the end of this chapter for sure. Grade 2 master, welcome the first time. Dead people don't play by the rules? You're right. I mean, you're right, but what the fuck happened? They said that it would be so confused. Inquiry request and record of malice. The fact that we played through all of this and still have no idea what's going on is comical, because they said at the beginning that would be the case, and I didn't believe them because I felt like I understood. I really thought, like, okay, no, I get it. I get what's going on right now. I didn't. I didn't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand. Yeah, exactly. You don't necessarily have to play them all, like, chronologically, but you have to play them all for sure. I mean, I don't know if you could get away with not doing it chronologically, of course, but don't worry. I've pretty much summarized the first two volumes, and you guys can go look at them. Someone will certainly cry. Ah! You guys can go look at them as well, or summaries of them if you want, but I'll definitely be continuing this. Don't worry. Please bust my egg. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. All right, inquiry request. Let's go. Okinomiya Police Station Command Center transmission recording. June 20th, 8:08 p.m. This is the Okinomiya Security Police. We read you loud and clear. Hello. We'd like you to look up a license plate for us. I think it's probably going to be Takano's. Alright. Please give us just a moment to look it up. Thank you. Number match. Takano? Oh, what? I don't know who this is. Address. Hinamizawa Shijibone. Vehicle make and model. Theft reports. None. Special mentions. Nothing of note. Okinomiya Security Police to Oishi. We found the license plate from earlier. Oishi, do you read? Oishi, please respond. Am I getting a bad signal? Anyone in Oishi's car, please Nothing, huh? Oishi-san wanted a license plate check? Whose car was it? Someone from the village. A completely average car. Who was it? If Oishi-san was asking, it can't be anyone good, right? The special mentions column is completely blank. No indication it's related to the S group either. Yeah, the Somozaki family kind of isn't related to anything that has happened here so far. Like, and that has me fucked up, because I thought they were, like, super relevant. Like, what? I felt like I came into this chapter with a pretty good understanding of what was going on. And now that I'm here, I don't understand anything. I'm so confused. Maybe I passed him on the road and he got mad. That guy isn't the type to forget a grudge. Okay, so not only was Oishi not responding, like okay, what? Hello, Among Us? He said it smelled. Record of malice. He said the food smelled. He said it smelled because I smelled. He said I smell because I don't take baths. He said to take a bath 3 times a day because I was a smelly person. He said I had to stay in the bath for a long time every time. Is this Satoko? I think this might be Satoko. He must be possessed by something too. This is the same thing that the man who died said. Why does he know what the man said before? That much is obvious. The same thing that possessed that man is now possessing him. Can a sudden earthquake make a big hole in front of our house? Or in front of the house? If it did, he would definitely go and look into it. And then I would just have to push him into it. I won't give in until I get that chance. I won't give in, I won't cry. I won't give in, I won't cry. Someone's apologizing again. Okay, that's definitely Satoko, but I don't know what it was. The confusion is the best. I know, I just have to clarify because I was so confident. I really think that my theories are right, but I don't know how they apply to anything anymore. Mirko, so we are now on the last chapter of this volume. And I'm not sure if you saw this, but there was no body in the grave. My god, okay. I already have to pee again. Jesus Christ. I was always right. The body wasn't there. What are your theories? So much. I'm gonna be honest. So fucking much. It was out along. No. No. I honestly don't even know what to say. Like, my theory. Okay, not necessarily a theory, but like something I think is confirmed. Oh, no. I totally understand. So, basically what I'm thinking is, at the very least, Keiichi at the moment was possessed. And it's a parallel timeline that he's living in. So, or at least like he was placed in the wrong timeline for him. So like the timeline that Volume 1 happened in, he's there right now. But that doesn't make sense for him. Because but also Tomitake and Takano died in the same way they did in Volume 2, so I don't understand. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. So, I think that the what's it called? It was Aya all along. Shut up! Don't spoil it for everyone. Come on. Let me have my fun. How many people have died and how did they die? Okay. Can anyone explain how the others died so I can explain this to Aviora? Cause my personal thing is I've realized that the people who get demoned away every year are the people who have killed the person who was sacrificed. That's what I've noticed. But I also noticed that the like demoned away is like synonymous with disappearing, but actually I think it just means they become a demon or they go to a different timeline or something like that. That's what I think. Now, and I also was wondering if the things that we're seeing here are just adding up to like oh, I know, Aviora. I was messing with Papa. And no, they don't die the same actually. Okay. I'll tell you how they die every single time. So I'll tell you the deaths that we had. So in the first chapter, or the first volume, Tomitake died because 4 people attacked him, but what they found was he actually scratched his own throat out and threw up blood. And then threw up blood. I meant he bled out. That was stupid. He bled out, idiot. And then Takano was demoned away. She completely went missing. We don't like technically know she's dead, but obviously she's dead. And then you have Keiichi at the end beat the shit out of Rena and Mion with a metal bat because they were trying to kill him, and he kind of blacked out when it happened. And then he died by scratching out his own throat as well at the very end, but it made it sound like he didn't know he was doing it. So I predict that all of these are like suicides, but not all of these, but like the ones where they scratch out their throats are suicides, but like that are pushed on them by the villagers, like they're hallucinating or something. In the second one, Tomitake died the same way, but Takano was burned alive in the same way she was here. But she died a day before she should have died. Like, we saw her after she had died. And then, it's kind of it. I mean, Mion killed everyone else who died. And at the end, Keiichi, what am I saying? Keiichi, started getting scratched, and he was like, ow, Mion, that hurts, lay off, even though Mion wasn't there. And he died in the hospital, but he kept saying he was getting scratched, but I assumed that he was just scratching himself and hallucinating. That's what I think. But I think it was, I don't know, I think it was induced by some kind of medicine. And all the other deaths are the same so far. Alright, as in the volume 2. Okay. The body wasn't there. The police didn't arrest me because of that, but I didn't know whether to feel happy about it. Just like Satoko had said, I'd failed to kill her uncle. The body wasn't there, so I was forced to conclude as much, no matter what strange natural disaster, coincidence, or miracle it might have implied. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. In order to free Satoko, I became a demon. And this abnormal world was my reward. Yes, metaphorically, I had fallen into the demon world. But if that, I don't know if that's metaphorically. Have I played many, have I played many visual novels? Not really. I'm currently playing through Steins Gate right now. I played a lot of visual novels growing up, but none that like mattered that much. Like, I play a lot of Ultimate games currently, which can like, I guess technically be considered a visual novel, but I watch Clanad a lot. That's really it. Like, people play through Clanad, but that's really it. Yeah, Steins Gate is awesome. We're gonna be playing that on Wednesday. But if that price had been in exchange for the life of Satoko's uncle, then that would have been fine. Since Satoko's uncle was still alive, still shackling her to him, I needed to become a demon once again. One more time. No, as many times as it took. I would kill that man over and over again until Satoko was liberated. I had already awoken. I looked at the clock just to see that it was as early in the morning, just about 5. Oh, it was early in the morning at just about 5. It's already light outside. Once I'd hardened my resolve to become a demon again, I could feel my whole body teeming with the awakened power once more. Time wasn't an issue. No matter what, I'd do it. I got myself up. The exhaustion from the past 2 days was completely swept away, and I didn't even feel sleepy anymore either. I slowly rose and made sure my body was moving like I wanted it to. I could feel the blood flowing through each and every one of my fingers. As I got dressed, I let my mind wander and had a strange thought. These 2 days, well, I've said it was for Satoko's sake. The only thing on my mind has been killing. Exactly. Bro, this guy is possessed. I said it was for Satoko, but while actually carrying out the act, I had completely forgotten about Satoko, albeit temporary. Maybe initially it was for Satoko's sake, but now I was just a demon, killing for the sake of killing. And as a result, I'd sunk into a world fit for such a demon. Maybe it was the same for Satoshi. He resolved himself to kill his aunt, to save Satoko, become a demon that disappeared from the sunlit Hinamizawa, vanishing into the demon world. Which meant that, after all was said and done, I met the same fate as him. I tried to avoid making the same mistakes, but it happened anyway. Which meant that maybe Satoshi was here. Satoshi had come to this world a year before, so he would be here somewhere. Then, surprised, I stopped walking. There was a second set of footsteps I'd grown so used to hearing. Could you be Satoshi? The empty, lifeless air wouldn't give me an answer. But I felt a strange kind of relief that there was someone there. That Satoshi had stuck with me this whole time. Let's go, Satoshi. Once more. This time, we'll set Satoko free for sure. I don't know if it's Satoshi, but... Wait, two claw their throat out, scratching at themselves such as something they're trying to get something out of their body? You know, that really might be the case. That really, really might be the case, but I'm not totally sure. At the very least, it didn't seem like Keiichi thought he was inflicted with the curse. But he did think it was the result of a curse, like the fact that he was being targeted. He said he didn't think it was humans, he thought it was completely the curse. In Volume 1 when he scratched his throat out. So I don't know. If they caught me out, if they caught me now and I've been out for too late. When I've been out way too late for 2 days now, they get me a really angry talking to. I didn't have time to allow for that to happen. Today I would put an end to it. If the dead body disappeared, then I didn't have to bury it. I could just burn it to ashes and then take them with me, so I could kill them again every time he resurrected. I'd do it again. I'd kill him again. And this time, I'd set her free. Outside. I'm sorry, Marco. The light was so beautiful. Oh, okay, I cannot read, I'm sorry. I went to the storage room to find weapons in which I could kill for sure. Blunt or not, it didn't matter for me. Right now, I didn't need to care whether someone saw or if the police came. This world had gone crazy after all. A world where I'd shown up at the festival had been fun. Oh, and had fun even though I wasn't there. Even if the police arrested me, I'd probably end up going right back home as if nothing had happened. Both me and that other Keiichi Maibara. Even without me, he'd fill in. I could vanish from Hinamizawa without anyone noticing. So basically, I didn't care if I was mistakenly killed. Even if I died, Keiichi Maibara would remain. Interesting. Interesting. So he's saying that if he dies, he'll still be there. And that's interesting because that's what happens. Like, you come back and he's there. Huh. After all, this isn't the world I belong in. If I was going to be killed mistakenly for Satoko's sake, then that was just part of my duty as her nini. Yeah. No, I think that might be the case, Papa, but I'm not sure. It's kind of introduced all these new factors that I literally didn't think there could be. Like, I was playing this and I was like, well, I feel like I've figured it out. What else could they have in the other chapters? And then it's like they've introduced all these new factors and new things. And it's like, well, I hadn't even considered that. I really hadn't considered that at all. So, I don't know. I'm sure there's some other puzzle piece I'm completely missing that I don't have access to yet, but as those desperate thoughts became serious, the morning air felt more refreshing to me, strangely enough. Oh, this one's scary. Let's go with this. It was a hatchet? A hatchet? Like, okay, you mean like, axes are recurring in this game. That's like Rena's, like, signature weapon. I don't know, I've seen Rena a lot with that axe, like in fan art and stuff, and she had that in Volume 1, and also they tear apart, the first year sacrifice from Oyashiro-sama's curse with the hatchet. So, and pickaxes and stuff. Oh god. Its heavy steel blade was sinister, almost as though it was a tool meant for killing people. Festive. I couldn't exactly take it out in public like that, so I wrapped it in some old newspaper and tossed it in my basket on my bike. Sorry for using you for evil all the time. I'll need to use you again today, my legs. I apologized to my bike for some reason. For the past 3 days, I've only used it for dangerous things. I've been riding this bike ever since I lived in my old town. I could walk most places I wanted to go, so I hadn't used it all that much. My mom had bought it for me when I entered cramp school, thinking it'd be a convenient way to get to the station since it was far away. So I'd always used to get back and forth from cramp school. I'd only ever put textbooks and class materials in the front basket, though. Oh god, not IX. Me apologizing to my bike. When I came to Hinamizawa, life finally felt fun. I met the best friends ever and had some of the greatest times ever. Those times might have been shattered now, but we have yet to see Rena and Mion at all. Oh my gosh. Hi, Albino. How are you? It was my greatest wish that I could get them back, even if I had to risk my life to do it. That's how fun those times had been. I killed someone and now I was at it again, needing to kill someone. Murder was a crime. I didn't believe that people should ever think murder is okay, but still. The times I've had were enjoyable enough for me to commit such a crime. My friends were irreplaceable, and the time I spent with them was a treasure. Hanging out, laughing, sometimes tricking each other, but always in a friendly way. I didn't fear committing a crime, as long as it was for the sake of taking back those times that gave my heart so much pleasure. Yes, this is the value I've decided to uphold. It wasn't something I've learned from a school teacher. It was a noble path that I chose for myself. I thought back to when I first came to Hinamizawa. About how the first day Satoko had welcomed me in via a blackboard eraser with a rock in it. That welcome really surprised the heck out of me. She would laugh, get angry, cry. She was never bored. She was obviously the most childlike one among us, but she was actually very lively, full of vim and vigor, and good at meddling in other people's business. That went for Mion, Rena, and Rika-chan too. Bye-bye, albino. Mwah. Wasn't Satoko always at the center of everyone's laughing and banter? Satoko would try to look cool. Then Mion would make fun of her endlessly. Then Satoko would cry, which would put Reina into a state of ecstasy. Rika-chan would be greatly delighted. And I happened to get mixed up in it. Oh my god, shut the fuck up! We would always fool around like that. It was lonely when someone wasn't around, but if I had to name one for who was the worst, it would have had to have been Satoko. Her smile was everyone's smile. Ever since she stopped smiling, the rest of us did too. And for the rest of us, not smiling was the same as dying. Interesting. It was just like when when I was silently going to cram school every day just to maintain my unchanging test scores. So basically, we were nothing when she wasn't smiling. She was full of hot air, but she was our princess, cute and unhateable. In that case, I was her knight, searching for the dragon's castle in order to win her smile back. Knights, of course, use swords. The awesome two-handed kind. Probably the only knight in the history of the world to be taking someone on with a thick, rusty hatchet. Then I saw an old woman in the ridge of a field waving to me. Oh my, Kate-kun! Out for a morning ride, I see! Good morning! I reflexively waved back in a refreshing way. Should I have really been feeling so happy waving like that? Stoko's house would be right past this road, going beyond the rice paddies. The cicadas had woken up too, and the next thing I knew, I was the audience to their daily chorus. I gave myself a hit or two in the head, and drove away my merry morning moon. I took a deep breath and tilted my head back, quelling my pointless excitement. The body wasn't there. Its absence either meant my killing had been an illusion, or I'd kill him and he'd risen from the dead. I was at the festival, and maybe I should have considered it an illusion. I know, right? He's so happy. Probably because he's a murderer. Coach probably thought that way, which is why he treated me like a lunatic. But it being an illusion was just impossible. I killed him without a doubt. Without a doubt. Akero Midnight, thank you so much for the follow. Hi. Hello. If that had been an illusion, then that would make all of the Tsunamizawa I was in right now an illusion. Demo, I hate it. I hate that so fucking much, but surprisingly, this is the best edit you've ever made. I'm be honest. If that was the case, then here's how it ended up. I was actually in a vegetative state due to a traffic accident, and I was currently dreaming in the hospital bed about how great it would be to spend time with friends and rice paddies like these. That was a terrifying thought, though. If this wasn't an illusion, then the only possible answer was that he'd resurrected. Stubbs, hi! Hi! It would make him a literal monster. I know, not again. But if he was such a monster, then I was no less of a monster myself. I didn't hesitate to kill someone, and I could even manipulate curses. Takano-san. No, I love it. I love it, actually. There's fucking no way it's a coma. That would not at all be it. Ever. No way. That wouldn't even make sense. Takano-san had died probably because I cursed him. Or maybe that was a little much. If Coach and Oishi died too, like I cursed them to yesterday, then I believe it. I set my bicycle aside and went to take a look. His motorbike wasn't here. Of course it wasn't. I sent it down the hill that night, throwing it into the Onigafuchi swamp. Or maybe, just like how the corpse weren't here, maybe the motorbike didn't get thrown into a swamp either? The fact that his bike wasn't here might have been because he had come to town and hadn't come back, not necessarily because I'd thrown it into a swamp. If her uncle wasn't around, then that was convenient on its own. And I'd just show myself in, wait for him to return, sharpening my hatchet. If he was there. Forgotten sensations came to my gut. A feeling of tension rose within me. The sensation was like a poison, dulling my actions, but it could also be the trigger allowing me to awaken to my superhuman, otherworldly self. I held the hatchet, still wrapped in newspaper. Ow. Its weight in my hands was profound, sinister, and reliable. I didn't know what time it was without a clock, but it was probably still a little before 7. Satoko would probably be awake, preparing breakfast and her lunch. But her uncle would probably still be wallowing in indolence. A guy like him probably would have stayed up late, drinking, and probably always slept until noon. I considered ringing the doorbell and having Satoko open the door for me, but if her uncle woke up at the sound, I'd waste my chance of having him still be asleep. If Satoko saw me sneaking inside without ringing the doorbell, she'd be surprised. If I ran into her, what would I say? I've come to kill your uncle for you, so stay quiet. No, I couldn't do that. That would be like making Satoko responsible for his death. Be quiet and go wait outside. Maybe that would do it. How would Satoko react to that? She would probably try to get me to give up on killing him. I'd have to lie somehow to get her to go outside. Satoko didn't need to know that a murder was going to occur in this house. I couldn't quite think of a good lie to tell her, but I couldn't do much just standing around like this. I made up my mind and grabbed the doorknob. Then slowly turned it and pulled. It wasn't locked. The gap between the door and the wall steadily grew larger. The chain wasn't even on. The oppressive spell of life in Satoko's house hit me. At the entrance, there were a few pairs of shoes and sandals. I couldn't tell whether he was here or not just by looking at them. I could hear television on somewhere. Oh my god! The television was in the messy dining room. There was food scattered about the table, giving the impression decidedly different from a happy family's mealtime. Meals were for eating. Oh wow. Were for eating food while thanking the person for making it. Meaning whatever occurred in this dining room wasn't a meal. Nobody in sight. No sign of anyone either. But with the television on, he must have been close. Could he have anticipated my coming and be hiding, waiting for me? Tension I felt was so thick, so tight that I thought it would choke me. The newspaper wrapping the hatchet's thick blade didn't hamper its power at all. I tightened my grip on it and very carefully took a look around. Where are these peaceful feelings from before I arrived here gone? Even the sound of sweat bubbling up on my brow got on my nerves. I hate that. That was awful. Oh god. And then I looked at the table and realized something. This wasn't breakfast. The grains of boiled rice were all hard and boiled and dried up. Then, was it last night's dinner? I left the dining room, keeping vigilant, and went down the hallway, and found the stairs to the second floor. When that man was playing with his friends, he looked out on the second-story window. It's highly possible that his room was his own, and that he slept there. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Demo. I tiptoed to the edge of the stairs, quietly climbing without making a sound. I couldn't hear any kind of snoring. I didn't hear anything up there. I went through a few more rooms, slowly and quietly, opening the paper doors, checking inside, but I still couldn't find anyone around. To search more efficiently, I got down on the floor and pressed my ear right to it. I could hear the television in the dining room and a low hum, perhaps of boiling water. It was then that I started to harbor some feelings of suspicion. This house wasn't right. It seemed like people had been here since the TV was on, but it wasn't normal for nobody to be around this early in the morning. I silently descended the stairs and went back to the dining room. I looked at the food scattered about, completely dried up rice, an overturned bowl of miso soup, the package for a side dish bought at the supermarket. I could tell Satoko had definitely been the one to make this. The food was far from Mion's protection or Rena's gentleness, but it was sincere. I really don't... Okay, I'll look for it again, Demo. Okay. Judging by how she cooked for me at my house, and from the type of an amount of side dishes, I deduced the meal was from last night. The numbers stamped onto the food package read 830620. Okay. June 20th, 1983. That was yesterday. And there was food for two, which meant that this was last night's dinner and Satoko and her uncle would have been here. No, I don't think so. I wouldn't think so, at least. But what I neglected to mention, I actually forgot. There were two more deaths in Volume 2. And it was Rika and Satoko. They were both killed by Mion. They were tortured and killed in a chamber at her house. But the thing about that is that it happened by Mion luring them out. Satoko went to go get soy sauce from her after making a bunch of food. She didn't have any soy sauce for her and Rika. So she went over there to get soy sauce from Mion. And Mion ended up kidnapping her. Rika called over to Mion and was like, hey, what happened? And she answered and she was like, oh, Satoko's here, already eating, come eat food. And so Rika went over there and all of their food was left completely unattended. And that's how we knew they were missing. So that's what this reminds me of. Which meant that this was last night's dinner and Satoko uncle would have been here. Stop it, Katie. Don't even think about saying the word impossible again. Anyway, her uncle was here last night. That much was the truth. He had found fault with Satoko's food, thrown the bowl of miso soup, and flung the rest everywhere. Hidden deeper than my feelings of calm composure was a lit flame of anger and a curse. Should I have ever shown this man any mercy? Bump. I heard the sound again, the one from before, like a water boiler. Oh God, what was it coming from? The first floor? But where? The bathroom, maybe? Oh God, I'm scared. I could hear the noise coming from the other side of the frosted glass at the far end of the changing room. Had to have been the sound of the water boiler for the bath. Steam was enshrouding the glass door, and the heat from it was leaking into the changing room where I was standing, too. My misgivings deepened. People don't normally take a bath this early in the morning. If one did, then it would mean that this house... Time had been stopped ever since some moment last night. Whistle, whistle, whistle. Was it being reheated? The water boiler in the bathroom had been active this whole time. I checked the clothing basket and saw Satoko's familiar uniform stuffed into it. The uniform had stains and dried rice stuck to it. Certainly not something she could wear today. It was probably from the miso soup at the dinner table yesterday. I looked hard at the frosted glass, but I couldn't see anything through all the steam. And then, an electric surge ran through my mind, and a terrible premonition came over me. Could she? She couldn't possibly have been in there since last night. That would be impossible. He told her to stay in there for a long time. But no. In Hinamizawa right now, nothing was impossible. I gulped audibly, then pulled on the side of the glass door. Hot, steaming air burst out through the slight opening. The fan wasn't on in the changing room, so it wasn't completely white with steam. Just as the hot vapor poured into the changing room, cooler air also flowed into the room with the bath, and I just heard, due to being hit by that air, a very weak moan. That was all I needed to know who it was. Sadoko! No answer. Satoko was in the bathtub, surrounded by a thick layer of rising steam. The top half of her body was leaning over the edge of the tub, and she was passed out. The water boiler kept on making a whistled noise, as if angered. I could see the gas flame through a small window. It was roaring at full force, completely blue. Satoko's entire body was boiled red and flaccid, as though her bones had melted away. She was almost like a doll as she laid there unconscious. Are you still hungry for soup, Papa? You still hungry for soup, Papa? Look at SPV. Hello. Thank you so much for the follow. Hi. Yeah, kinda. Well, have at it. Have at the soup. It's nice and warm. Ow, I just died. Sorry. Bye-bye, Demo. Bye-bye. Mwah. I came back to my senses and promptly shut off the boiler. Then I dragged Satoko's small... I didn't eat a lot today. I dragged Satoko's small body out of the bathtub. The water in it was as hot as the water in public baths. Was she in this boiling water for the entire night? She'll die. She'll die. Satoko's body was lighter than I expected as I laid her on the floor and wrapped her in a towel. I went back into the bathroom and opened up a vent, creating a path for a cold breeze to come through. Okay. I guess my question is, here's a thought. What if, in this timeline, her uncle just doesn't exist, and her real uncle is Coach in this timeline? What if Coach did adopt her? That's what I was thinking. I don't know, though. I don't know. Upon the breeze hitting her, Satoko moaned again. It'll be alright, Satoko. It's me, Casey. Casey! Can you hear me? Casey. Satoko recognized me and muttered a response, but I couldn't really tell what she was saying. Is she laughing? Is she gonna kill me? Is she gonna kill me? Her eyes were muddy and unfocused. I could tell she wasn't completely conscious. Upon closer inspection, her limbs and waist were all twitching slightly. This was way worse than normal overheating. This was dangerous. Didn't they call this heat stroke? Think. What would a teacher do if a girl passed out in the middle of summer during a marathon, gym class or something? Turned the water faucet in the kitchen all the way on and soaked a towel in it. And then took a cold towel and pressed it into Stoko's forehead. Stoko reacted harshly to the coldness and let out a muffled voice. For burns, right. You would soak the burn spot under running water. Then Don't! Could I run cold water in the shower and cool her off like that? No, if it was that sudden, it wouldn't be good for her heart and she'd go into shock. I think I read that once before. Head hurting? There's no way. This was about as much nursing as I could possibly give her. Anything more than this would be too much for the likes of an amateur. What happened, Satoko? You're alright now. I will. Your Nini will save you for sure. 5,039. 40. Huh? What was Satoko reciting under her breath? Brought my ear to her mouth to better make out the mysterious spell-like words she kept saying. And at that moment, I understood what they were for. Satoko, you're counting? Why? People tell little kids in the bath to count to 100 a lot, right? Satoko was counting like that. But 5,039? You moron! How long were you supposed to count in your own bathtub? 10. I doubted my ears and doubted her common sense. 10,000? You're a freaking idiot! What kind of dumbass can count to 10,000? There's no way you could do that. You boiled to death before you even got that far. Why were you... My uncle... Last night, her uncle flew into a rage at dinner she made, saying it stunk and it was all inedible. Okay, so... That's the thing that was talking about in the tip. So I didn't understand what on earth it meant. It wasn't much different than what she usually made for him. Maybe she hated the smell of the pickled vegetables she bought in particular. Her uncle then decided the stink was originating from Satoko and sounded that she never ever took baths. And then he put Satoko in the boiling water and told her not to come out until she counted 2. Ugh, I'll kill you! Gah! I snapped and exploded. Raising the newspaper-wrapped hatchet, I stampeded through the house. I searched for anything, traces, signs, smells, vibrations, heartbeat. With a war cry, I raced up the stairs. It was such force that I could have stomped a hole through them. Then I found the futon in the room I thought to be your uncle's, and well aware he wasn't sleeping in it, I bashed it with the hatchet. Oh, the dance that Rika-chan does at the Watanagashi is using a hoe to beat the fuck out of futons. That's what it is. So this is like that. Did he run into the closet? I'll bust the entire closet down, door and all. If he's not there, maybe there's a secret door. And he switches the levers in the wall here. I smashed into the wall with the hatchet, crushing him. Dust rose in the air and broken pieces scattered about the floor. I smashed all the glass windows too, for good measure. After I destroyed everything and beyond recognition in her uncle's room, my reason finally kicked in and I suppressed my emotion. Anyway, her uncle is in the house right now. I'd have to leave killing him until later. Right now I had to do something about Satoko. I went back to the changing room. Satoko was still lying limp on the floor. There was nothing more like me than an amateur could do for her. I needed to take her to the clinic. Don't take her to the fucking clinic, bro! Bro! That's the... Oh, God. Okay. Coach had treated me like a lunatic yesterday and tried to lock me up in a mental hospital. I never want to see his damn face again. But I still needed to go to the infirmary one more time. I need to have a doctor look at Satoko. I thought about putting her in the dirty uniform lying in the bathroom, in laundry basket, but I had no experience dressing someone, so it'd be pretty difficult. Shit, I don't have time to be wasting here. I eventually gave up on clothing her and decided to carry her in the bath towel. The clinic was close to Satoko's house. It'd be way faster to carry her there than to call 119 and get an ambulance. I threw the biggest towel I could over her and prompted her to stand. Can you stand? I'll carry you over to the clinic. Thank you. Her words sounded clearer than before. She was starting to come back. I cried tears of relief, knowing she'd improved even a little bit. Satoko turned over as she was lying on her face and put up a weak struggle to get up on a knee. I smoothly swept her up and put her on my back. The towel I put on her seemed like it was about to fall off. Towel, it hurts. We'll be there soon. It won't be long, so stay strong. It didn't hurt one bit to carry Satoko. She was light. Too light. The lightness actually made me uneasy. Outside, it had gotten hotter, as though eager to attack Satoko. Fucking cicadas! Why did I have to choose this morning to get so hot out? I didn't have time to swear at them. The clinic was this way. Hoisting Satoko on my back, I broke into a trot. Ah, I died. Why am I dying? What? That was weird. That was suspicious. Oh, it's because my fucking camera moved again! The hilly road to the clinic, with which I had never had difficulties with before, was now tortuous. Big beads of sweat on my brow, and at some point, my breath had grown faint. The hatchet in my belt was heavy and made it hard to walk. I considered leaving it, but I couldn't let it go. At least not while Satoko's uncle was still breathing. The signboard for the EDA clinic came into sight, but I quickly noticed something was odd, so I stopped. Several red revolving lights were flashing at the clinic. 3 police cars were parked in the parking lot with their lights on. There didn't need to be much else to inform me that something else had happened. What the fuck? What do you mean something else had happened? Sorry, I'm messing with my camera again. I didn't want to see Coach, so I planned to leave Satoko at the clinic in the waiting room and give the receptionist a message. But with that police officer Oishi here, I couldn't go in so carelessly. Oh god, I don't need to see this. That's bad. Don't show that. What's going on? Why are there so many police cars? I gently put Satoko down in the shade of the thicket. I don't know. I'll go see what happened, so you stay here for a moment. Living away in a place like this, wearing nothing but a Yabe indeed, Yabe! Put the towel, wrap it around her. You can still fire off those insults, you'll be fine. Not them making fit. Okay, whatever. I'll be right back. Getting to my feet. Cautious of my surroundings, I hid myself behind a car and got closer to the officers grouped at the entrance. I overheard an officer, wearing a necktie, probably their leader, and a white-robed doctor having a discussion about something. The doctor didn't seem to be Coach. It was one of those who Coach told to make me tea yesterday. Good question, Paper. I know. Keiichi needs to give her a shirt. Were you the first one to find out since you were... Oh, so you were the first one to find out since you were on morning duty. So then, what did it look like? He was sitting on the sofa in the head office, like he was taking a nap. There was a jug and an empty bottle of sleep medication on his desk, so you immediately thought he tried to commit suicide with it. What else? His high temperature and incontinence indicated a severe disturbance of consciousness. Seemed like a typical case of sleeping pill poisoning, so I immediately began to treat him. So, is Keiichi just killing people with his mind? Is he exploding them with his mind? Without calling the police or an ambulance? This is a hospital and I'm a doctor. Since his life is in danger, it's my job to treat him at once. Yes, I understand. Okay, what else? His breathing was in disarray, so I put him on a respirator. I also administered breathing stimulant. Ow, I'm sorry. Had no effect, so I prepared medical ventilator and... Right. So in other words, you did what you could, but it wasn't enough. That's it, right? You reported this as soon as he died? Yes. It was a very unfortunate situation. It was very unfortunate that we were unable to save him. I don't know why I just throw words in there. That's weird. Just then, a radio of one of the police cars started to buzz, producing a broken mechanical voice. This is HQ. Komiyama-san, can you hear me? Over. Hello, this is Komiyama. We've come up with something. It looks like he committed suicide with sleeping pills. No notes or anything. Suicide? What the heck are we talking about? Someone had committed suicide at the clinic. But who? I wish Takano-san's dead, and she died the next day. And yesterday, I wish Coach was dead. Then, did he use sleeping medication regularly? I don't really know. Do you normally complain that he was tired or wanting to die? Well, Irie-sensei was normally so, well, himself. He never acted like that. So, I was right. Irie-sensei. They were talking about Coach. Coach killed himself. Why would he do that? There couldn't have been any reason he wanted to die. The only reason that came to mind was that I wanted him dead. This world was insane. If I wanted someone dead, they'd die. That was the kind of world this was. Then, what about Oishi? What happened to him? People really died because I wanted them to? Did something should have happened to him too? I send you back up. Chief wants you to leave the rest of them and get back searching for Oishi's car. Yes, sir. Please excuse me then. It seems like we're getting released here, so please leave everything as it is right now. Alright, let's go. The officers nodded and split up into patrol cars. Did they say searching for Oishi's car? You killed all these people, searching for his car. That meant he had gone missing? Takano-san, Coach, and Oishi. What I wished for it. The very next day, they disappeared. Oh, is that why the other guy's gone? Why did I call him the other guy? The uncle, you know, the main antagonist of this particular story. It didn't normally happen. Everyone just knew wishing for it wouldn't make them dead. and that's why people would utter such curses so lightly. But the curses I uttered were being granted. At the time, I hadn't even been walking, and yet, tap, I heard a footstep. And it wasn't only one this time. Tap, tap. They came from behind, and they stood right behind me, reaching a hand for my shoulder. Satoko? Would you mind telling me what's going on? Ah! Satoko? Don't scare me like that. I'm the scared one here. I prefer if you didn't shout so suddenly. It was Satoko. Her eyes were still unstable and unfocused, but she seemed at least able to walk on her own now. She looked far better compared to her earlier exhausted state. How do you feel? Are you better? My head still hurts, but I can't stay outside looking like this forever. She gave a smile, a show of courage, but her legs were still shaky. Anyway, what on earth is going on? From what I just heard, the police talking about Coach apparently committed suicide. Huh? Satoko is at a loss for words. Yeah, this is gonna fuck her up. Her face grew paler and paler, and I could tell she was doubting her own ears. Kate-san, is that true? I didn't mishear you? That's what I heard. They said Irie since they killed himself with sleeping pills. Satoko went down on her knees and broke out into tears. It can't be! Coach, he would never, ever kill himself! As I watched Satoko crying and clawing at the grass, I felt myself trapped by guilt and remorse. I got so angry that Coach was treating me like a madman yesterday, that he betrayed me, that I thought he'd be better off dead. But even Coach, who to me deserved to die, still must have had people who loved and respected him. Thank you, homies! She was never not in the towel. He picked her up from, like, almost overheating or, like, boiling to death. In my selfish, egotistical anger, I wished for his death, and it was granted. And now, Satoko was crying hysterically as a result. The guilt tore at my heart. I worked myself up to murders for Satoko's sake. I decided that I want Satoko to be happy. But was that really all it took? Murder meant taking someone's life. It meant making everyone attached to that person sad. In Satoko's uncle case, of course, nobody would be sad, but... So I didn't feel a sense of guilt at all. But Coach's death was different. I wanted to make Satoko happy, but... that had resulted in me inflicting a deep sadness upon her, hadn't it? A lot. You missed a lot. But Coach killed himself. It wasn't my... Satoko hadn't stopped crying, but she seemed to be a little calmer now. Wiping her tears, she stood up. I'm sorry. And the only thing I could think of to say to her was an apology. Why are you apologizing? Well, yesterday I got into a fight with Coach, and I thought that I wanted him to die. I wanted it, so he really... Satoko looked at me dubiously for a few moments. Eventually, her expression softened as she interpreted her words, or my words, in her own way. It wasn't your fault, Kate-san. Coach was an adult too. He felt like there was something he had to give his life for, and chose to do so after a lot of worrying and suffering. It's not anyone's fault. She smiled a little, trying to comfort me. I do not want to be naked forever. I want some clothes. Are you okay? Shouldn't you get someone at the clinic to... I won't die from putting on clothes before going. Satoko readjusted her bath towel and started back along the path. Her stride was wobbly, and it didn't look like she recovered much as she led on. At first, Satoko tried to get back home, but there was a time in the morning when people were going to school and work, so after seeing people walking around, she thought better of it. She must have been pretty embarrassed wearing only the towel. I'm going to Rika's house. My clothes should be there. What's wrong? Kate-san? Satoko noticed how I was hanging my head and spoke to me. Despite how he might have come off, Coach is an adult, alright? He would certainly not have killed himself after a petty fight with you, Kate-san. Please stop blaming yourself. At first, I thought it was a coincidence, but with 3 people now, I couldn't discard the possibility. There's no such thing as impossible in this world. These past few days haven't made any sense. What hasn't? Satoko seemed to be having trouble breathing, but she still tried to listen to what I had to say. At the Watanagashi festival the day before last, you went home on the way there, right? And I went there and had a lot of fun. So it would seem. I do apologize for getting so upset with you about it. Satoko remembered how she blew up at me in the classroom the other day and bowed at me a little. If I said I actually didn't go to the festival at all. Would you believe me? Stoko looked at me, confused. She couldn't help it, of course. He's still gonna die. Even if he's gone right now, he's still gonna die. Of course I wouldn't believe you. What do you want about? You wouldn't, right? I don't believe it either. I mean, I didn't go to the festival, but everyone's saying I hung out with him there.
Ah! Harisakura no! Harisakura no! Oh, Karuno! Harisakura! Harisakura-no-san! Thank you so much for the follow! 英語話しますか？日本語を話しますか？どっち
I mean, okay. Nobody would believe it, right? Are you being serious? Yeah. Ever since the night of the Watanagashi, everything's been so messed up. These weird footsteps suddenly started following me everywhere. The blood drained from Satoko's expression. Footsteps following you? Yeah. I thought it was just my imagination at first, but they stayed with me. They're probably still there. I'll say it in English too. Do you speak English, or Japanese? It's fun.
Either is fine. どれはいいです。いいです。英語と日本語いいです。
I can't tell them apart now because of your footsteps, though. Stoko took a long, hard look at me. Maybe she was doubting my sanity. Coach did the same thing. I mean, why wouldn't he, after telling him this? The more I thought about it, the more I was able to endure the feelings that my hatred for Coach had been meaningless. On the day of Watanagashi, I didn't go. I was doing something else the whole time. I wasn't sleeping or unconscious or anything, so it's not possible that I walked to the festival in my sleep and forgot about it afterwards. That is quite strange. Then how were you at the festival? That's what I mean. I didn't go to the festival. No. I can't let myself get emotional. If I get agitated now, that'll be like, ow. Prove like something wrong with my head. Sorry. Well, nobody believes me, so yeah. If that is what you say, Kate-san, then I will believe you. Then what? That night, I saw Takano-san, and it felt like she was looking down on me, so I made a wish. I wished that she would die. Takano-san does have that air about her, doesn't she? I cannot say that I do not understand how you feel. Did you know that Takano-san died? Happened yesterday. Apparently she was burned alive somewhere. Is that true? She died? I wished for her to die, and the next day, she was dead. And Oishi from the police, too. Do you know him? That annoying fat detective guy. Soko nodded a little. I heard from the police earlier, but apparently he went missing. And yet, yesterday, actually, I wish that he would die. Is all this true? I'm not lying. I don't want to believe it either, but it's true. Takano-san, Coach, and Oishi. I wanted them dead, and then they really did die. For a little while, Stoko was at a loss. A long silence ensued. What a scary story. I should be sure not to get on your bad side, Kate-san. And that's not all. There's something even stranger. It's about your uncle. I would rather you not talk about my uncle. He was there yesterday, right? At your house. Can we please stop talking about him? I don't want to. It's impossible. He couldn't have been there. I said stop talking about him. No! No! That man couldn't have been there after the night of Watanagashi because I... No! No more! Please, no more about that man! I killed him with my own hands! Even the cicadas stopped crying. Her face was streaked with tears, and it stiffened even more as she looked at me in disbelief. On the night of Watanagashi festival, I killed your uncle, so it's impossible that he could have gone back home. But still, he went back, and last night, he found fault with the dinner you made him. He yelled all sorts of things at you, and basically boiled you in the bathtub. That couldn't have possibly happened. So, I wanted to make sure I actually killed him, so yesterday, I went to dig up the corpse I buried. Danny Boy Wonder! Thank you so much for the follow! Hi! Hi! But the body wasn't there. Is that even possible? I killed him for sure, but there was no body. And he went home like nothing happened. To you, and that wasn't supposed to happen, was it? Satoko's entire body stiffened. She was shrinking away, like there was someone in front of her about to hurt her. You probably think I've gone a little crazy, don't you? I don't blame you. I can't believe it myself. Kate-san, I think you are very confused after all the people you wish were dead coincidentally died. I know, Stoko's literally just sitting here. You're just in shock at Coach's suicide and you're really upset. I think you should stay home from school today and rest. I'll be fine, so please take care of yourself. Stoko spoke like she understood me, but she also told me to go home. I could see the revulsion in her face and knew that she didn't want to be around me anymore. Once I show you the clinic, I'll go home. Your legs are still shaking, aren't they? It would be terrible if you collapsed halfway there. Really, I am fine now. I do not want to expose my naked self to a man any more than this. She wobbled up the shrine steps, looking like she was about to fall. I immediately ran up to her and helped her stay on her feet, but then Satoko promptly jumped away from me. That outright rejection hurt a lot. Once she got to the top of the stairs, her breathing was ragged, and she wasn't even looking at me. At this point, I was being ignored. Well, it was more like she didn't want to have anything to do with me. It really was a feeling of rejection, and that hurt a lot more than any blade could have. This was the path I chose for her sake. To be treated like this at the end of it all was just so saddening. It's almost like you shouldn't have taken matters into your own hands. Don't be naive, Keiichi Maebara. You never wanted to be repaid in the first place. You didn't do it so Satoko would thank you. You did it so Satoko would be happy. And that was what led to this ending. Nikko-chan's house was a disaster prevention storehouse used by the town council. If you went a little past it, a little further through the shrine grounds, you'd apparently reach the back of the assembly hall. Satoko was heading there, walking quickly, the gravel under her feet crunching as she went. How painful! She doesn't even have shoes. She wanted to get there as soon as possible, and she wanted to run away. I couldn't tell. And then, I heard the vigorous sound of wings flapping. I turned around and saw a crow. Okay, someone's gonna die right now. I hadn't seen many crows since coming to Hinamizawa. I saw them a lot in my old town, though. On garbage day, they flocked to trash collection points, pecked through the bags with their beaks, dragged out the contents, and have a feast. As I was remembering that, I saw a few crows flocking around the shrine's donation box. Oh no! Is it Rika's dead fucking body? Don't let it be Rika's dead fucking body! The cicadas quieted. Breathing stopped. Thoughts ceased. Even time came to a halt. I ran over to where the crows were flocking. I ran there in order to drive a horrible idea out of my mind. I definitely hadn't wanted this. There's no way I would ever wish for this, even by mistake. This was not. When they noticed my vicious approach, the crows flapped upwards, fleeing into the sky. When the crows' big black bodies flew away, they exposed the garbage bag. Oh God. What had I seen in there? The scream that escaped my throat before I understood what I was looking at. What was this? Toko came over as well, realizing something had happened, and she looked over my shoulder. Then she screamed as well. This wasn't... The garbage bag was crimson, dyed in fresh blood. Even enough of this stupid roundabout way of saying this. That's right. Yes. It was Rika-chan, our friend, Satoko's best friend. Always easygoing, clever as a cat, but so cute you couldn't hate her. Our friend, Rika-chan. Rika-chan was stark naked. She was face up, limbs sprawled. Her eyes were like glass, just staring up into the sky. And Rika! Stoko broke down crying on the spot, and yet she still couldn't approach her friend's remains. The crows had gotten through the garbage and dragged out an apple peel and spread it all over. No. Crows, they couldn't do this. On the spot, I started vomiting. The sour taste became a bitter one as I threw up over and over again. Rika-chan, her Her stomach was cut wide open. Vertically. Completely open. Nika! Crows. Crows couldn't have done this. And from her open stomach. Everyone and everything is crying. Little me, hi. Currently my Eva's that I will wearing okay, thank you, Peppy. And from her open stomach, her organs, her bowels were dragged out like children's toys left all over the floor. That unbelievable sight induced oxygen deprivation in my brain. Color left my vision, a pounding headache, dizzy, and I wanted to vomit. It was like the nightmarish remains of a ceremonial killing. I think it was probably Mion. Yeah, Papa, I agree. I think it was Mion. Mion had mentioned that there's a way that you could gut someone without killing them. I think this is like that. Laid her here with her limbs sprawled out and then cut open her stomach and dragged out her intestines. Hi, Akame! Pink and red viscera were sticking out of her gut, and her intestines were scattered in every direction, like it had been for fun. The entire ground was covered in an ocean of red and black. A few of the crows hopped around inside that ocean. They walked through the sea of blood, leaving bloody footprints, and those footprints, there were still several left on Rika-san's body. Those sinister prints made it seem even more like a bizarre ritual killing. I may have wished for Takano-san and Coach and Oishi to die, but I didn't remember ever wishing for Rika-chan's death. Yeah, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I stumbled backwards and stepped on a newspaper. A newspaper? In a place like this? Hi! The newspaper was what was covering my hatchet. I kept it wrapped up in my belt in order to carry Satoko, and that newspaper had fallen off. Sheesh, don't scare me like that. I bent down to pick it up. Oh, it's because we have a hatchet. And then Satoko looked at me with such disbelief as I'd never seen, and froze. She was looking straight at me, at the hatchet, on my belt. Calm down, Satoko. This isn't what it looks like. Satoko, trembling madly, backed away. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Murder! She didn't care at all that she was exposing herself through the towel. She just trembled and tried to step back from the demon in front of her. Satoko, please calm down. Please relax. Satoko, no. Screaming weakly, Satoko began to run, unsteadily. Run. Away, that is. Wait, please wait, Satoko. You're wrong. That's not it. The way she ran away, it was so weak, so slow. So if I wanted to go after her, I could have caught up, but if I tried to grab Satoko's shoulder or something right now, she might actually go crazy. So I had to follow her and try to clear this up. You killed Takano-san and Coach and Oishi-san, didn't you? You killed my uncle. And then you killed Rika. You murderer. No, it wasn't me. I didn't kill her. What are you saying? You just said it yourself, did you not? You wanted them to die, and then everyone died, didn't they? No. Just wishing that they were dead. That couldn't... You don't even remember what you did, do you? How can I trust a person like you? Didn't your memory of killing them just slip your mind? Maybe you're only pretending not to remember. Besides, what is that hatchet for? Try explaining that. It's for... See? Kate-san, you're a killer, aren't you? Why did you do it? You were a little mean, but you were fun and kind, and once I even thought you might be my real meanie. King, hello? Welcome up for the first time. Why did you turn into this? I might have been able to slowly answer each one of Satoko's questions at a time, but in this situation, explaining my innocence in such a short period of time was impossible. I mean, I didn't even know if I was really innocent anyway. Why are we here? Just to suffer, I know. At the very least, I killed Satoko's uncle. There was no body, but I killed him, without a doubt. At that point, I was far from innocent, and I wished Takano-san, Coach, and Oishi were dead, and that curse of mine was granted. When I wished for Takano-san to die, I didn't think of it as anything more than a normal thing you'd say to someone you didn't like. god, this is awful timing for the fucking flute! Huh. But she actually did die, and I realized that if I wanted people to die, they would. And hoping it would happen again, I cursed Oichi and Koch to the same fate. So even ignoring Takano-san's death, Koch and Oishi's were completely premeditated crimes. Was I a killer, just like Satoko said? Am I the problem? Am I the problem, he asks? Yes! Yes, you're the problem! Was I unable to distinguish between illusion and reality and turned into a demon without remembering it? Becoming a killer who carried out Oyashiro-sama's curse? No, that couldn't be it. Eh? Huh?
Have this.
King, thank you so much! I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it so much. Thank you. It was impossible. Damn it! Here. The very word impossible was impossible in Hinamizawa right now. How many freaking times have I said that word these past 3 days? Satoko had started crying again and was walking unsteadily. At first, it felt like she was running away, but now it looked like she was walking away crying from someone bullying her. Why? Why did things turn out this way? Why? Why? As if there was an answer to that, but I wanted to know it too. Why? Go to bed. Go on to sleep. After Nini went away. Thank you for the follow too. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I was lonely for a long time, but then Kate transferred to our school, and everyone was happy again. It was fun. Every day was beautiful. Yeah, she was right. Those days were bright and beautiful. And yet, after that, Satoko and I shouted the exact same thing. How did it turn out like this? The cicadas were sneering at the spectacle, our strange game of tag. This happened in Volume 1 too, but instead, the one being chased was Keiichi, and the one with the axe, the hatchet, was Rena. And it said the same thing. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Eventually, I heard the murmuring of a stream. The forest parted, and a suspension bridge appeared. Satoko was crossing dangerously, wobbling as though she might fall any moment. And when I stepped on the bridge, it swayed a lot, causing Satoko to stagger and fall on the spot. Satoko, are you okay? Don't come near me! You murderer! Satoko shouted, her hatred made very clear. It was sad. If words could cut, then warmth flowing from my eyes would be blood for sure. Why did you turn out this way? Kate-san, I really liked you. I wanted to go up to her and give her a hand, but the distance between us was uncrossable. If I got any closer, Satoko would start shouting again and say things that would hurt me deeply again. So I couldn't approach any closer than this. Satoko, I don't know how things turned out like this either, but I can say this. I wasn't the one who killed Nika-chan. At least that is true. Please stop being so absurd. How do you expect me to believe anything from someone who can't even rely on his own memories has to say? I tightened my hand in a fist. This was mortifying. I wasn't crazy. Hinamizawa is crazy. Ever since I wandered into it, lost on that one night. You're both crazy. This insane world. Well, I was at the festival and I wasn't. And the uncle I killed was alive, where death would just come by wishing for it. It was this world's fault. Miona and Rena started acting strangely, like they were possessed by something too. And Coach wouldn't believe anything I had to say. And even Satoko, who I should have protected, was yelling at me like this. Was this the price? Was the price for killing a man supposed to be this high? Was I really going to be forced to stay in such a bitter world? I did the right thing. At least I wanted to. So then, why? I hated it. Every time I asked why, the days Satoko and I enjoyed peace went so wrong. Satoko, please believe me. I'm not a murderer. Yes, you are. Then what is that hatchet for? Can you give a convincing explanation for that? Is this hatchet scaring you? Okay, I'll throw it away. That's what you want, right? Satoko didn't nod, but she seemed to be in agreement. It's the choice of science again, exactly. I clumsily took the hatchet out of my belt and dropped it inside the bridge below. There, it's gone. Now will you listen to me? think I'll let my guard down just because you got rid of your weapon? Kate-san, you're strong. It would be easy for you to strangle me with your bare hands. Like hell I would ever want to kill Satoko. You idiot. And what should I do? Should I put my hands on my head? Yes, why don't you? Please, put your hands on your head and face the other way. She's gonna kill him. It was a cunning plan, much like the one she used during club activities. Putting my hands on my head, turning away would mean I couldn't attack Satoko very easily. I immediately acquiesced to her request, since it would make her feel better. Is this alright? Please listen to what I have to say. Satoko stood up and carefully approached me from behind. And then, she actually came up right behind me. She was so close, and yet I was so sad that I wasn't allowed to turn around. Okay, bye-bye, Eleno. Guys, she's gonna kill him. She's gonna push him. I sort of think I understand that it isn't your fault, Kate-san. Huh? I think, probably, you've just been possessed by something evil. I agree. Until before, I thought Kate-san was a killer, but now I know. After looking at your eyes. I could hear that Soko was still crying, but her voice was gentle just the same. Kate-san could never kill anyone. Something possessed his body and made him do evil things. I agree with that. Was she speaking literally right now, or was she trying to admonish me? Ow, I couldn't tell. Come to think of it, maybe they were possessed, just like Kate-san. At the time, I was only thinking I would be killed, so I didn't think about it, but now I understand. That was the work of evil, something evil that possessed you. Satoko? What are you... It was less like she was talking to me, and more like she was talking to herself, as if like she was confessing at my back. I understand, you know? It isn't like I haven't experienced it myself. Okay, so... Oh my god, I'm so confused. So she thinks Rena and Mion were probably also... And she was also possessed? Okay. Her pained voice tore at my heart, but I didn't know what Satoko was talking about. I climbed to the top of the ritual storehouse once. It was a few years ago. Exposition, let's go! Once, when Satoko was playing hide and seek at the shrine ground, she climbed on the top of the roof storehouse for the ritual implements. The shed! The shed! The shed! It's all the shed's fault! Which everyone said not to go near and hid. Then Satoko saw that she could get in through a window meant for ventilation. For Satoko, the word curse was plenty scary, but she was more curious about what was inside.
Shed.
I know, it's the fucking shed! Oh my shed! What was inside the unknown storehouse? That's the shed! Okay, that's the typo. She removed the grating from the window, which was already hanging off. Slid her small body into it and climbed down inside. It was too dark to see too much, but after descending, she realized just how high up she'd been. Despite the darkness, she could see a few things around her thanks to the faint light coming from the air window. And to her disappointment, it was just a regular old storehouse. She tried to leave, but the door was locked up tight from the outside, and it was made to not open from within. She'd have to go out for the ventilation she came from, but the window was high on the wall, and there was no way she'd be able to climb back up. Satoko desperately tried not to cry, and her brain racked her brain thinking of a way to get up there. There was a lot of bird cage looking things. Yeah, they're cages for people. Looking things hanging by chains from the ceiling. Oh, sorry. She took the hanging chains and strung them along the wall. She climbed up the bundle of chains. She might manage to climb to the ventilation window. Yeah, this shack just has a bunch of murder tools in it for Watanagashi. Because cages for people, like, I'm not sure if you caught inkling of this, but there's quite a theme of torture with Watanagashi. And this storehouse is for Watanagashi. But the thing is, all the tools in here are rusted away. They're not in use anymore. But the one that Mion has, which has a bunch of murder tools and cages and jail cells and shit, that's in use. Very obviously. Everything here is rusted over. There was nothing else she could do. She had to try. And try she did. It was dark and creepy, and she didn't want to stay there forever. The more she thought about that, the more she panicked. She climbed the bundle of chains. Satoko could hear the clinks and clangs of everything creaking under her weight. And then, just as her hand reached the window, one of the metal fixtures she used on the chain, on the wall flew off, and the chains all began to pull loudly and furiously every which way. Spurred on by the sounds behind her, she managed to get back onto the roof from the window. Because of the weight of the flailing bundle of chains, the other fixtures broke. And one of the big bird cages hanging from the ceiling fell to the floor with a huge noise. Under it was an image of Oyashiro-sama, his vessel, and the cage took off one of the arms, then trapped some other implements beneath it. It didn't take very long for her to grow scared of what she'd done. The deafening noise could be heard from the rest of the shrine grounds. A few other children heard it and gathered around. Of course, Rika was one of them. If you do Volume 2, you'll learn about Shion, who's my favorite. I love Shion a lot. Then Rika's father, the shrine's priest, with an angry look, ran over. And then, as for what happened next, it was painful to remember. The only one who knew where Rika's parents kept the key to the ritual storehouse was Rika. So he scolded her, saying this happened because Rika pulled a prank and hid me in there. He was very angry and menacing. Just looking at him was enough to frighten anyone. He exposed Rika's back, took a strangely shaped ritual cane or something, and struck her with it several times. Rika's words at the time, "It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." That pitiful voice. I still couldn't get it out of my head. I should have said it was me. I should have said so to save my best friend from that false accusation without being afraid of Rika's father's terrible temper. Rika gritted her teeth and cried at the crime she didn't remember doing. Ever since then, the world has been strange. I know, I understand. This is Oyashiro-sama's curse. His judgment for messing up the ritual storehouse and forsaking my best friend. Oyashiro-sama's curse. My father and mother too, they vanished in the muddy stream. Alright. Bye-bye, Joshizu! Thank you for coming! Nini, who loved me more than anyone, ran away from home. And then, Kate-san transferred in, and I thought I finally got my fun life back, but this time, Kate-san was possessed, and even Rika got killed. Ugh. There's something I heard once. Oyashiro-sama, when he really curses someone, he doesn't kill them right away. It goes in order of the closest friends. After killing them all, he kills that person last. So, Kate-san, the curse got to you too! Oh, wow. Okay. But there's still so many questions. I'm sure that Rena-san and Mion-san will be cursed next. Then they'll kill and be killed. Okay, so all of this is like the result of Satoko? Or is it Rika? I don't know. No more. No. Calm down, Satoko. There's no curse. Nobody's trying to torment you. When I turned around, I was thrust away with amazing force. Given my hands were awkwardly placed on my head, I couldn't take the fall and lost my balance. And I've been pushed not onto the bridge, but to the side. And I fucking died. Towards the stream. No, this can't be happening. Ah! As one last miracle, I was allowed to grab the cord hanging for the bridge. Far below me was the stream. We were pretty high up, and below were rocks of all sizes. If I fell, it clearly wouldn't be pretty. The entire bridge was tilting under my body weight. My frail little grip probably wouldn't last a minute longer. Another minute before my fingers had to let go. Satoko! Satoko! I didn't understand myself what I meant by shouting her name then. Was I asking her to save me? Or was I asking her why she did this? Finally, everything came back into focus, and I saw Satoko. And I was surprised at what an odd expression she has. Oh, does she have no light in her eyes? It was the first time I'd seen it. It was an expression of righteous anger meant only for those who needed to die. Die, you murderer! Give it back! Give back my Nini! Give back Rika and Mommy and Kate-san! As she screamed, she jerked the bridge to and fro. She didn't have to do that. I was going to fall anyway. I won't lose the likes of you. I won't lose to some stupid curse. I will never, ever lose to you. You took everyone. I'll never lose to you. Not ever. Satoko, please, just let me say one thing. I don't know what my face looked like at the time, but it seemed like it was enough to quell Satoko's agitation. I know that what I did isn't exactly praiseworthy. No, in fact, maybe I should have never done it at all, but I did it because I wanted you to be happy. Please, just believe that. You, at the very end, you're still pretending to be Keiichi-san. Satoko didn't seem to have any more desire to listen to what I had to say. And for that to happen at the very end like this was tragic. I didn't do any of it so you would praise me. If it made you happy, that's all that mattered. We were nothing. Without your smile, we were nothing. So after I disappear, please smile. If you can get on with your new life by my dying, then please, just smile. Can you at least promise me that?
Stop speaking! Don't use candy sauce mouth like that! Fall down! Die!
Alright. And it always ends in a certain way, and I'll show you guys how. Those were the last words Satoko ever said to me. Those sad, tragic, and altogether unrewarding words. What on earth was I? My desire to make Satoko happy ended up like this. Where did I first go wrong? And what was the mistake I made? When did I make it? Was I the crazy one? Or was it Hinamizawa? Even after all this, I thought I wasn't crazy at all. It was this eerie world that was crazy. This world that I accidentally wandered into on one night. Because that fun world where I never doubted all the crazy times we had as a club would go on forever. It couldn't possibly have transformed into such an abnormal world. The fun world wouldn't have ever ended with this, with Satoko pushing me to my death. In the end, I was going to be swallowed up by this crazy world and disappear. No, I probably already disappeared. Yes, probably. On the night of Watanagashi. I'm sure that in the world I really belonged to, I had vanished that night and everyone was worried. I would agree! It was laughable that I'd taken this long to figure out I wasn't around anymore. Oyashiro-sama's curse on the 5th year was Satoko's uncle dying and me disappearing. In the real world, Satoko had already been freed. Maybe my friends were all lamenting my disappearance and valiantly trying to get back on their feet. And even though I were down to 4 people, the club would reopen and they would have a good time without me, waiting for the day I would come back. I'm sorry, everyone. I couldn't come back to you. I couldn't come back home. But this is what I wished for. It was my wish for Satoko's smile and my duty as her Nini. At this point, there will be no one left to torture you. With Satoshi and I, it took 2 years, but we succeeded. That annoying, toothy smile of yours, we wanted to see it one more time. My pain wasn't gentle or merciful. It was a sharp pain, violent, powerful, and ruthless. What little compassion I had receded in the span of a moment. And now, I could die. I could say goodbye to this insane world. Farewell, crazed Hinamizawa. Thanks for giving me the psychic power to kill people whenever I wanted. If you'll still allow it, I'll wish for one last thing. The death of this very world, of this crazed Hinamizawa, so that nobody would ever have to find themselves lost here again. Alright. My current working theory is that every single night so far, Keiichi has actually been the victim of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Or maybe, no, that's not. I don't think that's right. Wait, what? Tips. Research notes. Huh? Continue? What do you mean, continue? There's a 13th one? What the fuck? We died. Oyashiro-sama. Nobody really knows what characters to use to write Oyashiro-sama. Knowing this is hard, partly because depending on the time period, he has been called various titles with subtle changes to his name and nobody knows the real one. The only thing time periods agree on was that the 4 syllables Oyashi and No were always used. There is a theory stating the shrine or Yashiro dedicated to Oyashiro-sama was itself became an object of worship, and that people began calling Oyashiro-sama or Lord Honorable Shrine, but that doesn't make a bit of sense. I don't know whether this is related, but most people say the Furude family, which is Rika's family, the most respected bloodline in terms of worshipping Oyashiro-sama, actually inherited his blood. And in the legend, the Furude family passes down for the 8th generations in a row. The firstborn child is a girl. The 8th daughter will be the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama. If we go by this legend, the characters used for Oyashiro-sama's name should be O for honorable, Ya for 8, and Shiro for generation. These character assignments are simply something I've thought up. There's no way to verify it. By the way, this research, I believe, is Takano's. If this is true, then Oyashiro-sama would have been named as such under the assumption he would come again. The second coming of an object of worship can be seen in several religions, so this isn't unusual. But a few of those religions call the second coming of their object of worship a day of judgment, or something along those lines, and we must not forget they mean it to be the end of the world. Rika Furude, pampered and loved dearly by all the elderly folk in the village. The rumors say she is the 8th generation in Oyashiro-sama. This is a fucking plot twist, bro. Like, that's a whole plot twist. I do not know the family tree of the Furudes, but at the very least, I can confirm that the past 2 generations, the first child has been a girl. Rika Furude watches over Hinamizawa. If the village were to lose her protection, what would happen? Would peace between man and demon be lost? Would it once again create a hellish landscape where man-eating demons run rampant? Oh, is that why Satoko got cursed then? What? Oh my god, a gruesome feast of the demons who suddenly remembered how delicious the weak humans are, who could only cry, scream, and run for their lives. What would that look like? Just imagining it is enough to make my heart pound with excitement. Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, fucking, I guess we'll keep going. Wait, don't tell me we're still alive. No way, right? Huh? 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 My head was pounding. The sky was bright. It was cold too. It hurt. Each sensation I felt led to a new and different one awakening. When I came to, I was lying face first in a dry riverbed. This is insane. What is happening? They just threw a fucking bomb on us. They were like, yeah, Rika, by the way, is Oyashiro-sama. Okay, so now Rika is cursing Satoko for that beating she had to take. Is that it? I don't understand at all. A few body parts hurt a lot. The skin over a bunch of my joints was torn, turned red, blue or red, or oozing blood. Tell it was my bones that were in pain from the agony from whenever I was, from which I had from whatever I moved. I looked up to see how high the bridge from which I had fallen was. I know, right? What the fuck? Considering I dropped down from there. It was a miracle I could open my eyes again. Right next to me was a broken upside-down car seat, which I guess some pranksters have brought here. He's in the dam? He's in the dam site. Maybe this thing had been conveniently lying right under me, allowing me to escape instant death. Miraculous. Of course, I didn't know whether this miracle was fortunate or unfortunate. I'd failed to die, and now I was stuck in this insane world. How long had I been unconscious for? The sun was high in the sky, so it looked like only 1 or 2 hours had passed. But my body's sluggishness didn't make it feel at all like a short time had gone by. Mentally, it felt like I've been asleep here for a decade. Ow. The more feeling returned to my body, the more pain flooded in. It hurt so much that it would be better if not woken up. I'm kind of debating on pausing here, since it has been almost 6 hours. I'm kind of debating on that and finishing it up with Steins Gate stream. Because on Steins Gate, we'll definitely be able to finish it and go over to that pretty quick. Because I'm getting kind of tired. And honestly, that was a great stopping point, and I just fucking skipped it for some reason, but I can quick save. As you can see. So, I'm actually thinking I'm probably going to rest here. Yeah, that's my idea. I think it's for the best. Oh, whoops. Whoops. Sorry I couldn't finish it. I'm just exhausted. I have a headache. My voice is gonna be wrecked tomorrow, I know. Well, nonetheless, oh, we're so close to 2.4k. I have someone we're gonna raid. It is Lion Onisan's birthday today, or I guess it's still today, in his time zone. So, we are going to raid Lion Onisan. Thank you guys so much for coming. I hope you guys had fun. Sorry for the abrupt end, but I'm tired. Alright, let's start the raid! Wow, wow! Yay! Thank you for coming, everybody!